Testing. Good morning, party people. I appreciate you guys all being here today. We're going to get... Ooh, it's a little loud. Let's back up a little bit. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the high volume. I'm just speaking to you on a laptop mic right now. I just wanted to say hi. I see already 40 people tuning in this morning. It's pretty awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed yesterday. We've got shows all day today until about, I think, let me see. I think 6. Could be 4 or 6, but I see Stefan in the chat. Nick, again, sorry about the mic quality. It's going to be much better. I'm just speaking to you on a laptop because I wanted to say hi. I see there's already 45 people here. We're starting a little late today. It'll probably be about another 10 minutes, so. It's all right, mama, you're afraid I'll be poor along the way. How long more till this starts? It'll be about 10 minutes, my friend.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
You just wanted to close it.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Good morning, Harvey. I might be able to get a camera going. It seems these dreams are more than paper things. Oh, video capture. There we go. Got a little camera. Get you guys a little bit of content before we get going. What's everyone thinking so far? Hello from Prague and Czech Republic. Hello, Rui. I appreciate you tuning in today. We're going to have a lot of awesome shows for you. Good morning from AK Land. I don't know where that's at, but good morning, my friend. Hail Hydra. I agree with that. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and tweet this out. I also wanted to tell you guys a little bit about the agenda today. But I'm out here having fun. It's a good time. So we got Kabir exactly at 9, and then we got Sebastien at 9:30. So yeah, and we got talks all the way till 6 p.m. tonight. So it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna get the tweet out right now so we can get some more people in here. Sorry for the bad quality once again. I'm just speaking to you on a laptop instead of on the main stage. So may grab a microphone and bring it down here for dead air later or something. Give you guys a little bit more entertaining chats. Hello from Brazil. Well, hello from warm, sunny Colorado. Well, it's not always warm, but it's definitely always sunny. Hey, Pey, how did you even manage to organize this whole thing? It's epic. Well, it's been a lot, my friend. It's been a lot. I've got a great team that's helped me manage this, and it's a lot of hard work. We've been working on it for over a year now, and it's finally happening. And from my perspective, everything that we wanted out of this, happened. We increased the density of relationships in the community. We proved that an event like this could happen for our industry, even in a bear market. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy, but how did I manage to pull this thing off? I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy. It's still setting in, to be a little honest with you. Hello from Easter NC. Hello. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Next year, I'm going to go to Rare Bloom 2. Hell yeah, really, I appreciate you, man. You're going to fly all the way in from Czech? I'm typing out a little tweet right now to bring some more people in, but we've already got 62 beautiful people here this morning, and Charles isn't even on, so we're doing good. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to send them in. I'll take them. We'll do a little bit of an AMA before we get started. We probably got another 5 or 10 minutes before the real show starts. So, hope you guys enjoyed yesterday. Did you already meet Mauro from the European Cardano community? I've met a lot of people, and I'm very bad with names, to be honest. I remember faces much better, so when I see a face that I remember, I'll see it. So I don't know. I'm going to go to Switzerland, though, and meet some more of the European Cardano community on November 15th. So you have to come to Greece. I would love to, my friend. I'd love to come to anywhere. So yeah, I'll stop by sometime in this long life. Or short life, depends. We got if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm still typing out this tweet. Tobler. All right. So Hidden Account, he said, how did the numbers work out in the end? Did you have a rough figure of how many people attended? So we're not going to release that information, but we filled some rooms and everyone's really excited about the attendance. But, you know, it's not only on me to divulge information like that, so I apologize. Looks like you need some sleep. I do. I definitely need some sleep. I got to talk at 2, and then the sleep will start. So, how you doing, Sebastian?
Good.
Good?
You're a little early.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and someone's supposed to go up on before you, but they haven't started. So, let me figure this out. I will be right back, party people. You want to take over, Marcus?
Well,
No?
I'll just.
You don't want to take over?
Hello, everyone. Today we are starting Rare Bloom Day 2. Very excited. We're going to be having talks all day long until 6 p.m., so make sure you guys check out the agenda on the website. And I'm very excited to introduce our first speaker today is actually Kabir with NewNet, and they're in the Singularity Net ecosystem. And they're actually trying to do decentralized computing, which is, to me, necessary for the decentralized world that we're all trying to go to. So I hope you guys have a good day. If you need anything, just find me.
Good morning, and congrats to everybody who survived. I wonder which microphone is working. Who survived the after party yesterday. Sorry for technical issues. and sorry for not having our presentation on the big screen. So as Big Pey already said, I'm Kabir Veitas. I'm a co-founder and CEO and the lead conceptual architect of deep tech startup Nunet, which is building a global economy of decentralized computing. And on our way, we are decentralizing Cardano on the hardware level. So in one sentence, what does it mean, decentralized Cardano on hardware level? It means that we are building technologies which allow to run the main Cardano network components, including relay nodes, block producing nodes, and stake pools on individual computers and private clusters rather than public cloud infrastructure of a big tech, which is mostly the case now. We started Nunet together with Dr. Ben Goertzel, who is CEO of SNET and who needs no introduction, and Dr. Weaver D.R. Weinbaum, who is a philosopher of mind and an author and creator of a concept open-ended intelligence, which we believe can be one of the paths to the artificial general intelligence. So before that, I was doing PhD studies, and I did doctoral studies named Synthetic Development of Decentralized Computing Systems. So during that, worked at SingularityNet as AI researcher, and also at the Global Brain Institute as an AI researcher, where we actually all three met back in 2014. That was in Brussels. And from all these ideas and all the years of research and thinking about that, we came the idea to start Nunet. Basically, yeah, in order to implement certain conceptual ideas and to see how that works in the real world. Yeah, so this is how the Nunet started. In general, Nunet is building a global economy of decentralized computing, which allows anyone to share and monetize the individual compute resources at scale, and it provides globally distributed and optimized computing power for decentralized networks and beyond that, basically for every computing. Nunet is spin-off of SingularityNet global AI marketplace, and together with Singularity DAO, which was presented yesterday. It was internally incubated in SingularityNet since 2018, with the goal of building decentralized infrastructure platform for serverless deployment of decentralized compute payloads. So together with that idea to implement all our more philosophical and AI research in practice, we were officially launched as a separate company in November 2021 by issuing a Nunet utility token, cross-chain utility token, ticker NTX, and which is currently has most of its supply, since it's cross-chain, it has most of its supply on Cardano and Ethereum with a one-to-one bridge between the two. Currently, we are more than 20 team members strong, and most of the team members are developers building this open source platform for connecting individually owned compute devices across the world into a decentralized cloud available for basically everybody, which is freely accessible for the whole ecosystem of data providers, storage frameworks, AI developers, application developers in the both Web3 space and the conventional computing space. And we are developing the platform based on carefully selected use cases which are geared towards using the platform in real-world cases from the very early stage of platform development. So we do not wait until all the features are developed. We basically try to find use cases which can already use our platform for what they need. So now, what problems does NuNet solve? Actually, we not only solve problems in the conventional, let's call it cloud infrastructure space, but we also create new opportunities, and by that provide certain aspects that are, I think, interesting for the community. So one of the things that in general NuNet solves is that computing is very centralized, as a computing space is centralized and monopolized by big tech. And that is not only related to the fact that it's expensive for everybody, but also to the fact that computing takes more and more part, let's say, in our lives. So an AI training, AI basically takes more, let's say, influences our life more and more. And if all the AI is trained by a small number of big tech companies, it becomes non-decentralized. So one of the problems that we solve is that we allow AI to be democratized in a sense, developed and, let's say, models trained not only by big tech companies. By the way, it costs a lot of money to train a decent machine learning model. But it allows to AI to express the values of community rather than values of certain small part of the society. By that, so what NuNet solves the problem also by doing that, utilization of latent compute resources. A lot of compute resources are locked in private computers which we have at home. Small businesses, private clusters, and so on, which do not fit into the big cloud infrastructure. We do that by allowing each device to connect to each other, so solving connectivity of devices of different types in different localities, running source from different vendors, running different software, etc., and so on. And we connect that in a single cloud and allow everybody to access it. That gives us the robustness and security by design, simply by the virtue that it's a decentralized and pretty much nobody can shut it down on the hardware level unless something really bad happens with the internet or electricity in the world. Additionally, so we create new opportunities in the sense that we create machine-to-machine economy via crypto settlements layer between the hardware and software components. And those components become first-class citizens in the system, meaning that they can negotiate and pay to each other for any economic activities that they basically want to express in the network. And that becomes a self-optimizing compute engine, which automatically optimizes hardware configuration and the topology of the compute processes in the whole world based on immediate requirements for compute in pretty much real time. And finally, what does that provide in a more, let's say, global manner? It's a global hardware decentralization layer for the Web3 space and also platforms and applications. A basis for a novel and previously impossible Industry 4.0 and IoT applications. Again, by providing connectivity between devices owned by different people and produced by different vendors. From a more conceptual, let's say, view, it is, we expected, let's say, or we aim to build a platform for algorithmic governance of decentralized autonomous organizations. So basically what Ben Goertzel was talking yesterday, we are part of this initiative to create internet intelligence, or the intelligent network of humans and machines, which is pretty much what global brain means, theoretically. Yes. So how do we do this from the perspective of architecture? Basically, NuNet is a layer of serverless deployment and crypto micropayments between the world of software, which can be any compute payload, AI, machine learning, or just generic computing, including, well, human intelligence in a sense of what kind of human intelligence is inbuilt in the programs or AI engines that we're running, and individual computers physical infrastructure. So this layer is between the software and physical infrastructure, and that physical infrastructure, in principle, can be any device that can compute, whether it's mobile phone, PC, laptop, game console, a robot, autonomous car. So we want to provide this connectivity layer and crypto payments layer, basically micropayments layer, as well as logic for searching and matching different compute engines and compute resources so that it's able to basically construct its own computational processes globally within this network. And obviously, we are a layer within the Singularity Net ecosystem in the sense that we provide ability to do this. We emphasize the hardware part of this emerging global brain, where other parts of a Singularity Net ecosystem provide other aspects of the pretty much in the road to the intelligent network of humans and machines. So from the business model perspective, NuNet is an ecosystem of independent constituents, which are, as I probably mentioned, well, we don't see it, which include compute providers, which provide hardware devices to the network. Data providers can provide, and they do provide data sources and data itself to the network so that algorithms can buy data via machine-machine interface pretty much buy data points via micropayments. So AI developers, or basically software developers, which develop algorithms, whether it's AI or machine learning or whatever, which put those algorithms into the network so that they can be also monetize them so that each algorithm can find each other and run themselves on the machines that are provided by compute providers via NuNet platform. Application developers, they will be building applications that can use NuNet as a backend for running those backends of the infrastructure for running the backends of the applications through NuNet, and NuNet will optimize the compute power for those applications to run. Hopefully, those applications will be AI engines or just any compute which is sourced via, let's say, marketplaces like SingularityNet. So from the technical perspective, and NuNet basically is at the core, we are building protocols and APIs in order for all these constituents to be able to connect together in one network, and most importantly, to find each other and to negotiate the prices and to basically settle transactions between each other. The way we are doing it from the, let's say, development perspective, or the development management perspective, is that NuNet is completely open source. So we are building everything on top as an open API of APIs, what we call API of APIs. So we have a collection of open APIs, and all the functionality of NuNet platform and all the parts of NuNet platform, all these constituents, is exposed as a collection of open and evolving APIs. And all APIs are publicly available, and as well as they're secured if somebody will want. Basically, we provide ability to run proprietary compute workflows on that open source network by securing and encrypting APIs and communications between the devices, if that is needed for any use case. And this is why I'm saying that we are both operating, or we aim to operate in Web3 space as well as a conventional cloud computing space. So the APIs are maintained and published by the core development team, but they are evolved based on the needs and requirements of the community. And one of the goals is for us to gather those needs and requirements, to know them in order so that we can drive our development towards what's needed now and not in 5 years. Which means that we employ what we call use case-based platform development model in order to develop the platform. So we are developing and constantly searching for use case integration partnerships for developing all those use cases, real-world use cases in order to prioritize and drive the design of the platform. So, and that basically we started immediately from this sort of model. Our first, for example, our first minimal viable product, which was released, I think, already a couple of years ago, was a demo combining two Singularity Net AI services for the backend of a mobile application, where each service was solving part of the computational problem and feeding data to each other. A private alpha version, which we released just before the token launch last year, was a browser extension with a backend which consisted of a small ensemble of, again, Singularity Net AI services running on different computers across, well, in a small network, but across the world, powered by the NUNet, and optimizing those, basically optimizing computing based on each call from browser extension and returning the result there. So it's kind of small use case that we basically we invented ourselves in order to build the first versions of the platform. And what I would like to present today is two projects that we are now doing now. So decentralized Stakepool operating computing use cases, which is currently in progress, is a Catalyst Fund 7 supported project aimed at running Cardano nodes and stake pools over decentralized hardware devices provided by the community. And that is precisely why we are saying that on the way we are decentralizing Cardano on hardware level. So today we will be running technical demos and discussions of these projects where we want to basically present what we have done and what is the status, and invite all the interested parties to participate in discussion, because, as I said, we want to gather intelligence what is needed for the community. Okay, and so this one we'll run it, I think, at 2 p.m. today at our booth. Another one is decentralized, another project that we are doing is decentralized graphical processing unit for machine learning cloud, again currently in progress, and is a Catalyst Fund 8 supported project aimed at running artificial intelligence and machine learning models on individual gaming GPUs sourced via NUNet platform by community, or mining clusters. Yes, so we will present this project in our booth at 4 p.m. today. Basically, this use case is aiming at the fact that a lot of graphical processing units are getting freed from the mining work in this process of the whole blockchain space, the movement of blockchain space from the proof of work to proof of stake. And again, it also fits into our strategy of allowing AI, let's say democratizing AI, in terms of that democratizing the hardware on which AI models are built and trained. Eventually, we want to become evolving and decentralized computing universe where software agents can find compute resources to execute themselves and pay the execution costs themselves. Hardware resources and agents can advertise their capabilities so that other components can find them on the network and send requests to each other, negotiate the prices, preferences, and basically on machine-to-machine basis. Data sources can declare the data content and price so that software agents can buy data points individually. Independent developers could publish the algorithms via marketplaces like SingularityNet or directly, declaring the capabilities needs for compute resources and also price that they are able to pay based on the business model that people will build. Application developers construct, as I said, backends callable via NUNet for applications. And basically, what NUNet platform is doing is building these protocols and APIs in order for automatically construct the network from all these constituents, machines, data sources, considering all the capabilities and price of the the whole compute workflows, topological locations that are needed for those compute workflows to be done properly, to produce an optimal result. And we need your participation. And we need your participation in terms of we are doing partnerships both based on the platform features partnerships, which means with other Web3 projects, because obviously we don't want to do everything ourselves. We want to connect to other platforms that may provide certain aspects of the ecosystem that we're building, and also in terms of use cases. And we are rewarding contribution to platform development via NuNet airdrops program, which we announced, I think, months ago. So at the end of September, we announced the Cardano Stakepool airdrop campaign, which is the first campaign in the larger airdrops program, where through the airdrops program, we incentivize community participation in the development of NuNet via our NTX token. So the Cardano Stakepool airdrop program, we incentivize a small number of Stakepool operators which contacted us already somewhere in spring and already expressed interest to participate in the project as testers. And then, especially for this event, for Rebel participants, we will be offering discounts for future usage of NuNet platform in the form of evolvable NFTs minted on Cardano. So come to our booth and check our presentations and technical demos, and drop your Cardano address in order for us to drop your evolvable NFT for the future discount for the usage on NuNet. So thank you for your time and attention.
So thank you, Kabir. The idea of having a decentralized cloud computing platform that actually runs our stake pools is very exciting to me, because currently we all have to go through either an ISP if you build a bare metal server in your house, or you have to use a centralized application like DigitalOcean, or the cloud in Amazon. So, to have true decentralization, we're going to need decentralized computing. So thank you so much for that talk. And I'm very honored and excited to introduce Sebastien Guillemot. He's the CTO and co-founder of DC Spark. So thank you, guys.
Hey everyone, my name is Sebastien. As Pey mentioned, I'm CTO and co-founder of DC Spark. As well, I'm involved in the development of Flint Wallet, as well as Milkmedia EC on Stage, and more recently a new company called Pey AMA Studios, which is building blockchain on-chain games for Cardano. So what is Milkmedia? You might have heard of this term because Milkmedia released on Cardano a while back. And you might have heard of this layer 2 topic, and you might be wondering, well, what is a layer 2, what is a sidechain, and how all these things work. And so I wanted to take some time today to talk to you about what the work we're doing and what we have now and what we're hopefully going to be deploying in the future. So let's start by, what is the difference between a blockchain, a sidechain, and a layer 2, to make sure we're all on the same page. So you folks all know what a blockchain is. Hopefully you've used Cardano, that's a blockchain. So what is a sidechain? What's the difference between a blockchain and a sidechain? A sidechain is the exact same thing as a blockchain, except philosophically, it's instead of trying to be its own project, it philosophically aligns with an existing project. So it's not really a technical difference, it's a philosophical difference. So for example, for Cardano, Milkmedia is a sidechain for Cardano. And the reason it's a sidechain is because we associate with the Cardano project for this deployment, and we don't have our own token. So the base asset for the Milkmedia sidechain for Cardano, which we call Milkmedia C1, is ADA. So you can go between these two chains and keep your ADA as is. You don't need to go buy or sell any tokens to use it. So if that's what a sidechain is, then what is a layer 2, right? So the difference between a sidechain and a layer 2 is that the sidechain gives you more flexibility, but less security. So one way I like to describe it is we can put everything on a spectrum. So on one side, there's maximum flexibility, but lowest security. On the other side, it's maximum security, but lowest flexibility. So as I mentioned, sidechains is full flexibility. You can have whatever consensus algorithm you want. You can have whatever execution model you want. You can have whatever token you want, right? And on the other side of the spectrum is often what is called ZK rollups, where you have full security using mathematical proofs, but you have very low flexibility, because now you need to write everything you want in ZK circuits, which are very hard to write, Oftentimes, you have to use a programming language that's not easy to write, such as Cairo. Oftentimes, you have a lot of difficulty doing upgrades. Like if you want to upgrade your ZK circuit, this is also a very difficult task. So it's not a very flexible system, but you get a lot of security to go with it. So there's something in between called optimistic rollups that you might have heard of that's less safe than ZK rollups, but more flexible. The reason why is because you don't have to have everything encoded as a ZK circuit. You don't have to use this hardcore cryptography that's hard to upgrade. You can just use a concept called fraud proofs, which is you assume people are honest unless somebody does something incorrect, in which case you call them out and post a proof that they did something incorrect. So instead of having to prove the correctness of everything, so in the ZK rollup, you have to prove the correctness of every action. In the optimistic rollup case, you're just proving dishonesty whenever required. So you get faster performance, more flexibility, but obviously less safety. So Milk Amida, our goal is to become a layer 2. And what kind of layer 2 do we want to become? Well, we're actually trying to come up with a new kind of layer 2 that sits in between optimistic rollups and sidechains. And so we want more flexibility than optimistic rollups because we want to switch the virtual machine from Plutus to EVM. So it's a larger switch than typically you would have with an optimistic rollup. But we still want more security than a sidechain. Because as I mentioned earlier, oftentimes the extra flexibility is not something that you need. And so we want the added security for our use case. And so you may have heard that recently we're deploying for Algorand, a layer 2 version of Milk Amida. And you might be wondering, well, wait, so if they're deploying a layer 2 for Algorand, where's the layer 2 for Cardano? And so I want to kind of describe the difference between these two deployments so you understand where Cardano's at, where we're at as a project, and then later on we can talk about how we can close this gap and our kind of roadmap to get there. So how do we build a layer 2 like Milk Amida? You've heard me talk about how this is safer. You might be wondering, well, how do we actually make it safer? Why is it safer? And so to talk about that, we need to kind of take a step back and talk about what is the core value proposition of blockchain? Why is a blockchain so useful? And intuitively, you might think like, well, a blockchain is useful because we can all agree on the correct state of data. If you post a transaction to the Bitcoin, if it's a correct transaction, it gets on-chain. If it's an incorrect transaction, it gets rejected by the node. So it's a decentralized way of agreeing on the state of a machine. But that's not actually quite accurate because although Bitcoin, it is true that it only stores correct transactions, that was not a requirement. We could have made a version of Bitcoin that stores both correct transactions and incorrect transactions all in one giant blockchain, sometimes called a dirty ledger. And in this model, when you're synchronizing a blockchain, like if you're synchronizing the Bitcoin blockchain, you would be synchronizing all the transactions, including the incorrect ones, and your local machine would see the incorrect transactions and just know to ignore them. Right? So it's like, oh, correct transaction, oh, incorrect one, just ignore it and move on. Right? And if you have this kind of model, you still end up with the same Bitcoin blockchain that you know today. Obviously, there's data waste because these incorrect transactions just blow the blockchain, but it did not take away from the value of the Bitcoin blockchain and the fact that we all agreed on the resulting state. So if the value of a blockchain is not agreeing on the correctness of transactions, then what is it? And something a lot of people have been talking about is something called data availability. And what is this? It means that we can make the data that represents the Bitcoin blockchain available to anybody. If you want to synchronize the Bitcoin blockchain, no matter where you are in the world, there's some way for you to connect and get that data and get it on your machine. Even if that transaction was posted 10 years ago, 14 years ago, you can still get the exact transaction now on your machine. And that's really surprising because if you know anything about Web 2, you know that a lot of data does not last. Oftentimes you post a picture or you find a picture and a few years later it's magically gone, it's disappeared from the hosting service or somebody closed a Twitter account. But the fact that we can have this data, have it available for everybody, have it available on a scale of decades is really quite the innovation, especially because it's all in a peer-to-peer way. So when we talk about layer 2, to bring it back to that, we kind of take this similar idea, which is we want to have, for example, EVM running on Cardano. Cardano does not have EVM support, So what do? We say, OK, we'll instead of having the EVM on Cardano, represent the EVM state indirectly through, for example, transaction metadata. So imagine that you're a user and you want to interact with an EVM on Cardano. Instead of implementing the EVM in Plutus or implementing the EVM directly on the layer 1, you instead just submit data that says, I'm a user of an EVM, and I want to send some funds from this person to this person. You don't actually execute anything. You just post this as transaction metadata, does not execute, just lives on the blockchain. And then now if you want to synchronize the state of this layer 2, you would basically synchronize the entire Cardano blockchain, look for this transaction metadata that says it's an EVM transaction, and then implicitly rebuild an EVM state from that. And if you ever see a transaction that doesn't match, for example, Bob is sending to Alice, and Bob doesn't actually have enough tokens to make this transfer, you can just ignore that data, right? And so with this mechanism I just described, we basically use the fact that Cardano is a decentralized blockchain that we can have available, that we can download from anywhere in the world, and we can get the data from many years ago and still have it available to our computer, and use this to basically build another machine on top of it, like the EVM. So now that we've described a layer 2 system and how, more specifically, roll-up, if you ever heard the term roll-up, this is this kind of system I just described, the kind of layer 2 I described. Now we know how roll-up works. Well, why don't we do this on Cardano now? Why are there no roll-ups on Cardano now? And there's a few technical problems. Obviously, from a technical perspective, the challenge is a bit harder than I just described. But there's also kind of a unique problem to Cardano, which is that how do you post data to the Cardano blockchain? Right? So earlier I was saying, oh yeah, we just post the data, we post the transaction to the Cardano blockchain, post it as transaction metadata. But you cannot just post megabytes of data to the Cardano blockchain. Right? Cardano has very strict limits on transaction metadata, on transaction size. And transaction metadata cannot be accessed from smart contracts on Cardano. So the data that you post would not be able to be accessed by a smart contract if you said, like, OK, let's do the kind of proof, like a fraud-proof setting I described earlier. You can't actually access that data. Well, there's actually a different way of posting data on Cardano that can be accessed from smart contracts called inline datums. And that was added in the Vassal hard fork that happened only very recently. But this functionality is actually very expensive on Cardano. So if you want to add data as an inline datum, there's something in Cardano called the min UTXO requirement. You might have heard this, especially if you're familiar with NFTs. And this will make the cost of adding this data to the Cardano blockchain prohibitively expensive to build a layer 2 solution. So now you see that we have these two ways of posting data on Cardano, but the limits on the amount of data you can post and the cost of the data that you can post on this chain is fairly limited. And that's why you don't see kind of layer 2 solutions thrive on Cardano as you can with other chains, such as, for example, Ethereum, which is, as you know, is significantly philosophically more OK with posting large amounts of data to their chain, even if it means their blockchain bloats up to 1 terabyte in size, as it is today. So obviously, there's trade-offs to everything, right? If you take the Ethereum approach, obviously, it's easier to build rollups, which is why you see so many rollup layer 2 solutions on Ethereum today. But the trade-offs is it means that if you want to try and synchronize an Ethereum full node today, you're going to be synchronizing your node for a very, very long time. So obviously, it's a whole trade-off. But the reason that the Ethereum ecosystem was OK with making that trade-off is because posting raw data is obviously much cheaper than executing code, right? So if you've ever seen Ethereum gas problems where during a peak, the gas cost would skyrocket, this is mostly caused by smart contract usage. And so if they can take the smart contract usage, move that to a layer 2, and then from a layer 1 perspective, you're just posting data, then this makes the chain much cheaper operate, especially under the assumption that storage is relatively cheap. So hopefully this kind of gives you an idea of layer 2 solutions and why some blockchains have more layer 2 adoption than others. And also for Cardano, we'd like to eventually support layer 2s as well. But also we have to handle these data requirements carefully to make sure that we maintain decentralization while also enabling these new functionality that enable more efficient execution than we might have otherwise. And so that's why, for example, for Milkamita, we're deploying for Algorand as well as Cardano, because for Algorand, they already have the technology required for layer 2 solutions. And for Cardano, we're obviously working on a very ambitious roadmap here as well. And we're hoping that as Cardano continues to advance and more features added into Cardano, that we can eventually add all the features that we want to build a full layer 2 system. But one advantage that we have of having a sidechain on Cardano instead of a layer 2 is that a layer 2, if you think about it, it inherits the properties of layer 1. As I mentioned earlier, we're posting data to the layer 1. And that's how you're advancing the state, this implicit state of this virtual machine. And so if the Cardano block time is 20 seconds, and if the finality on Cardano is probabilistic, that means that your layer 2 also has block times of 20 seconds, also has probabilistic finality, and this is not necessarily desirable, right? You might want a system that is compatible with Cardano, somehow connects to Cardano, but has different properties for finality or perhaps different properties for block times. And so the fact that Milk-Meta for Cardano is a sidechain means that we were able to get it to a block time of 4 seconds with instant finality, which is obviously a different set of properties from the Cardano main chain. So sidechains definitely still have their advantages, and they will never go away because the flexibility allows you to have different trade-offs for different situations. And that's why, for example, Mamba, the system that IOHK is creating, is like a sidechain SDK for Cardano. That way people who need different sidechains with different properties for different use cases can easily spin up sidechains to meet those requirements. And so hopefully it gives you an idea as to why we're doing sidechains and layer 2s in kind of parallel as an industry. You see many successful sidechain projects and many successful layer 2s, and these are not necessarily replacements one for another, but rather two different technologies that have their different trade-offs. So hopefully that gives you an idea of overall the big picture, what we're trying to solve, where we're at in Cardano, why we're taking the approach that we have. And I wanted to take the last few minutes to just talk about some of the upcoming stuff in our roadmap. So obviously Milk-Meta is doing pretty good overall. We're about 10% of Cardano's TVL at the moment. So there's a good amount of adoption of the system. But obviously you can always build more. You can always build better stuff, cooler stuff. And so some of the stuff that we're working on is one, we're working on wrapped smart contracts. So you might have heard this from our original roadmap, but one thing that we want to add for developers in Cardano is the ability to call EVM smart contracts from the Cardano mainnet. The reason we want to do this is because a user of Cardano ideally should not need to even know that they're using EVM, right? If you have to take your ADA, send it to Milk-Meta, use a smart contract there, move your ADA back, this is quite a lot of user friction. And for a lot of applications on Cardano, they don't necessarily want EVM for their entire application. They may have a Plutus app that supports a wide set of features, but there's some specific functionality that they need that already exists on EVM, and they want to just leverage this existing solution, or maybe this is easier on EVM, so they want to leverage an existing solution. So they want to have an entire app that's all in Plutus, except for one specific part that leverages Milk-Meta. And to do this, we want to basically have this concept of wrapped smart contracts. So as a developer, you can have your app all work in Plutus, and then this one button, when the user presses it, instead of making a Plutus transaction, from the user perspective, it looks like a Plutus transaction, but what actually it does is it takes the Plutus transaction, creates a message, passes that to Milk-Meta, executes the transaction on Milk-Meta, takes the results, and brings it back to Cardano. So from a user perspective, it'll feel a bit slower because obviously it has more steps for their transaction, but it doesn't feel like you left the Cardano universe, and that's really a much smoother user experience, and will hopefully help developers mix and match different programming languages where they need. So that's one of the cool things that we're working on, and the other thing that we're working on is liquid staking for Milk-Meta, which will allow you to keep earning your staking reward while using Milk-Meta. So if you ever use Milk-Meta, you might have noticed that one of the issues is that you lose your staking rewards when you move to the sidechain. And it's unfortunate because it means that any DeFi application used on Milk-Meta needs to give you at least 4% APY for it to be competitive versus the staking rewards you would get on the base chain. Now, there's no reason it has to work this way, right? When you're moving to Milk-Meta, it's not like your ADA disappears from the main Cardano network. And so we're working on a system that allows you to continue to accrue your staking rewards on the Milk Media sidechain while you're using dApps over there. And what interesting that it also allows, that's interesting for developers, is that it also means that EVM smart contracts can actually earn staking rewards as well. So just like how in Cardano, if you have a successful dApp on Cardano, you may be able to earn staking rewards from your successful dApp. So for example, JPEG Store delegates the ADA that is in their contract state. In the same way, as a Milk Media dApp, you would be able to get the staking rewards of any ADA that's in your contract. So it's kind of an interesting incentive for builders to build out their ecosystem. And so these are kind of two new things that we're working on for Milk Media C1. And obviously, we have a lot of stuff in store. Like I mentioned earlier, one of our partners, Pey AMA Studios, is working on blockchain games for Cardano. And part of that leverages Cardano mainnet, but part of the application also leverages Milk Media. So hopefully, we can have this kind of system for building on-chain games as a layer 2 for Cardano, and continue to leverage some of the technology that Milk Media is kind of trailblazing, to keep improving Cardano, to keep attracting builders to Cardano, and keep improving the Cardano ecosystem. So that's all I had for today. Hopefully this kind of give you an update of Milk Media, how it works, how it's different from sidechains, what we're doing in other ecosystems, and kind of our roadmap in the future. And so I thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, we have a DC Spark booth at the event, so you can check out our booth and ask any questions. Or if you see me walking around, definitely just let me know and ask any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastien. I really appreciate the talk. Not only is Sebastien a builder, he's also an educator. He was one of the first Cardano YouTubers, and I've probably learned more from Sebastien than anyone else here right now. So thank you so much for your talk, and it's an honor for you to actually come to the event. So next up, we're setting up the stage for a second, but we're actually going to have BitBoy, Justin, Deezy, and Fettuccine up here as well. It's going to be a great talk, so I hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope you're having a good time so far. Please welcome to the stage Deezy, BitBoy, Fettuccine, and Justin.
Just let me know when you're recording, Michael. Alrighty, welcome to Around the Blockchain, a very special episode. We are at Rare Bloom right now. First off, how are we all feeling? Ben, how are you feeling about Rare Bloom so far?
I think it's been an awesome event. I think the vibe has been really good. The people have been really good. A lot of people here that are building, and we always like to hear that. So it's been very organized and structured, and more than you can say for a lot of first-year conferences.
Yeah, they say the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and the food was delicious, so it's 2 thumbs up from me. But all right, let's go ahead and get right into it. Today we're going to be talking about NFT marketplaces, multi-chain marketplaces, just the multi-chain ecosystem in general. And I'm going to start with the elephant in the room, and Ben, that's the #1 NFT marketplace. We all know it is OpenSea, and OpenSea just seems to turn a blind eye to Cardano. In your opinion, why do you think that is?
Well, first and foremost, OpenSea sucks. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way first. Nobody enjoys using OpenSea. You don't have anyone that's an OpenSea fanboy. Like, that's not a real thing. People use OpenSea because they feel like they have to, because so far, there's not been a great multi-chain, NFT platform, marketplace, that's really been able to capture what a lot of people are looking at, which is the fun of crypto.
Yeah.
OpenSea feels very like robotic. It is not intuitive. And it just, nobody who uses it gets a good user experience. What is it? Broken sea. That's what they say a lot about it. So
down sea.
Yeah. So first and foremost, they're all about money, and they don't care about the communities. They care about whatever's going to line their pockets the most. And obviously, Cardano has been kind of shunned by OpenSea for whatever reason. But this is not anything new. Like, this is not an OpenSea problem. Look at Coinbase, how long it took Coinbase to add Cardano. There's plenty of other platforms. It seems like Cardano is like the last holdout. Like, why is this obvious great project not on this platform? So I think that what we've really seen is they missed out on a huge opportunity, because the Cardano NFT space is growing. It's more vibrant than any other ecosystem right now when it comes to layer ones and NFTs. So I think ultimately this is OpenSea's mistake, and they're going to regret it.
All right, I'm glad you, and if you don't mind passing it to Fettuccine, I'm glad you brought up it's somewhat ignored. I would take it a step further, and I would say it's gone past the point of ignoring, and it's almost at the point of misinformation at this point. We've seen it with Messari Crypto. We see it with all the total value locked charts. You'll see it with NFT volume charts. We see time and time again, Cardano is not even on the list, even though it should be. It should be a number 2 on this day or a number 3 on this day, maybe right below Ethereum, maybe right below Solana. And yet they keep neglecting it on all these charts from very well-respected crypto leaders. Fettuccine, why is that happening? Is this just a dev issue? They don't know where to look, or they don't have employees who know how to look? Or do you think there might be something purposeful behind this?
I think initially it was more difficult to code on Cardano and integrate your marketplace with Cardano NFTs. It's a different system. It's not interacting with smart contracts initially. It was native assets. But now it's just an oversight. I think that we are too loud of a community, and there are such incredible builders, and ignoring what's going on in Cardano is ultimately going to be the detriment of these bigger platforms. I mean, we see OpenSea just now touching into Solana NFTs, and we see Magic Eden just now touching into Ethereum NFTs, but nobody is touching Cardano yet, and the builders within the Cardano ecosystem are coming up and taking that platform. So I think that the people within the Cardano ecosystem are going to be the first ones to fully integrate every single NFT ecosystem under the same umbrella, and those are going to be the ones who ultimately take down OpenSea. I think OpenSea, they've made their money. They were integrated so many years ago, and they just don't care about it because they're the first movers, and they have that market established. So who cares if they're still pulling in millions of dollars a day without putting in the millions of dollars that it would take to create this kind of platform.
All right, you brought up a good point, the community's response there. And we saw it when Charles Hoskinson spoke at Messari's event. Ryan Selkos, he brought him on board, he brought him on stage, seemed to be a little more receptive to it. But Justin, I want to talk about, maybe some of the big money behind some of these protocols and behind some of these data analytics sites. Do you think there's anything conspiratorial going on with, maybe they have too much money in Solana, and if Cardano's ahead of them on a certain chart, whether it's TVL, NFT volume, wallet, daily active users, do you think there's any misaligned motives here? Is there any chicanery, any shadiness going on when it comes to Cardano stats?
I mean, I think that's an obvious thing. Now, what those are, I'm not sure. I'll let Ben speak to that. I'm sure he has a lot to say on that topic. But it's obvious because we are the number 3 as far as Cardano, CNFTs. We are the number 3 when it comes to volume. And to be left off on all those charts, left off on all the mainstream marketplaces, it's sad. But I also think it's a community issue too. I think that we don't have enough people talking about Cardano NFTs. I talk to devs all the time. I talk to people doing projects all the time on other chains, and they literally have no idea that Cardano has NFTs. Now, I found out about Cardano NFTs in January, but they were going on 6 months before that already. So I do think that we're reaching a point where it's critical mass, where the community is about to bust out and everybody is about to find out about that, and it's going to be exposed. But as far as like motives behind why they're taking off, I know Ben's probably biting at the bit to talk about that, but I'm not sure what they are, but it is an obvious thing for sure.
All right, well, let's pass it to Ben. Ben, is this Ethereum whales? Is this Solana investors? What's going on here?
Wow, I just heard conspiracy and I got excited. That's all. Yeah. I just like conspiracies. Look, I think, yesterday, on stage when I was with Charles, I said this and I'll say it again. Cardano is the anti-Solana, right? Or Solana is the anti-Cardano. They're as far into the spectrum as you can possibly imagine. And when you look at the distribution of the coins and the way that all the Solana went to the VCs, and nobody thinks it's weird, right? That at the peak of the market, all of a sudden, all these VCs that had money in Solana, they opened all these multi-$100 million funds for blockchain development. Where do you think they got that money from? Got that money from the exit liquidity from all the people buying the top of Solana. They pumped it from the inside, and then they took advantage of the exit liquidity, and they got out, right? So when you look at the way that Solana and Sam Bankman-Fried operate, they operate in the shadows. Like, this isn't something that if you were just watching like or if you're reading a news story, they're not going to talk about this because it's all done in the shadows. Very similar to what Sam Bankman-Fried is doing, trying to push this federal bit license. I don't know if you guys have heard me talk about this before. If you watch my channel, you have. I got double and triple confirmation on that while I've been at this conference from some people who do know that is coming. Sam Bankman-Fried has been working in the shadows with the government, not trying to create government regulation with some politicians, including Chuck Schumer, who created the original New York bit license, right? They're trying to create this nationally in the United States. It's the worst piece of legislation that was ever created, the bit license. And he wants to do it for the whole country, okay? Now, we called him out for this. We discovered this by doing some background political investigation around some stuff that we're doing. We came across this information. They basically, they tried to steal a person who we have with some legislation that we're working on, and that's how this all came out. But the fact is that if you look at Sam Bankman-Fried, if you look at Brian Armstrong, these are probably the two most powerful crypto people in America. And what do they have in common? Well, they both run completely centralized exchanges. What you're looking at here is you're looking at the difference between centralization and decentralization. Cardano obviously wants decentralization. Decentralized exchanges, yes, we're talking about the difference between an exchange and a project, I understand that, but they want everything to be centralized. They want to come after Sunday Swap. They want to come after any DEX that's created on Cardano. They want to make them illegal. That is what Sam Bankman-Fried is trying to do. It's the whole mindset and philosophy. So very interestingly enough, we had the Tornado Cash thing that happened probably about 2 months ago, right? And what did Sam Bankman-Fried come out and make statements after that happened? All of a sudden, he started explaining the difference between whitelisting and blacklisting and how they're both good. How you can take certain addresses and say, these addresses are good, these addresses are bad. Well, that's exactly what we're so afraid of with the CBDC, right? We're scared that they're gonna have control of our money and we're not gonna be able to spend it because we're on a blacklist, right? So when you look at that, and Sam Bankman-Fried's ideas of what he wants to push, then he's got the leeway and the money and the wiggle room to make sure a project like Cardano doesn't flourish. And so when you really look at that, I think what people really have to do is understand that right now we are at the most pivotal point in the history of crypto. There's no question about it. We are right at the precipice of regulation, sweeping regulation that's either gonna go one way that's gonna be friendly towards decentralization, or it's gonna go the other way, and it's gonna be totally anti-decentralization, totally centralized. It's gonna stifle innovation in America. And when you understand that these two polar opposite ideas are really battling each other right now, it's really easy to see why Cardano gets left off stuff.
Yeah, and I know for a fact no one in this room wants to get rid of decentralized exchanges. No one wants to get rid of Sunday Swap. No one wants to get rid of Mint Swap. And could we just get a round of applause for decentralization in the room right now? There's good points there. Yeah. That was an exercise in decentralization, and that was the first successful DAO ever. We all agreed to clap our hands here. All right, next, let's move on a little bit here. When it comes to multi-chain, of course, Ethereum, Polygon, those are really big. We have Solana, we have Cardano. Now, Fettuccine, what do you think the next chain to pop is going to be, and why?
I think that there are a lot of underrepresented NFT communities, and obviously we've seen that with Cardano. I think I wanted to tap back with what Justin said. I think it does come back to a community issue where Cardano has been so siloed into the algorithm on Twitter that you're only talking with such a small community every time you talk about Cardano or Cardano NFTs. So once it broke into the NFT ecosystem, then breaking out of that extremely tight bubble is hard, and that's why I make an active effort to interact with Ethereum NFT collectors and Solana NFT collectors to break out of that bubble. I think the upcoming ones, I would say AVAX maybe, or Tezos. I think they've been established, and that's more of an art-focused NFT platform, and I definitely see credence to those coming forward too. It's just about those communities also breaking out of their small echo chambers on Twitter.
All right, Tezos and AVAX. I was talking to Justin last night. He's like, it's a little weird that VeChain and XRP have NFTs. Not so much that there's NFTs, but it's not what it was built for, and it's definitely something I've been thinking about. Now, Fettuccine brings up a good point, Justin, where he's talking about community. I think a lot of people would agree a main value proposition of Cardano is its community, especially in the NFT ecosystem. So I want to ask you this, Justin. If the volume were to increase to the point where it's at Ethereum's volume, would we still have the community that we have today?
Ooh, well, that's a really good question. I haven't really thought about that before. I think yes and no. I think if the volume were to grow to the size of Ethereum, obviously we're going to be getting a lot of other people from different networks to come in. Now, what that'll do to the ecosystem as a whole, I'm not sure. However, I do think that would be a good thing to elevate our user base and community in the Cardano ecosystem to that level, because I don't know why crypto, and especially Web3 and especially NFTs, have become so tribal. Like if you I'm wearing an Ape Fest shirt. For those of you who don't know, that's an Ethereum-based NFT, and some people would frown upon that, right, in the Cardano community. And vice versa. If you go into the Ethereum community and you start talking about Cardano NFTs, they'll run you out of the room. So I think that's the kind of stuff that needs to stop if the entire space is going to grow in general. And it's not just about NFTs. It's also about chains and tokens and everything. The entire ecosystem kind of needs to be coming together. We're all trying to do the same thing, decentralize, whatever we're a part of. So yeah, the tribalism probably needs to stop. Now, what it would do to the Cardano ecosystem, I think it would still stay strong. We have a lot of loyal people here.
Just one man's experience. NFT NYC, when I say that I'm in Cardano, yeah, you're right, there is a little bit of ridicule. But when at a Cardano conference and I wear Mutant, I don't get that vibe. So, just my testimonial, I will say that the Cardano community is a little more open to Ethereum than Ethereum is to Cardano.
I have been in the Cardano NFT scene since the first day that NFTs dropped on Cardano, and I think that the difference between Ethereum NFTs, that ecosystem, and the Cardano NFT ecosystem is all about hype and market on Ethereum, but on Cardano it really is built on the foundation of community and built on the foundation of communication. Back when we didn't have smart contracts for our NFTs and we had to trade, we wanted to sell our NFT, we'd have to go on Discord and open up a chat with somebody who was interested and discuss and go through all right, I don't want to sell for 1,000 ADA, I want to sell for 500 ADA. And because we did this for months, we formed such a tight group, and now there's 100 times as many collectors, but based on the foundation that we built without smart contracts and based on that communication, we've sustained that community, and you can attest to that now. So I think that even if we 10x from here, 100x from here, we still have that underlying foundation that it was built on.
All right, raise your hand if you're trading Cardano NFTs before smart contracts. Will they accept my offer or not? Hey, guy in Discord, please don't rob me here. Ben, I want to talk about this multi-chain communities here. We're not really seeing it with the marketplaces. In your opinion, why hasn't the Magic Eden users embraced Ethereum NFT sales, and why hasn't OpenSea users embraced Solana sales? If you're on Solana, you just go to Magic Eden, and when will that change?
Well, I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to when we're talking about OpenSea or Magic Eden. I think here's the thing. When you look at Cardano NFTs, it really is very strongly community-based, right? But Cardano's got a bigger community than almost any other community. And it's funny, whenever we poll people on my channel, XRP and Cardano, it's split 50-50 in my community. And almost everybody that watches my channel is in either one or the other or both. And I think the community is very, very strong. When you look at Solana, it doesn't have as big of a community. When you look at these other projects, they do have communities, or they do exist. And when you look at these niched sites that are a niche site that's basically just for one community, like Magic Eden was with Solana, you're going to attract all the people that are hardcore Solana people, right? People that are more kind of just dabbling, they're going to use probably OpenSea. And I think it's kind of a problem where there has not been a good multi-chain NFT marketplace that's been able to capture everything, be extremely intuitive, user-friendly, have features, have options. I mentioned yesterday we are part of working on an NFT platform that will be out pretty soon, and I can tell you it's a one-stop shop for everything. We want to have every single chain on there that's legitimate, that has a community and people that are willing to buy those, and it's a better experience than anything that's offered. And so really looking forward to seeing that in the future. But I think right now we're kind of in a catch-22 where the bear market is whittled down so much that it's basically just like the hardcore people left in these communities. Y'all are hardcore. That's y'all. There we go. Let's say hardcore Cardano, right? So these hardcore communities, they're going to tend to support the projects that are more focused on, or they're going to support the marketplaces that are more focused on their niche. Once again, because nothing else has been created to really serve all the needs. And I think when people finally see this NFT marketplace that's going to be cross-chain, going to be launching with Cardano, right? It's going to be one of the 4 that we launch with. People are going to see it's a better user experience, and there's a reason to go there and use it, especially if you are into, other NFT, chains and stuff. How many of you guys? Here's a question: how many of you guys only own Cardano NFTs? That's it. You don't own any other chains. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Now, how many of you guys own NFTs from multi-chains? Yeah, exactly. We love Cardano. I personally believe, and I'm not just saying this because I'm here at a, flipping Cardano conference. I said on Twitter the other day, the Cardano NFTs are superior. They are the best. There's no question about that. The community is the best. And I think that's really what drives it. We just keep talking about community because it's so important. So we hope that when the one we're working on launches, you guys come find a good home there because, we're going to definitely be highlighting Cardano NFTs for sure.
I agree with that proposition. I think, like to your point, you launch OpenSea with Ethereum, so you just have that user base. You launch Magic Eden with Solana, you have that user base. You're going to need to launch simultaneously with all the chains,
Exactly.
and then that's where you'll get the people who raise their hand that do have multi-NFTs. All right, Fettuccine, real quick. I want to ask you, kind of the topic du jour in NFTs today, it's the big royalty or not debate, and I want to ask you, is it possible for an NFT to succeed without royalties?
Yeah, I think that it's opening a broader conversation. I think that it's exacerbated by the bear market. So all these flippers and like the people scraping for 1 ADA, 2 ADA on trades, they're insisting on 0 royalties because they want that little edge. But it really is pushing out smaller projects and making it a lot harder for them to sustain themselves. I think that it opens up the conversation to project founders getting away from relying on royalties as their primary source of income. I think that creating a business and only relying on one source of income is super destructive and not thinking in the long term for your project. So whether it's extending an IP or creating different whatever revenues streams you want outside of purely royalties and outside of purely selling NFTs, that's how you create a sustaining business. And that's what I think it'll ultimately, I think, create a better brand, a better version of NFT projects coming out because they're going to be thinking differently and thinking of more sustainable ways to promote themselves and grow in the future.
All right, so certainly possible, but you need other revenue streams. Just a quick follow-up, is it possible to have a free mint and no royalties and succeed?
I don't think that's...
That one might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I think that meta is definitely going to go away. Relying on royalties, you saw Goblin Town, like how much they raised just purely off of a free mint and giving up, I think, 5% royalty because they tapped into the community. But now it really wouldn't have that same network effect because now they don't have those funds to invest in it, and they had an insane presence at NFT NYC, which solidified their value in the ecosystem. So I think that's a lot harder of a meta to push forward going forward. So I don't think we're going to be seeing too many free mints soon.
All right. Final question, then I'll ask everyone's their thoughts overall in the Cardano NFT community. All right, Justin, we were talking about the hardcore community members earlier in the Cardano NFT space. if JPEG Store were to add Solana, how would that hardcore community react?
Real quick, I want to talk about what Ben was talking about just a minute ago, and then I'll get back to that question. I do think that what we have, the issues with the marketplaces we have right now, and the reason why they're not accepting multi-chain is because we're dealing with Marketplace 1.0. All the marketplaces out right now are basically cookie-cutter clones of OpenSea, Looks Rare, even JPEG Store, even Magic Eden for their particular network. And what has to happen, and what is going to happen on the marketplace that Ben's talking about and that we're putting together, is we're going to be adding so many features. You know, the big thing about Web3 and NFTs is community. So we're going to allow people, when they come to this marketplace, to engage and cultivate and grow and stay informed within their community without having to leave the platform, which I think holds a tremendous value when you talk about Web3 and NFTs. So that's to come, and you'll hear more about that later. But to that question about what would happen to JPEG Store if they added Solana, I think it would be a FUD-storm when it comes to that particular platform, because they are super Cardano hardcore based, which I love JPEG Store. I mean, that's literally the only thing you can use right now to buy NFTs on Cardano. But it goes back to that tribalism that we're talking about. And that's the kind of stuff that needs to stop, and we need to be more accepting. And Cardano is more accepting, I think, than most chains, which is cool.
Yeah.
But we still, as a community, need to be a little more accepting when it comes to cross-chain, multi-chain communities.
All right, and we'll just wrap it up. You can keep it, Justin. We'll pass it down the line here. I want you to tell me, where do you see Cardano NFTs in relation to Ethereum and Solana in the years coming forward?
I think it's coming. I think the mass. I mean, we're starting to see large Ethereum NFT wells starting to move into the space, like into the Cardano space. And I tweeted this the other day on Twitter that it seems like all the other ecosystems, like Solana and Ethereum NFT ecosystems, seem to be dying. They're bleeding pretty bad. However, the Cardano NFT ecosystem right now is flourishing. You saw like a mini spring pump coming just last week, and it's still up. We just dropped something the other day, JPEG Junkies, Deezy and I, and it sold out. So it's kind of the sign that, you know, the writing on the wall. I think when the market does come back in full force, we're going to be right there with Ethereum and Solana.
All right, Fettuccine, same question.
Yeah, I mean, I share the same sentiment. Cardano NFT Twitter is thriving right now, while every other ecosystem is falling, and people are liquidating their assets and just removing themselves from the ecosystem. So I think that if we could stand this strong in the bear market, imagine what we're going to be doing in the bull market. And I did want to touch on one thing about why I also think that other ecosystems, marketplaces don't touch Cardano NFTs currently, is because of the fact that they're all native assets. So if you were to list if I were to list a Space Bud, I can only list it on JPEG Store. I can't list it on multiple marketplaces.
So it's a network effect issue.
Like I can on Ethereum, I can list on 5 different marketplaces if I wanted to. So when all the liquidity is in one place on JPEG Store, then it makes it a lot harder for another marketplace to come in and take any market share from them until you get past that tipping point of 30, 40%, 50%. Then it becomes everyone on that marketplace. So I would love to see smart contracts be made on Cardano to become backwards compatible. You list your NFT to the smart contract, and then that smart contract could then be listed in 5 different marketplaces at once, because that really pushes the value of decentralization, and it allows for different marketplaces to come up and compete with each other fairly instead of just where the liquidity is.
Yeah. All right, Ben, thoughts? Cardano NFTs in the years to come.
Yeah, talking about Cardano, I mean, look, Solana's a joke. We all know Solana's a joke. I mean, there is not a vibrant Solana community that exists. I mean, and that is the, the cause of that is how they did the tokenomics and how many people came in at the top and got burned. Whereas Cardano has done it the opposite way. I mean, I really can't harp on that enough because it's just a fact. So I don't look at Solana as a competitor, a serious competitor. Yeah, sure, like they can have NFTs that sell out if SBF buys them all, and I'm sure he's willing to do that. Maybe get an NFT of himself with a good haircut would be nice. But, the fact is that when you look at Ethereum versus Cardano, like this is the race. Like this is the race, not just in NFTs. It's a race in, smart contracts, layer ones, market cap. It's between Cardano and Ethereum. I don't think there is another competitor, to be honest with you. I don't think that, Polkadot or, God forbid, Tezos, like none of these are serious projects compared to Ethereum and Cardano. And when you look at, the way Ethereum was built, obviously, I know Charles was involved in that. They knew very early on that they had like massive problems, and they were going to try to solve those over time instead of doing it backwards, or instead of doing it the right way, where you work all the problems out first and then put everything out. So I do think that, for a long time, it looked like the slow roadmap of Cardano was going to, really kind of, maybe its Achilles heel, because Ethereum was able to get out to a much bigger lead. But we really are looking at, like Charles says, like the difference between, a lake or a pond and an ocean when it comes to developers. So I think you can really take that, Cardano versus Ethereum head-on, situation, and you can, DeFi, NFTs, market cap, market share, users, network effects. Like you could really make a case in each one of those categories for which one's going to win. But I think that when you look at NFTs or Cardano, this is the secret weapon that it has against Ethereum. If right now, and I really want to encourage you guys, I know Justin keeps harping on the, the tribalism. Like, this is going to be really hard for you guys to believe. It's going to be shocking. Sometimes I get attacked on Twitter.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know, right? Who would have ever thought? How could you possibly look at my Twitter and think somebody would, try to verbally assault me on there? But the fact is, like, just yesterday, I had a tweet and there were some responses. I think something about me on stage with Charles, and the comment was, "Doesn't that guy own XRP?" You're a low IQ idiot. I'm sorry. If you think someone else owning another coin is a bad thing, then you're an idiot. I'm sorry, I don't have another word for you. You're about as low IQ as it can possibly get. For us to be able to grow this entire ecosystem, you can't just grow one chain. You can't just grow one chain. You have to give people the ability to choose. And when you look at Bitcoin maximalists, the reason we hate them and they're so toxic is because they became the very thing they started out to stop, right? You don't want to be that. You don't want to be that in the Cardano community where you push people away because they may have different opinions. You have to let everybody grow into a place where they're mature in crypto, and that may mean they're diversified. That doesn't mean that they're going to only own one coin. And so when you have this idea that you want to force your beliefs on somebody, you're no better than what we started to stop. And so you got to stop that. And this is really, I think, a big warning for the Cardano NFT community, because you guys are very close-knit. There's not a gigantic, huge Cardano NFT community compared to, like, if we were to look at the bull run, for instance. The overall users in crypto are down. And there might be this, this presupposition, this premise that some of you have is like, no, I like it small. I want it to be where everybody's so committed to these projects and they only own Cardano. That's how you keep people from coming in. And you have to remember, when you get these people that are degens and flippers and that are just looking to make a quick buck, when those people rush into the ecosystem, when prices are going up, don't push those people away. Don't reject them. You got to be accepting of new people coming in, because if you look at when Justin and I both, like, me and Justin have been friends for 15 years, right? We've been good friends. He helped me create my first NFTs. And when we went back to 2017, we were talking about it today, right? Like, I've been in crypto since 2012, but I sold in 2013, Bitcoin. And then 2014, I thought Bitcoin was over when Mt. Gox happened. 2015, 2016, I bought a little Bitcoin here, sold a little there, but I wasn't in crypto. When we both came into crypto full time in 2017, we were like so immature. Like, we had no idea what was going on with all it. We were just talking about it this morning at breakfast. Like, we thought any day, the entire bear market, that like things were just gonna turn around and all of a sudden things were gonna be better. And you know what happened? We went through a full cycle and we matured. And now we understand the ecosystem better. And so we would have been those people that you would have pushed away. We would have been the people you would have rejected, because we came in very naive. And when you get a lot of people coming in from naivete, if you will, and they're new to crypto, it's annoying. Like, it's really annoying, to see the people on crypto Twitter. They're like, no, tomorrow it's going to $100,000. It's annoying because you know that's not going to happen. And so I really encourage you guys not to push people away when they come in, even though they might seem annoying, because some of those people that come in are annoying. In 4 years, those will be people that are studied, mature, and can be some of your best champions.
I think that's a great point. The noobs will become the experts if you give them time, you give them a hand up. And I just want to end with a little bit of a bullish note. I'm going to predict something right here. I'm putting out a grand proclamation. There's going to be a great migration. I think I agree with these takes where Ethereum, Solana, Maybe their market share is going to go down. Cardano's going to go up. We haven't seen this yet, but there will be a day where people start selling their Ethereum blue chips and start buying Cardano blue chips. I don't think it's happened in mass yet, but there will be a day where people sell punks to get a space bud. They sell a Bored Ape to get a ape society. When that happens, it's going to be a domino effect. There's going to be FOMO, and there will be a great migration, and we're all going to be here, and we're here early, and I'm just for it, and I think everybody did a great job up here. Could we just get a hand of applause? I think that's all we got for today. Right. He's got to get the last word.
No, I don't have to give the last word. Just to let everybody know, we're doing a BitBoy Crypto meetup, 11:15. I think they moved it to the exhibition hall. So if you guys are looking for the meetup, we're going to go. I'm going to talk for a little bit. We'll do some Q&A, and then at the end we'll do some pictures, and you guys come up, talk to me for a minute, stuff like that. So just wanted to shill my meetup.
All right, that's all we got. Thank you very much.
So what is up, everyone? Figured I'd come on and say hi, fill the time a little bit, do a little AMA. What kind of Cardano questions you guys have for me today? You enjoying the stream so far? I appreciate you all being here. There's 199 concurrent viewers. It's pretty crazy. Sorry about the mic quality. I'm just using a laptop mic and a laptop camera behind the scenes to come to you guys and fill some dead air. But yeah, whatever questions you guys have, we've got a good 15 minutes here before the next guy comes on. So we can answer some questions, have a little bit of a good time, a little bit of an AMA before we get started. No AMA on stage. They were doing stuff. They were moving the chairs out and everything. So I figured just do it back here. You know, do it live. What is up, Mitch? What is up? If you guys are enjoying this so far, and you could do me a favor, really trying to spread this out far and wide on Twitter. I want to get as much people in this live stream as possible. We want to show people what the Cardano community is actually working on and doing. So I'm going to share a little Twitter link for you guys. And if you could like, share it, maybe comment or anything, I'd really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream so far, make sure you like it, share it with your friends. This is something that doesn't happen very often. It's a rare bloom, right? So we got to get this out there. Got to get this pumping. So there's the link, and we'll get started with the questions. Donna says, cheers to you for the live stream. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate it. It's so cool for me to be able to do this for you guys. You know, I'm usually sitting behind a camera in my office, you know, recording, and, you know, here I am backstage, you know, streaming to yesterday 700 people while Charles is on stage, and I'm sitting there watching the chat. I'm running back and forth, making sure everybody's all right. So it's unreal. It's unreal, honestly. You know, I'd started this in my, you know, college house, like in a little tiny like room dorm thing. So it's weird to be behind stage with, you know, Charles and Ben and all the people that I respect speaking, you know. So it's very cool. So will NewNet use your pools? Yes. Bloom, the original Bloom pool, pays NewNet tokens. How much did you sleep last night? I got about 3 or 4 hours. I'm running low. Got to be honest with you guys. Running very low. So, is Hydra a Cardano coin? Hydra is actually, you know, a layer 2 protocol being built on top of Cardano. So there is no coin for Hydra. There will be coins on Hydra, but those are, you know, minted. Like, for example, you could mint a coin on Hydra, or I could. So there is no Hydra coin that you can buy. Leroy said, do you like Colorado? Yeah, I love it. I'm actually going to go drive into the mountains after this. Tomorrow I've got somebody flying in, and her and I are going to go drive into the mountains and relax, you know, disconnect after all of this. So, yeah, I love Colorado. It's beautiful here. You know, it's very sunny too, so it kind of makes up for the cold a little bit sometimes. Have you heard any big announcements from Charlie 3? I have not yet. How was the party yesterday? The party was awesome. We had Main Squeeze, we had Ben Goertzel's band, and we also had Coley, and they're all great artists. It really set the vibe and the tone, and everybody seems to have enjoyed it. You know, it was awesome listening to SingularityNet. Again, you know, I've obviously seen them before, and then it was amazing to actually see the Main Squeeze. You know, the Main Squeeze was awesome. I've never, you know, really listened to them before, and they're a local Denver band, so we thought it would be good to kind of, you know, work with the locals here, and they were amazing. You know, the last few songs, there's a bunch of people out there like me, SingularityNet, Ben Goertzel, and just a lot of people out there dancing and having a good time and relaxing for a bit, you know. So the after party went great. What dApps have really impressed you? Hydra. I've seen 2 demos of Hydra with Load Wallet and then also with Sunday Swap. So both of those demos were really good. It's an instant swaps on Sunday Swap. It's pretty cool. Same time next year, we're going to find that out. Did you ever think about starting your own CNFT project? I did. Mycelial Gallery. You can actually, you know, go look this up. We have 2. We have Hyphae, and then we have the original Pioneer collection. And then, you know, with what we're working on in the future, those are obviously, you know, going to be looked at. You know, they're going to be, you know, part of the application in cool ways, cool, unique ways. And that application is Atrium. Who's the girl coming to visit? I'll post a picture for you on Twitter. How about that? Yesterday you mentioned something about the JED timeline. What is it? From my understanding, JED has been pushed back to February, so it could change, could be earlier, could be later. Thanks for all the great questions, guys. I really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying it so far, make sure you click that like button. We got another 12 minutes before we have another speaker come on, so you got 12 more minutes with me. Ben Foster says, "Good morning. Good morning, man. Looking sharp. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I got my big speech today, you know, so I was like, you know. What does Hydra do besides speed? I mean, that's pretty much what Hydra does. You know, Hydra, it uses the layer 1, you know, when necessary, but it compromises on a few things and provides a few niche utilities, and one of those is definitely speed. So. When will you plan on releasing your own CNFTs? I already have. We're not planning on releasing any CNFTs anytime soon. We need to find a location with the beach and the sun. Yeah, I live by the beach and the sun, so it's nice. It's a nice little change of things. Are you going to go to this Cardano Summit next month? Yes, I will be in Switzerland. I actually got nominated to speak too, so I may need you guys to vote for me on that one. Post Twitter. Yep, another thing. If you guys want to help me out, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, make sure you guys go ahead and like and retweet and comment on that Twitter. I'm trying to push this out. You know, like the video, do all that. Keep chatting, asking me questions. It really does support us. You know, this is, it is, you know, strange. You know, it's not going to happen again for a while. So, you know, this is a very special moment, I think. Even just sitting here right now talking to you guys, like after all the, you know, yesterday and the stages, and, you know, it's been crazy. It's definitely special. What makes you and your friends so degenerate? Clarify more. I wouldn't really consider myself a degenerate. I mean, sometimes we're all a little degenerate, but, you know, I'm sitting here wearing a suit, you know, at an event, you know, live streaming. It's pretty official, you know, it's pretty formal. Do you think Paul Stamets will take an interest in Cardano? Yes, eventually. And someone also asked, you know, how is it going? How did the first day go? And it's going great. You know, everyone has come up to me and congratulated me and said this is such an awesome venue. It's the right amount of space. Everything's running very smoothly, and you know, it is a first-year event, so any problems that we ran into, we smoothed over them really quickly. So it's done really well. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do it on here. Thank you. When will the U.S. have a crypto to cash debit card so I can buy gas or groceries? I've seen a few of those. Crypto.com has one. You know, I've used that one before. Any development on your plans to elevate smaller single pools? Yeah, you know, I'm paying you know, thousands of dollars to developers to write smart contracts to build you know, something that is going to incentivize the delegation, not to single pools. Of course, it's mostly going to be single pools in there, but I don't believe in this narrative that if you only, you know, if you have to run one pool. I think that's stupid. What matters is stake, right? There's a point of stake. You gather so much stake that it's actually negative, right, for the protocol. And, you know, that's not pool number. If you have two pools with 2 million ADA, you know, that's not more stake than one pool with 4 million. So it would actually be more decentralized, you know, to have two pools with 2 million if they're run by different people on different servers. But yeah, we will, you know, support, you know, small stake pool operators, and we're going to be providing incentive to those that actually delegate, you know, to support Cardano's decentralization. It's very cool, you know. When we release more info about it, it's almost going to be a little ironic, like, oh, you know, Big Pey, the big bad guy, you know, and I'm literally building something that, you know, fixes some of the core issues with Cardano's incentivization, and also there's another thing that we're fixing too that's going to allow users to earn. I don't want to go into it so much, but, you know, earn more rewards on ADA. So we just, you know, to be honest with you, we want to show. You know, we obviously want to, you know, hype you guys up. We want you to be excited, but we don't want to say more than we're going to do. We want to release something and surprise you and then keep surprising you. You know, so that's why I'm being kind of, you know, hands off a little bit with what I say and not releasing too much information. But if you come to my talk at 2 p.m. today, there will be some more info on what we're working on and what we're doing. So, Fart said, "Hey, can I hit the vape?" Yeah, bro, it's all you, man. I guess that's pretty degenerate. You got me there. Yeah, got me in Austin, you know. So we've got another talk in about 6 minutes. It's looking good, ladies and gentlemen. We've got talks until 6 p.m. Colorado time tonight. I think it's like Mountain Time or something. It's like 2 hours ahead of Eastern. So how can I and SBO get involved with that? We actually have a forum, but just go ahead and DM me on Twitter, man. I can show you how you can get involved. So yeah, if there's any SBOs watching, you know, shoot me a DM. You know, we're going to be doing an ISO. We're going to be paying out ISO tokens to you know, operators that, you know, are small and large. You know, anyone's welcome. So yeah, if you want to be a part of the ISO, you know, just send me a message and I can show you where to apply. So we're going to be helping operators in a few different ways. You know, one with the ISO, so incentivizing delegation through the ISO, but that is just one little small piece. The thing that I've been talking about is not that simple. It's way more complicated and way more cool. Your enthusiasm is contagious. How could I not be enthusiastic, man? Like, the past couple days have been nuts. Like, imagine, I don't know, like, I've been in this community for so long that there's a lot of people that I've, like, garnered respect for. You know, there's a lot of people that I've learned from. And, you know, imagine, you know, you meet all these people, you build all of these relationships, you know, for years. I've been in Cardano for 5 years, and, you know, you host something where every single one of them comes, and every single one of them is happy about it, and everyone, you know, sees the value in this and sees that we need to increase the density of the relationships, you know, for networking to build the protocols of the future. You know, how can I not be ecstatic? You know, it's kind of unreal, to be honest with you. It kind of hasn't set in. I think when I, you know, take my trip into the mountains, I'm going to be like, wow, like that was a real thing. You know, now I'm kind of just running, you know, helping people when they need help and meeting everyone. But, you know, I was sitting there on the registration day before the event started, and, you know, helping people register, and you know, here comes Claymates, you know, here comes Sunday Swap, you know, here comes DC Spark. It's just, it was incredible. I've never experienced anything like this. You know, I'm young, so I haven't experienced much, but it's almost a little shocking, you know. 2 p.m. our time, so I think that would be 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we are 2 hours ahead. 3 hours ahead is West Coast. I know you're a busy man, but you mentioned in one of your recent videos you'll be releasing some updated how to get an SBO video documentation, any ETA on that. I'll give it a month. You know, we're finishing up with this. I'm going to have a lot more bandwidth when we're done, but yeah, I want to make a Stakepool operator guide, you know, by the community, for you guys. I haven't forgotten about that, trust me. How much of starting a Stakepool is marketing? I mean, starting a Stakepool, you know, there's zero marketing, but having a successful Stakepool, it's 90% marketing, you know. I mean, and it's evolved now. I mean, you can't just start a Stakepool and say, hey, look, you know, I'm a cool YouTuber, look what I do. You're not going to garner much delegation. You have to have 2 million ADA to even start minting blocks, right? So now the marketing game is, what protocol are you building? You know, what incentive are you providing to your delegates? So it's not even just marketing anymore. It's like, what are you going to build? What product are you going to build for your delegates, right? So I wouldn't even say it's 90% marketing anymore, but at the same time, like, a lot of these projects are, you know, it is just marketing. There's no working product. They just say they're going to build this, and they're paying out a token to, you know, get those funds to do that. So, is this stream going to keep continuing? Yes, we are streaming all the way till 6 p.m. tonight. So 6 p.m. Colorado time, so that would be 8 p.m. Eastern. So we've got a lot more streams, a lot more talks coming. It's going to be good. So the next talk's starting. I just want to say thank you guys if you're enjoying it. Make sure you like the video. We got a Charles podcast that I recorded coming yesterday soon, and you know, because all of my bandwidth has been focused on this, you know, I've been neglecting the channel more than I would like to. But you know, in this moment, it seems worth it. But I'm coming back. I'm going to be making videos all the time, and you know, putting all of this bandwidth into the channel, and you know, working on everything else. So I appreciate you guys as always. Peace out. Hope you have a good day. Hope you enjoy the stream. And if you're at Rare Bloom, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for supporting this event. It means the world to me. I won't forget this. It's pretty strange, but I won't forget it. So thank you guys. I really do appreciate it.
Witnessing her rise from doing small news segments during Epoch's End every 5 days on the dot, to building up her own Chinese-speaking Cardano community with the help of Catalyst and all of you, to hosting the spiciest, fiercest Twitter spaces that crypto has ever seen. There's not much this woman hasn't done. She's done ambassadorship for Cardano, CEF representative in governance, community building, and eradication of wafflers and shillers. So ladies and gentlemen, please give your warmest welcome to Bullish Dumpling.
Drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. And if a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean Dunn and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. I'm a nice dude with some nice
Good morning. How are you guys? Did you like the dumplings last night? Well, I'm glad. Thank you for coming to see me and Husky.
Welcome, Dumpling. So evidently, as I've already shown bumbling through your impressive track record, there's almost too many things to keep track of already. So in a few words, how would you describe what you've been up to and what you're doing?
So TLDR, I am a trust and community builder. That's the short of it.
What's a trust builder?
It's interesting because one of the people I admire the most is an American designer and great problem solver, Chris Do. He had introduced me to this model of trust building. It has 3 principles, and it applies to every industry. In order to sell your product and your services, you need people to trust you. And people will only trust you if they like you. And they will like you only if they know you. So it's a 3-step process and 3 principles. And I have been applying that to my work in the Cardano ecosystem.
That's interesting. Can you give some examples of how you've applied those principles in your work?
Right, so for the first example, let's take from the really high level, right? Knowing, liking, and trusting. I have built single-handedly a Chinese-speaking community for Cardano by heavily applying the knowing principle. So Cardano does not really have a strong presence in the Chinese-speaking part of the world. For a myriad of reasons, one of which is the lack of information and a lot of rumors going on in that particular sector. So I came in, created impartial, consistent informational content for them. And in time, when people get to know the real Cardano, a community starts to build. So that's adopting the principle of getting people to know you. Now, the second principle is getting people to like you. That's when I started the dumpling spaces, the Twitter spaces. Projects building on Cardano, they want people to like them because they have something to sell. They're building on something. And how do they get people to like them? There needs to be a conversation. That's why I built a platform for a civil yet spicy discourse, so people get to talk to the projects in a two-way dialogue. And you know what? People will like you if you give them the right answers, or actually the good answers, not the right answers, because good answers don't always have to be right. Now finally is the trusting principle. And I want to clarify here by saying trust is not a final destination. Trust is a process. I think many projects would think we'll do something, we gain the trust, and we can start selling. And I think that's a misconception. Trust is the start of a new cycle. Then you start again by getting more people to know you, by getting more people to like you. And you execute on the feedback that you got from the conversations. You improve on your offerings, on your communications, on your marketing. And you gain more trust, and this whole thing snowballs. And I adopt the final principle to my work in helping projects and development teams on Cardano by guiding them through the first two steps, and then gaining the trust and executing on the plan.
It sounds well and good, but I'm just a degenerate coffee cop. Can you dive into some of the details of how you've applied the principles? So getting people to know you, get to know the project you're working on. How exactly did you apply that when you engage with the problems with the Chinese-speaking community? Or maybe rather, what were the problems that you saw in regards to Cardano's presence in the Chinese-speaking community?
That was a really big problem back then because Cardano did not have a presence there. And I would say it's very small, and the existing presence was not a good one. We already know, even in the English-speaking side of Cardano, the media was not reporting it fairly. And it got even worse in the Chinese side, a lot of rumors and FUD going on. So I wanted to solve that by showing people the real Cardano. Cardano is out there, and here's the truth about Cardano. So I started by creating impartial and consistent Cardano content. Okay, you say Cardano is vaporware and ghost chain. I'm going to talk every week about the projects building on Cardano. And you think ADA has too much supply and then token burn, I'm going to present you with the facts. And you will notice over time, when you're consistent and you're impartial, people start to gather around you. They start to ask questions, talk to you. And these people will become micro-ambassadors for you. And that's how the Chinese community started to grow.
Why go the impartial way?
Because that's the only way to do it.
The only way?
Right, I guess you can argue, right? There are projects in other chains and other products using shilling, cherry picking, seeing whatever favors their project, and they can succeed. But when we're looking at success, I think we need to look at two scopes. Number one is the scale of their success, and number two is the longevity. And I would argue the longevity is more important. So take, for example, what happened with Luna and Celsius. Were they successful? Yes. Is it large scale? Also yes. But did it last? No. And I want the success for Cardano to be long-lasting. Also very important for me is my mission is not to sell Cardano. I believe in Cardano. I want people to know it for what it is, not for what I want people to believe what it is. And that's why I don't add my judgment. I don't try to regulate or manipulate what people think. And when projects try to sell, try to shill, they're having this the other way around. They're asking people to give them trust. They're asking, and taking, but they're not giving. So actually what you need to do is start from the top, getting it out there, knowing you exist, and then getting people to like you, and then is the trust, not the other way around.
All right, so on the path to that trust, you said the second principle moving towards that is getting people to like you, getting them to like your product and what you're working on. What are some of I mean, that sounds simple enough as a goal that you want to have, but how did you manage to help projects achieve that with your dumpling spaces and the dumpling dungeon on Twitter?
Right, so the challenge back then was that as a project, what kind of channels do you have? You can set up YouTube interviews with some influencers with predetermined questions and scripted answers, mostly what you want to say, mostly what you want people to hear. And that's one way of communication. And when people want to talk to you more, what do? They go to your Telegram, they go to your Discord. Fine, you can have a few back and forth. When they want in-depth conversation, what can they do? If they're lucky, they get to schedule a call with you. What about all the other guys who want to talk to you? What if they want to ask difficult questions, follow-up questions? There's just no channel for that. And that's why I created this space where I moderate the space for people to ask in-depth, difficult questions where the projects would benefit by getting constructive feedback and even criticism. Right? Some people might argue maybe it's in the project's best interest to be presented in a way that they sound very smart and have everything figured out. But I can tell you, and I think many of you have come to my Twitter spaces, you witness that's not the case. For instance, there are some projects with really big budget for marketing. They have gained a lot of followers in a very short amount of time. But when they come to my Twitter spaces, we ask them difficult questions, and they don't behave in a way that's genuine, that's organic. They lost part of the trust. On the contrary, there are some really small Cardano projects who have no hype, who have no marketing budget. They come to the space, they took some difficult questions, and even if they don't have the right answer, they give good answers. For example, we don't know. We're still figuring it out. Can the community help us in this way? And the result is these guys gain a lot more genuine followers. I get DMs all the time saying, that's a really good project, even though they're really small. And the projects get comments about, hey, can I help you guys in this way? So that works. This two-way conversation works in terms of getting people to like you. And this like is very different from the like that you got from paying hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars in marketing.
All right, so you put yourself out there to know them. You have a discourse to make them like you. How do you tie that with the crescendo, earning the trust of that community?
Right, so the two first principles are good, right? Getting it out there and getting people to like you. But you can't just stop there because that's where you actually start the real work. Then you would have gotten some feedback about your product, about your offering, about your communication style. That's where the real work starts. You need to improve on your offering and everything that you're doing according to the feedback that you got. And that's what I do in terms of helping the projects. I help them walk them through the first two steps, and when we come to the last, the trusting stage is actually where the new cycle starts. You take the feedback in, you start to do the work to improve, you communicate your improvements, you get more trust, you get more feedback, you get more community following. The whole thing just snowballs, and you become a trustworthy project. So I think the point I'm trying to make is trust is not a destination. Trust is a new beginning, and you need to repeat that cycle if you want to be ever growing. That's my observation of the successful projects.
It sounds simple enough in theory, but probably hard in practice. How are you finding the projects that you're helping going this way? Do they find that they're struggling with it, or is it like a Columbus task? As soon as you just tell them America is west, you just got to sail until you hit the coast and it's smooth sailing?
Principles are always easy. It's the application and the nuance and the difficult times that you're powering through, right? Everybody knows smoking is bad for you, but people still smoke. Everybody knows to build trust, you need to be asked difficult questions, do improvements. But it's the implementation that's difficult. And that's where I come in. You know, I'm very spicy. I don't bullshit you. I don't waffle. And I just set the course straight. And I'm always there to help. I think having that kind of mindset, the grit, is very important.
I think that makes perfect sense. Well, thank you for coming and sharing your recipe for success. I hope you're taking notes out there. I do have another question, if you don't mind me changing the topic a little bit. I remember reading a couple months ago that you're speaking on a panel in, I believe it was Westminster, London, with representatives from Vodafone, HSBC, United Nations. That sounds very interesting. Can you tell all of us, what was that about?
Yes, I was really honored and happy to join the panel of those bigwigs to talk about blockchain fundamentals and how different entities and institutions can use blockchain to their own benefit. I came in as one of the only representatives from the actual crypto community. So you can imagine it's really interesting. It's a different type of language that I would have to use listening and talking to these people.
Was there any spicy takeaways from speaking with the big dogs?
This is going to upset a lot of people here and in Cardano. My biggest takeaway is those bigwigs, they don't know, and they don't care about Cardano, most of them. That's what I learned. That's the state of the matter currently.
Why do you think that is? What did they tell you?
I mean, you can deduce, right? How can someone care about you if they don't know about you? They don't know about what you can do for them. And I think that's the challenge we're having in the Cardano ecosystem as a whole. And I was actually talking to Patrick Tobler yesterday. He's one of the people I respect the most in the Cardano ecosystem, not only because of the things he has built, but the mindset he has. We see eye to eye on this principle. For example, many Cardano projects, they are competing against each other for that existing small slice of the pie. But what we really need to do to succeed is to together cook a bigger piece of the pie. And that's what he is doing, being onboarded to Microsoft and getting other big companies, Web2 companies or real life companies on board to Cardano. And that's my vision. That's where I want to do next. I have implemented this model of onboarding people, getting them to trust within the Cardano community and the Chinese community. Now I want to adopt this to a larger scale to help Cardano together build a bigger piece of the pie by bringing these big wigs, these companies who don't know Cardano exists. So I'm going to use the same model, impartially talk about what Cardano can do, getting them to know we exist, and then getting them to like us by allowing them to ask us difficult questions, having this two-way dialogue instead of trying to sell anything from Cardano, and finally gaining some trust. That's my vision in the long term. And that's why I'm going to these events and getting interviewed by those magazines, publications that are targeted at the institutional level with real companies, Web2 companies.
Wow. Well, that certainly sounds like an enormous challenge to take on. But I think if anybody can do that, you're definitely my top contender for it.
Thank you.
Is there anything that any of us can do to help you making this bigger pie for Cardano?
Yes. So just like how you helped me by voting for me in Project Catalyst and by getting the dumplings last night in the catering, I needed help from Cardano projects. The projects that are solving real-world problems for our potential Web2 onboarded guests to the Cardano ecosystem. So if you're building that kind of products, you have some great ideas, come talk to me. And let's build Cardano. Let's make a bigger piece of the pie together.
I think that's a good place to end the speech on. Thank you so much for coming, Dumpling.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I think we got rocked by Husky. He promised to come on stage and take picture, but it's very on brand. Have you seen his booth? It's really flimsy. I actually helped him by telling him, don't get a high quality booth, you're Husky, get it from Alibaba, and he did. So if it claps later, let's take pictures, because that would be on brand for Husky. Successfully rugged. Thank you, Lead Time. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.
So we're going to have another little short pause here for a minute. We've got about 12 minutes until the next speaker, but I've got to run and do some stuff, so I can't do a little AMA. I apologize. So if you guys want to take a little break, I appreciate it if you'd stay. We've got shows until 6 tonight, so that means we've got about another 6.5 hours. So hope you guys stay. I'll be back. I'm going to switch back to the stage here, but I just want to say 12 minutes of a little downtime here. I apologize.
Hello. All right. Well, as we get set up here, I just want to welcome everybody to the main stage. We're about to have a great session. Our speakers are going to get comfortable here. My name is Alonzo, or as they know me on Twitter, Epoch Pool. I'm hoping everybody is having a good morning today and is ready to talk to January Walker, Tony Rose, and Eric Coley. And we have a moderator, Pete, with lots of places. I'll let you intro yourself in a minute. But there's a great show here prepared for you, and there's a lot of sessions throughout the day. We're also having a 1:30 session with Jeremy Pfister in the Cottonwood for those who want to discuss. So please connect on the other opportunities, and I'm going to leave you in good hands. Thank you, Pete.
All right, so we have an exciting panel here, and we're going to talk about financial compliance in the blockchain industry. This is something that we do need to look out for, even though many people are trying to fight compliance and regulations. We may not like it, but it is inevitable. We have three fantastic panelists here. We have Tony Rose, Head of Product and Product ID. We have January Walker, US Congress candidate for Utah District 4, and it's quite a long title. And Eric Coley, the CEO of Indigo and founder, as well as the founder and chair of the Cardano DeFi Alliance as well. Quite a title. So let's get a little bit of an introduction from our panelists first so we know who we're talking to. So Tony, could you just give us a little explanation of how you're involved in the space?
Thank you, Pete. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me on this panel. I've been involved in the blockchain industry for about 6 years. 4 of those have been part-time working on advocacy and legislation. So working in Wyoming, working in California. I never thought I'd get involved in advocacy and legislation until the crypto industry started booming, and rather than get involved in sketchy ICOs, I wondered what else I could do to help progress the industry forward. So started getting involved in policy and advocacy, and here to share some of those experiences, but also encourage others to also get involved.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I certainly appreciate the Cardano community showing such support. Whenever I hear Tony Rose speak around self-sovereign identity, I just get so excited because that is actually my passion and my stake within Web3. In the private sector, I work in KYC, document verification, essentially people being able to prove that they are a real individual and that we are interacting with them. And then I've been pioneering self-sovereign identity adoption within the private sector as well.
Cool. Yeah, this is on. All right, great. Yeah, so I've been in tech for 15 years. Actually kicked off my career here in this town, in Denver. So this is pretty cool for me to be here. It was in 2021, early 21, was really deciding where I wanted to go with my career, and decided to kind of embrace this new entrepreneurial opportunity on Cardano, being that it's so new. It's a great opportunity for developers and kind of bringing new, complex dApps to market, and launched Indigo Labs. We've grown a wonderful team. We're 12 people now, developing Indigo Protocol. It was through that experience, really, that led me to realize that we needed a consortium of developers to kind of collective minds, power in numbers kind of concept to really put together a unified front and how we go about developing on Cardano. And that's where the Cardano DeFi Alliance came from.
And you have great colors as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Purple.
I see you're representing the Indigo brand here.
We rep each other, apparently.
Cool, yeah. And February here is also Indigo.
Brilliant. So in regards to the regulation space, there's a lot happening at the moment, but what do we actually need to be looking out for at the moment, and what should we be wary of or working with?
Well, I think Charles gives a lot of good updates and represents the industry quite well on the federal level, which is not an area that I participate in much. It's far complicated at the federal level. I've experienced at the state level. In California, this is the time of year where the California Blockchain Advocacy Coalition, where I participate in advocacy, we start wondering about and talking about what is our strategy for next year. In California, the legislative cycle starts in January and then goes, the governor will start signing bills that make it all the way in August, September. And so now we're thinking about, what do we want to do next year? This year was all about, we had 2 tracks. One was an identity track and another was a crypto track. On the identity side, we got the bill passed, which makes vital records, so birth certificates, death certificates, and marriage certificates authorized to be issued as verifiable credentials in the state of California. And we also got the stablecoin bill vetoed in California. So we were the only industry body that actively advocated to oppose that bill. And a lot of the conversation had to do with, are you going to be here next year when we talk about how to make this a better bill, a better regulatory framework for California for crypto? And so there's actually quite a good opportunity in California to influence, educate lawmakers on the kinds of ways that innovations in decentralized identity and decentralized finance can impact real people in the real world in California. And California kind of sets the pace in some ways with legislation. So.
Yeah, I really like what you said about that, because the stuff that California has done has been absolutely phenomenal. They are certainly leading the charge amongst other states. And it's something that I kind of wanted to touch on just a little bit more that could be helpful. I think that we should explain what an identity wallet is and how all of those items that you just mentioned fits into that wallet, maybe for some of our viewers that don't know. Okay. Do you want me to do that, or do you want me to?
Go for it.
Okay. All right, perfect. I'm so excited to talk about this. So with self-sovereign identity or blockchain identity, decentralized identity, let's take a step back. Today, when you have your information, you have a card that has that info on it, and you take that card and you proof your identity. But in the future, you're going to be able to open up an app on your phone or a decentralized application on your phone, and it will store all of that information in there. So when you get your marriage certificate, like in Utah they did this as well, where they issued you your marriage certificate and you'll be able to put it inside of that wallet. Or birth certificate, same thing. Your driver's license, you'll be able to put it in there. Your passport, your education credentials. There's so many applications. Anything that's really identity, you can take and put in this identity wallet, and you can take with you. And what's really amazing about this is it helps on a lot of fronts, and in just saying, yes, this is real, because it's immutable at that point, it essentially paves the path for what they call zero proof knowledge, where you don't have to go the extra step to prove that this person was a real individual and that you were interacting with them.
It's really about native digital identity. I'm sure all of us have been through some form of a KYC process where you take a photo of your driver's license, you take a selfie, and then someone deems you to be an actual human, and the human that you claim to be with these native digital credentials, imagine a birth certificate that's issued to you, it's secure in your wallet, and so when you present that birth certificate, the person on the other end of that connection knows you are that person that you claim to be, and it's all a native digital experience. You can think about how we transitioned to Apple Pay and Android Pay in 2014, 2015. Prior to that point in time, you had to use physical cards and swipe them, and then with the onboard into the Apple Wallet, you could have a native digital experience of payment, where you tap your phone and things happen instantly. So similar kinds of experiences are unlocked with native digital experiences, where you tap your phone and you can not only make a payment but prove something about who you are, your credit score, these kinds of things.
Yeah, and I would say that it's these solutions and integrating them with DeFi, right? Because if you look at DeFi, that is a clear target for regulators. They're looking at anything that lives under the DeFi hood, stable coins, lending, borrowing, synthetics such as Indigo. Integrating these KYC capabilities in the DeFi dApps is the next step towards regulatory compliance. So I think that developing these kinds of solutions and embracing them in the DeFi ecosystem is really important. So I think Tony has said it before, 2023 was a pivotal year, critical year from a call to action perspective to really put people together and embrace the KYC, the different DID solutions, if you want to call it DID or DID, there's a debate about that. So yeah, I think it's important though to really kind of turn the corner in how we look at DeFi and embracing these kinds of KYC things, because we all do it in the real world now. So.
I'd love to dig in a little bit more about the regulation on the DeFi side of things, because I think a lot of us are interested in DeFi in general and how that regulation is going to impact DeFi. We think, is it possible? Will it work? But Tony, you also mentioned a little bit earlier about vetoing that stablecoin bill. Now, I don't know much about that. Could you explain to the audience a little bit about what that bill was and why you guys worked on vetoing it?
Sure. So President Biden issued an executive order around crypto. I think it was May or June. Very shortly thereafter, within a week, Governor Newsom also did a similar executive order on crypto. The response from the legislature was to very quickly draft up this regulatory framework for crypto assets, stable coins, money transmitters, and sort of trying to encompass the whole of the DeFi industry under a regulatory framework. And there were a lot of issues with just over-regulating something that hadn't really quite reached maturity. Also, this was sort of a knee-jerk reaction in response to the Terra Luna stuff. It was around the same time frame. So the timing, you know, with the macro industry events, with those incidents, along with the executive order, led to really just a bill that was crafted in a hurry. And that was our whole thing in the many conversations we had with lawmakers in California, that yes, we want a clear regulatory framework, and we want to help you do this in a way that supports growth in the industry and avoids a lot of the innovation leaving not only California but the US. And so we ended up engaging in a lot of very productive conversations. And my experience working with lawmakers and regulators is they're very hungry to speak to experts, people with real businesses, no matter how big or small, about how they see this technology impacting and benefiting citizens. And so in California, we talk a lot about, just to touch on the DeFi, how do you use these innovations to bring the overall cost of providing financial services to real people? So, the narrative around the underbanked populations, and how do the current regulatory regimes around KYC, AML create very expensive and burdensome procedures that mean it's really infeasible to bank these populations just because the cost of providing services is too high. And so, that's sort of where we have this needle we can thread in California around, dropping some of the liability, the indemnification types of things that happen when you, as a financial institution that does the initial onboarding, you're not really able to allow that to be portable, more because of liability than technology. And so those are the kinds of areas where I think regulated DeFi or banking the underbanked can become real. Is sort of understanding how do these frameworks make it impossible to offer services at a cost that's profitable for a financial services institution, and how can we use these innovations to maybe in certain cases make it less burdensome to provide services.
And I want to put a little bit of emphasis on the cost burden of not having the, I want to say, best identity solutions available. And what this looks like is, we'll just start with the fraud aspect. So from a fraud aspect, there was over $100 billion in fraud in the year 2020, just because we were trying to transition into this digital age. And that was a high cost for us. That was a high cost for these banking companies. And it's pretty common for just one financial institution to spend over $100 million in their identity space working with these brokerage companies. And it's a huge industry. But I also know that in terms of these identity solutions, it's said to be easily over $100 billion industry by 24 alone. So, and that's cutting into the profits of these data broker companies.
That's really part of the huge challenge in the transition from Web 2 to Web 3 is a lot of the established businesses that do KYC, we refer to them as IDVs, or identity verification providers. their business model is to onboard everyone multiple times. Every time you open an account with a financial service, you go through like yet another onboard flow. And so they're resistant just because their business model gets disrupted. So part of the reason we took a lot of inspiration from Eric and his, the way he formed the DeFi Alliance, and we formed, or are in the process of forming the Cardano SSI Alliance, because it's truly the convergence of identity and crypto where you get the ability to do this next generation Web3 kinds of things. And they have to come together, and we have to educate lawmakers that it's both. It's not identity over here with birth certificates and crypto over here with DeFi. It's how these together lower the cost of providing financial services. So there's liability issues, but there's also industry issues where Web 2 business models are disrupted, and that's where bodies like the DeFi Alliance and the SSI Alliance, we work sort of bottom up. How do we ensure the transition to Web 3? Companies that might be disrupted are at the table talking about how they transition, as well as the regulatory side. So there's a few different work streams involved in getting to the reality of banking the underbanked or unbanked.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the alliance concept kind of spreading, especially in the Cardano ecosystem. I know we have an NFT guild, DAO Alliance, SSI Alliance, CDA, but it needs to go broader than that. We need to go outside of just the Cardano ecosystem and start working cross-chain with other ecosystems, other alliances, other associations to build a more collective voice, I think. I think the space in general is underrepresented in that regard. You have huge lobbying elements and stuff that are involved in other industry, and ultimately, if we can start putting more collective voices together to create one, I think we're going to get a lot further. So just hearing that this alliance concept is spreading is a start, but it's certainly not the end. So back to 2023, I'd like to see a lot of action there. So however the CDA can work with the SSI Alliance, we're absolutely open to that.
How do we make that happen? How can we make that more?
Yeah, someone has to take action, right?
Yeah.
So, that's the first thing we did with the CDA. It was a clear need to put people together, start working together, collaborating. So just reaching out to the different founders at the different dApp developer level, just putting them together, saying, hey, listen, we can achieve more together. So it's not hard to reach out to somebody. There's a contact for different associations, right? Different alliances have contacts. Just really need somebody to take charge and start putting wheels in motion.
There's one important thing everyone can do: show up. Right. So I had heard in 2017 that Caitlin Long and Tyler Lindholm were doing some lawmaking in Wyoming, trying to create a friendly environment for crypto kinds of experimentation. In that era, the challenge the crypto industry was trying to face was, how do you get a broad distribution of a token so that you can start to experiment with things like decentralized proof of stake or delegated proof of stake. Cardano has now sort of proven you can do it, and getting tokens distributed broadly was a very hard problem. And so that was sort of why I ended up getting on a plane and flying to Wyoming and just, they're like, who are you? I'm like, well, I'm from California, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm here to support you. And one person can absolutely make a difference. There's a void of industry voices. The California Blockchain Advocacy Coalition, there's a handful of people, I'm one of two that are actually in product and understand the technology. We have plenty of lawyers from Cello and Block and other big firms, but we don't have really voices from the builder community that can help lawmakers understand how fast this space is moving. So I would encourage everyone, if they think they want to be involved, it's as easy as just showing up to some of the calls.
I want to bring something up that I think flows very well within the points that both of you made, and we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and that is working together, not working against each other. Instead of saying, no, we were here first, you can't move into this space, saying, wow, it's really nice to have more voices that are advocating for the same things that I'm advocating for. And I think that will help with mass adoption as well if we're not putting each other down. And then at some point, I would really love to talk about DeFi and how early adopters, I think, are going to shape the industry and be the ones that come out with a win. So whenever we get to that, I'm very enthusiastic.
Please start. Well,
Okay.
I do want to get into the DeFi side of things and the regulations around it and what's forming at the moment. So please.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some examples of what has been proposed. It's still probably a couple years away from being, enforced, but looking at it, studying it, and understanding kind of where the sandbox is that we can play in. But we talk about mass adoption. Mass adoption is not going to happen without the right technologies that will, such as DID solutions and KYC. Without it, we look at an industry that perhaps has already peaked. I don't know any of my colleagues next door, certainly not Indigo, that are developing to have our, protocols wither away in the face of regulation. So it's something that we're looking to adopt, but we have to have, very educated, knowledgeable legal counsel to keep us abreast of what's going on, and so that we can maintain, an activity with developing and ensuring that we're building things that will eventually be able to be compliant, right, and not step over any boundaries. But from a DeFi perspective, yeah, I mean, I think DeFi is what really spurred a lot of the market cap that we saw in this last cycle. And that, I think, will be a continued trend, but we need, to understand really regulations more and what's to come, so,
Yeah, so when it comes to regulations and what I see coming forward, especially within identity, I do see regulators coming in saying you need to perform KYC or AML or these document verifications on your customers. And I know that there's a lot of resistance within this space because everybody says, well, this was built on being decentralized and the government shouldn't be in it. But the reality is we live in a world. We live in communities, and going rogue just isn't in our future, and there's no way that any government in the world would stand for that. And so the question is what boundaries can we put in that will make us feel more confident? So in my personal opinion, the current KYC AML industry has grossly overstepped in individuals' personal privacy. They have every last piece of information about you, whether it's your dog, your personal preferences, how many people, how many devices in your home, what your house is like, if you have smart devices, what your preferences are to watch, or they track everything. And from a legislation standpoint, if I have anything to say about it, I'm going to advocate for putting in privacy laws that return control of identity, saying, hey, you have to give all this information back to the people that it actually belongs to, because we never should have been put into, we never should have been the product in the first place, right? People are not products. And the other side of this is what does that mean for DeFi? What does that mean for you? Because in the financial sector, you have these data brokers that are working with these large-scale companies, and they're paying them tens of millions of dollars to do proofings. I mean, I think one identity proofing is like $2 on one individual. So if you calculate that out by how many people that go through and open up these accounts, or maybe they have to do a password reset or something, like each time you have one of those interactions, their goal is to eliminate fraud and essentially say, yes, this is the person that should be interacted with. So in what I'm seeing with self-sovereign identity and your identity wallets and being able to take this information with you, it's like pennies to perform identity proofing. So really, from a business aspect, it's very smart as well, because you will be able to save a significant amount of money. You'll be able to say, yes, I'm getting this information that was shared directly with this person. It's verified, so it's a verified credential. And the companies that adopt this technology early are the ones that are going to win and come out on top. And this is also able to be integrated into your crypto wallet, since we mentioned that. So you can have your identity wallets integrated into your crypto wallets and have that level of proof from there. So there's a huge future here, and we have to start accepting how we want our identity to show up. And in my opinion, decentralized IDs is the best way to do that.
If we look back 3 or 4 years, there was a lot of debate over whether decentralized exchanges would even be possible, right? Is the technology even doable? Similarly, the industry wasn't sure whether or not over-collateralized stablecoins would be resilient to market downturns. And we see that they can be, we see that DEXs are a thing. Going back to the DeFi Alliance, Ethereum has been a wonderful science lab to see like what is possible with smart contracts on layer 1 blockchains. At the same time, the SSI world has been also developing from white papers and concepts to real world application and real world proof that this stuff does work. And this year, 2022, has been about the convergence of the technology. And so there's been a lot of growing interest in how SSI can solve these identity problems, protect privacy, a lot of growing awareness in legislative bodies, and a lot of new layer 1s like Cardano where this technology can be scalable. And so the opportunity now with regulators in 2023 is to show them this works versus talking about it. And that's really, I think, a sea change for the industry, is showing rather than talking and telling, that we'll be able to do now because Generation 3 SSI platforms like Atala Prism are starting to become available at a production scale, at a scalable manner, as well as DeFi applications. And so putting this together, I think finding friendly regulatory, whether sandboxes or jurisdictions, to just put them into the real world and show people it working, I think is probably the fastest way to get to a place where we can have the mass adoption start because we're showing it working, we're showing it working in a regulated way, and then we can have to see other jurisdictions starting to become more friendly.
I want to touch on something that you just said though a moment ago. You mentioned that there's an opportunity to be like setting an example for DeFi and then regulators. So the first that will embrace these new things, these new ways, certainly in the DeFi sector. You talk about that example, that opportunity to really work alongside the regulators, because ultimately what you said earlier, Tony, is they're hungry for what? Education, right? They don't understand the technology. So if you're the first to market with something that is in line with what they're kind of requiring from a compliance perspective, that gives you the opportunity to then work with them further and be that first example, that poster child, if you will, of how things should be, setting that new standard for the industry. So I think that's a fascinating opportunity.
I'd love to get into a battle between Utah and California. Who can create the more friendly sandbox for regulated DeFi?
I think what's amazing about that challenge is that Utah is called Silicon Slopes and California is called Silicon Valley. So I feel like if Utah heard that challenge, they would rise to meet it. So I think that would be a fascinating opportunity.
Consider the challenge presented then.
They don't even know that this is happening, and then they'll be like, where did this even start? And then somehow they'll come back to Rare Bloom and say, oh, that's where it started.
Right. So in terms of the DeFi space and actually having KYC rolled out, why is there resistance behind having DeFi regulated? Like, is it misconceptions? Is it education that's required? And what would the space look like? What the pros and cons of being KYC'd? Will the industry look bigger than what it is at the moment, or will it remain the same?
Well, I think January touched on it earlier. DeFi has, historically been this anon kind of space, right? So you can interact with DeFi protocols, skirt tax reporting in some way or something. So I think those ways are going away, so as to allow for the big institutional money that has not come in yet. That absolutely needs to be the future for DeFi, or else, again, as I said earlier, it's peaked. We're about to hit our mass peak scale, and that's not, again, what anybody are in this for, none of us that are building. So, I think it's, so to your point earlier, I think
it's a little of a red herring to say that the industry is anti-KYC. I think there has been this narrative, this libertarian narrative in Bitcoin and other communities. Most of the projects and founders that I interact with, they're happy to comply with regulation. The question is, what is it? Is there a clear regulatory framework? And there isn't. And that's really one of the key things we talk to lawmakers about, is we just want to know what the rules are. And we want them to be clear and the same across multiple jurisdictions. One of the members of the Blockchain Advocacy Coalition is Bitcoin ATM. They've had to get a money transmitter license across every state, like massively expensive. And so, kind of to the point as well, the technology for Web3 native identity and KYC is only now becoming available. So if you're a small startup doing DeFi innovation, you probably aren't massively funded, and Web 2 models of KYC don't scale financially. And so I think there's a little bit of misconception that the industry is not open to it. It's that we don't have really clear regulatory guidance, and the Web 3 native identity tools are only now becoming available.
Yes, to both of what you both just said, and I would like to really emphasize that the legislation today is not clear. You have these large companies, Web 2 companies, that are trying to bridge that gap between Web 2 and Web 3, and they go through and they work with lawmakers, and it's like, okay, we're compliant, we both agreed to this, this was very, very clear, and then a couple months later, it comes out where they're being attacked and they're like, you're out of compliance. And it's like, what do you mean? You made these laws, you gave us this permission. And so adding that level of clarity is going to be absolutely crucial. And then I also agree that the way that we do identity today will not scale in the future. It barely scales today.
As well, when you have lawmakers looking for how to work this transition into Web 3, create friendly environments, they gather stakeholders around the table. And January refers to the Web 2 IDV providers. They have incentive to move into this world, but probably not as fast as we do, right? They have to figure out how their business models that are per KYC transition into a portable model. And so they're not incentivized to move quickly like we are. And so it's really important that we're at the table, at those conversations saying, that's great Web 2 world that you can't move as fast as we can. It's the consumer that suffers. And so the lawmakers need to have that perspective in mind. And if we're not at the table having those conversations, then it's not heard and things move slower than we'd like them to.
So I'm really curious, and I hope it's okay that I'm stealing your moderator mojo here.
Have fun.
Okay, perfect. So I'm really curious, what kind of timeline do you guys think that this would need to be put on? So is this 5 years in the future? I think it's way faster than that.
I think in California, I think if the industry were really to get behind this idea of a friendly environment for regulated DeFi for underbanked populations, we could get something done next year. And we could be demonstrating how immigrant populations or youth populations or and the beautiful thing about identity with crypto is it's not just about a better savings account or access to a DEX so I can trade synthetic assets. You then start to get your native birth certificate. You then there's like all these other things we can talk about that Web3 offers individuals beyond better financial services. And this is why it will accelerate, because once they see, oh, it's like with native birth certificates and a portable KYC for some kinds of financial services offered by innovators like the DeFi Alliance and Indigo, I could see that moving very quickly in California, and then we have a place where we can just prove it in reality versus talking about it.
I think that's awesome. And then what about for you?
Yeah, I would say next year, immediately, really. The solutions are there. We have, we're building on Cardano. So there's native Cardano solutions that we can embrace. They exist already, integrating them wherever capable, putting dev teams together to allow that integration to happen, ideate those things. But from a DeFi perspective, just in general for the space, that regulatory landscape that's somewhat unclear, we have an idea it's going to be some KYC element. So if those solutions exist right now that are being built, we need to work towards integrating them somehow, whether it's at the wallet level, at the protocol level. Working towards integrating them as soon as possible is the best step forward.
I like that you both were in agreement, because I was thinking the same thing, which is we probably need to have some kind of solution in place by the end of next year. And when we talk about solutions in place, it's from the company aspect. Are you able to start accepting self-sovereign identity wallets or zero-proof knowledge in your business? Same thing with on the legislature side. Have we created that framework of trust that allows the different groups, whether it be the driver's license division or the administration that does passports, have we created a path for them to start adopting this technology and putting that information on decentralized IDs?
I'm also interested in what this technology will look like for users, because getting my mother to sign up for a crypto wallet and managing her seed phrase, I can never see her doing that. And and then she'll be calling me up every weekend to sort out her driver's license or whatever it is. So what are these solutions actually going to look like, and how are we going to onboard all these users to use their digital identities, sovereign identities, to actually integrate into the DeFi ecosystem or just regular identity in general?
You raised two different topics. One is my mom doesn't like mnemonics. When was the last time your mom had to go open a bank account?
Yeah.
I mean, how much pain is involved in finding all the documents, all these kinds of things, and opening a bank account? I think there's an argument to me that writing down 24 words and putting it somewhere safe is less friction than going and opening a bank account. There are custodial solutions. We can trust people with our seed phrase, and that is also another way to address it. There's multi-party computation, and the innovations around this question of mnemonics, which I think will get to a place where people see the value of self-custody and recognize that writing down 24 words isn't actually that hard.
She will lose it, I guarantee you.
I will lose it.
Yes.
Then the other thing is, beyond the onboarding of the mnemonic versus custodial and non-custodial, and there's a number of UX solutions there. Once you're in a Web3 native context, it should just be as easy as Apple Pay, right? You should be able to click connect to a DeFi app or a DAO or an NFT marketplace and just like transact like you would with an Apple Pay in-app transaction or a tap and pay transaction. It should be just as easy as that. You shouldn't really know you're dealing with Web3 technology. It should just reduce friction, increase access, and give you more things to do with your financial assets and identity credentials.
Yeah, so I want to take this even beyond what you just said, because I loved all of it. And when we start to look at the user experience, so we had a conversation around this last night saying that we have to have a user experience that feels similar to what we experience today. So this means that we can't have like huge layers of complexity that's convoluted and, okay, how do I do this, and what do I have to sign up for, and okay, I have to download what app and then connect into this. Like, what does that even mean with most of these individuals? Instead, in the future, and this is a few years out, right, for this level, but in the future, you'll just be able to use your digital essence. So it will recognize, it's like, oh, hello, January. I mean, it probably won't talk to you, but it'll recognize you, and it will unlock your identity wallet. And then from there, you'll have, say you are trying to open up a DeFi account, with a click of a button, you'll just be able to proof your identity, and you'll receive that, and then it's like, your identity has been proofed. Congratulations, here's your bank account. And that is going to be huge, and this can be used in so many contexts. Maybe I'll save this for a different stage or a different space, but it can be used in so many contexts beyond just the financial sector. And I think that that's really crucial and important to recognize. Like, if you were to sign up for a social media app, you could do the same thing. Click of a button, you proof your information, and you don't have to share all of that PII or personally identifiable information out on you anymore.
I don't think we need social media apps in Web3.
And yet they exist.
Well, Web3 is not here yet. What is a social media app? I sort of think of them as a place where they keep track of my list of friends for me. And they let me chat and share pictures. Why do I need a centralized service to do that for me when I can connect with a DID? I can keep track of my friends myself. Thank you very much.
With the DID?
Yeah, so an identity wallet has DID pairs for each of your connections. The more I learn about how Web3 can be realized through actually trying to make things work, the more it's becoming clear to me that the true value of Web3 to a user is, in the digital world, things will just work more like they do in the physical world. Where you can have an NFT that's a book, and you actually own that book. You can resell that book just like you could a physical book. Today's ebooks you don't own, you can't resell, you can't gift. So the experience of a book in Web3 is like an experience of a book in the real world. the experience of your identity in Web3 is more like the experience of your identity in the real world. When I see my friend Niall here walking down the street and he comes up to me, the first thing I say is, hey, what's your username and password? That's not, we look at each other, we recognize each other, and then we, sort of catch up. Oh, like I changed jobs and I'll tell him about my job, right? So with Web3 identity, we connect and I can let him know about my new job or these kinds of things in digital context, right? So really it's about the digital context being more like the physical context.
I feel like you gave me something to mentally munch on there, which is kind of rare. So thank you for that. Maybe that's why they call it rare bloom.
Yeah, I think from a user simplification standpoint, it's going to take time. It's probably, we're talking about the genesis of these integrations. It's going to be clunky, I'm sure, at first, but eventually, bright minds, developers will build out the solutions to make the user experience more simplified, click versus entering passphrases and things of that nature, right? But it's going to just caution people from an expectation standpoint. It's probably not going to look like that at the first stage of these integrations.
Okay. I'm still trying to teach my mother how to use her iPhone. So she's at that point. So, but if
Mom's not ready for DeFi, so just hip her to some NFTs or something first and get her interacting with those, and you're probably good.
I'm having something similar with my mother. I sent her an Apple TV. It was like all set up. All she had to do was plug it in, and it just sat there for like a year. And then once we actually connected it in, it was a whole experience. We went through some teaching moments.
Web 0, Web 1, and Web 2 have all failed our moms. Why is that the bar we're setting for ourselves at Web 3?
Well, it's an idea of mass adoption, right? We need as many people as onboarded as possible.
I agree. I think that we should have a higher tier as we go and identify these solutions and how we want this to look in the future. So I do agree with what you're saying there.
I don't know. If we sort of look at the early adopters of Web 2, Web 3, Web 1, Web 2, it wasn't our moms. It was us, right? I was in college. I got a computer. I got an email account. My mom didn't get an email account for like 10 years after I had one. Web 3, we're looking at education. So for example, in Ethiopia, we're putting 1 million students on Web 3 with DIDs and credentials. What can we do with them? Why are we worried about our mom when we have 1 million students in Ethiopia that can interact with crypto, with their identities? We have students all over the world that are much more likely candidates for mass adoption than our parents.
So I have an opinion on this. And the reason that I think we should be looking at those that are not the most technically among us is because I would like applications, so you know that I champion the ability to do blockchain voting, so the ability to vote from anywhere in the world and have that vote be cast on blockchain. But one of the big questions that people always have is, how do you prove that that's a real person and is it secure? And for me, that requires mass adoption. So I guess that's why I champion it. Like, yes, everything that you've done is incredible and amazing, but how do we not leave the rest of our communities behind?
Very hard problem, the digital divide. And making that our problem to own, I think we shouldn't do that. We had a lot of thinking that went into this around the pandemic. I worked on the COVID Credentials Initiative, worked with MIT on paper credentials. It's a similar problem, voting, whether everyone has access to vote, does everyone have access to the vaccine, or does everyone have access to mobility, in a pandemic with a lockdown. These digital divide problems and how people that don't have access or aren't natively digital can access digital technology, they're very hard problems. And I think it's definitely an ambition we should have, but to put that as like the thing we're concerned about as like a prime, level 1 concern, they're just, I'm just saying they're very hard problems.
Yeah.
And we can make a lot of progress with adoption in other ways as well.
Can I make one more quick point? So one other reason to advocate for not leaving people behind is because we want this space to grow. And right now it has enough convolution to it and confusion to it that we're not seeing enough people begin to adopt in the way that we would want to. And the more people that adopt this space, the more trust that gets built, and the faster we can move away from these aged models.
Absolutely. And if we're unable to get students comfortable using the technology, we'll never get our moms.
So maybe a tier 2 solution, like maybe not the tier 1, looking at the students, maybe tier 2, look at our parents and everything else after it. But I would love to see the user experience be so easy that anyone could just adopt it. We saw during the pandemic QR codes being learned how to use a QR code. My mum worked it out, and they become mass adoption. You know how to order your meal with a QR code menu for it. So that's a very common thing now.
As well, the transition in China from physical money payments to digital money payments, that took, I think it was around a year. It went from like almost 0 to like greater than 80%. So we have examples of, and I think QR codes are a fantastic example of a modal of the technology that is more easy for the average person to use. And I think we'll see in 2023, just a plug for Atala Prism, our pioneer program, we have one track that is for UX designers, and we'll be announcing that, making that available in the next couple of weeks. So we do need to bring more UX designers into the space, absolutely, because whether it's physical to digital, paper versions, low-end handsets, a low device connectivity context like we're doing with World Mobile in Tanzania, there's UX problems up and down the digital divide to the fully digital that need to be worked on. I think we're getting to a point with the technology where we've solved the scalability issues. We're starting to see that the scalability won't be the problem to tackle with Cardano and UTXOs and all this stuff. So now, and also the SSI stuff is getting more mature and scalable. So now we actually have the technology that works at scale. So now we can start thinking about, where are those UX challenges?
So you talked about the scalability. It's the simplification of the process that needs to come next, right? So the no mom left behind idea we're talking about here, that only happens with the simplified process. Until then, that mass adoption is probably going to be difficult to reach.
Okay. Now we're almost at our time for this session. Now I'd love to learn and get everyone educated on where they can find out more information about what regulations are in place. Where can they actually get involved? I know you said you can contact all the different alliances and guilds, but where's one place really to go? How do we actually reach regulators as well and work with lawmakers?
So in California, it's blockchainadvocacy.org. And actually, January, maybe you can talk about because I know that the California Blockchain Board, so Ali Medina and Jamie Miner have been working with a state-by-state coalition. Haven't been as involved in that, but I think there can be a lot accomplished at a state level that can set examples for, federal level, at least like have that communication at the federal level and the states. So maybe share with us what.
Yeah, I mean, I just recently got connected in with this group, and my role is really to be a state lead and find an additional person to join that journey with me, but state by state to have multiple, at minimum 2, but multiple individuals helping talk about this legislation, champion solutions, propose legislation, advocate for groups, advocate for you every day, be connected and talking to the people, and I think that's a really natural transition. In terms of websites to go to, I think the one that you described right there is a good one. I am working on putting one together. Of course, it's not live, but that has information about self-sovereign identity, why it's important, how it can connect into all of these different solutions within government, so that when I go and talk with these legislatures more over the next few years, I can point them to those materials and say, hey, this is why it's valuable. So I would start there, and then of course, I mean, I'm going to just put a shameless plug here. You can follow me online at Utah Politician. I frequently tweet out about self-sovereign identity and all the solutions, but even more than that, it's really going to require every single one of us to start championing these things. Like, we're just a small group at this point, but if we had people going out and talking to their county clerks and saying, hey, I would like to see blockchain voting, or talking to your governor or your state legislatures and saying, I would like to see you pass legislation in this regard, that is going to help the adoption and scalability. The more people that talk about it, the faster it's going to accelerate.
Yeah, I think all the main states, I know Texas, California, Utah, New York, they all have some sort of blockchain association or some coalition there that you can communicate with. Looking into them, reaching out to them and getting involved at that kind of local grassroots level, that's where it's going to start. I am curious about the website that you mentioned, though. Will you have information for the users that are looking at that website that tracks the different regulations that are coming, what's being proposed, maybe certain things like, say, the tornado cash sanction, things that, like the information that people are looking for, will that be there?
Yeah, we've talked about having a news feed that plugs into that. So I think that as this scales and grows from a personal level and my team grows, that'll pave the way for having those items on there. But I have been collaborating with groups. So another shameless plug, the Blockchain Learning Center. So we've been in contact and they've been helping us create materials just customized to these use cases to simplify it so people can understand. And so that materials like that is going to be on the website as well.
Knowledge is key. If it's there, I think you'll kind of set the standard from that standpoint, right? So people are looking for it. If we can have some repository of all the information that they want to find from a regulatory landscape perspective, then I think that's going to be really helpful.
Awesome.
I think that is the hardest bit. Like, it's hard to keep up with all the different news sources and new regulations that are coming out, or proposed regulations. So one centralized source, or one area where you can get to find that information is really important.
It moves so fast, and every state has its own set of political dynamics. Every state does have some form of a blockchain advocacy group, so join them at the Blockchain Advocacy Coalition in California. We're a member, IOG is a member, and one of the benefits is there's 2 lobbyists full-time on staff. When things happen that impact identity or might impact an area that we're interested in, they let us know. And so that's also the benefit of like supporting advocacy and lobbying organizations that are working on behalf of the industry is that's their job, to keep track of what's going on and surface opportunities to get involved.
Okay, it sounds very hard in the US here. Every single state has their own regulatory body and you have to engage with them. But at least there's someone local in whatever state you're in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, brilliant, guys. I think that's just about our time for this one. So I'd like everyone to give a round of applause to our panelists here. Tony Rose, Jeremy Walker, and Eric Coley.
And don't forget Pete.
Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it.
Up next, we have Patrick Tobler talking about how to make NFTs mainstream.
Say, yeah, another day, let's do it. How do people do it? I don't know how.
Yay!
Tonight's recipe is cake.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great Rare Bloom. Are people still awake? Can I see a round of applause for anyone who has a pulse? All right. I am very excited about this next talk. And I'd like to intro someone for the first time to the Cardano community. You want to say hello to the Cardano community? Can you say hi?
Hi.
What's your name?
Arwen.
Nice. Hi, Arwen. This is my daughter. She's baby Epoch. And she just wanted to say hi to everybody and help welcome someone awesome to the stage. So someone who I think we've learned a lot from. I can tell you personally, when I got started with NFTs, the first thing I did was go to NMaker Pro and set that up and actually understand how the policies were set up. And I couldn't have advanced through NFTs without the stuff that this person has built. So for that, I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Patrick Tobler, and he's going to talk to you about NFTs and how to make them and how to be a pro. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Bye.
Thank you. Oh, the clicker. Ah, here. Do I have a clicker? Or is it this? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, very exciting. Very good introduction. Thank you very much. And yeah, my name is Patrick. I'm founder of NMaker, as you heard. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about NFTs. Who would have thought? About where we are with NFTs, about where we're going with NFTs, and how we get there. But before I start with that, maybe let's just start by jumping to the next slide. It works, perfect. And tell you a little bit about what NMaker is and what we are actually doing, just so everyone here is on the same page. So basically, NMaker is Web3 infrastructure. So we try to build the tools that allow everyone to build on Cardano, right? Because building on Cardano is very difficult. There are many things involved. There's Haskell, a very difficult language. And it's not, the entry barrier is not super low. So we try to make that as easy as possible. And that's why we last year created NMaker. And that was actually the very first time that many of the people in the Cardano ecosystem could do anything with their ADA, which was different than just staking the ADA or sending it from A to B. So it was one of the very first tools. And since then, we have grown and we have developed more and more tools, and we are really focusing on just bringing that entry barrier down as much as possible. So essentially, what you see on screen right now is NMaker Studio. That's our core product. So that's basically a tool for everyone to register on and launch very large-scale NFT collections. So it has APIs, it has no-code tools, it has like a payout system and so on, payment system, sorry. And we are continuing to just grow that ecosystem, providing everyone who wants to build on Cardano with those tools to do whatever they want. And to cover, or to quickly go over the product again, the next slide is showing basically the three big tools that we have. One of them, NMaker Studio, foundational layer. Second one, NMaker Pay, which is the checkout system that I just mentioned, which is really about making the checkout process very similar to PayPal in a way, because Web2 people know PayPal, they know how to use it. And as a cryptocurrency company, we should be aiming towards making it as easy as possible. So it's very good to look at the existing Web2 solutions that normal people understand and try to emulate that for cryptocurrencies. So we have credit card payment and so on, just to make that user entry flow as easy as possible. And long term, we're also building an NMaker account because we see the need for a way to, in a custodial way, get NFTs without, yeah? I'm going to switch your audio to this. Oh, okay. It's okay, but hello? Okay. I hope you can still hear me. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, so basically, NMaker account, one of the needs that we have seen is basically if you pay with a credit card, right, where does the NFT actually go? Because you don't have a crypto wallet, so it's the first time you purchase an NFT, where does the NFT go? So what we want to enable is we want to have an account system with a custodial wallet in the background so that this can be the entry point for people coming into the space and they can really get onboarded very quickly, because Endmaker is all about onboarding. We try to get new people in, and I think that's the important part. You know, here are many great projects, but sometimes it feels like everyone is building for the same target audience, especially in the NFT scene. We have many DEXs, we have many marketplaces, we have many collectibles and so on, but we really need to be focusing on just building tools that people from the outside world want to use, and that's why they get into crypto. So that leads me actually to our topic, right? How to make NFTs mainstream. And yeah, let's start with what NFTs are right now. I just mentioned it a little bit. NFTs are basically 99% collectibles. It's mostly about profile pictures. It's mostly about projects that are similar to the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And on Cardano, we have some amazing projects like Clay Nation, Space Buds, and so on, which are really all about building a community. And the whole business mind behind that, or business idea behind that, is that you build a community which is so large and so engaged that they are able to sustain themselves. Because if you have like thousands of people wanting to participate in this community and having a financial incentive because they own one of these NFTs to grow the community, to build stuff for the community, then in the best case, it's sustainable by itself. And that's what we see with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. But we're also seeing that a lot of projects are failing to do that right now, because oftentimes it's really just about, okay, how can we launch the NFT collection? What do we do next? Do we do staking? Do we launch a token? Then do we build a metaverse? And that's kind of the life cycle that we see all the time. And it's not really sustainable, because all of them are doing the same thing and are not really thinking about any revenue cycle that you need to have in order to build a regular startup, right? NFT projects are very similar to a regular startup. They raise a lot of money at the beginning by selling out their collection, and then they work through that money, and then the money's gone, and then the project either lives because the community is big enough, or it dies because there's nothing else behind the scenes. So that's where we are right now. Now the question is, where are we going in the short term? Because I think that's also very interesting. You always have to think about short and long term. And especially for a company like ours, it's very important to think about, okay, how can we sell the next millions of NFTs next year? And how can we sell billions of NFTs maybe in 5 years? So to me, short term is quite clearly defined. It's basically the whole entertainment space that we have right now. It's very much about gaming. That's a big topic for NFTs. It's very much about music, books. We have one great book project on Cardano called Book.io, which is doing amazing stuff. And these real first utility cases. So and I'm really pushing for that, we're really focusing on just creating use cases that make sense for people who might not be interested in just collecting a profile picture or something like that. A lot of people actually want to, I don't know, be deeper involved in the Lord of the Rings community, for example, but don't really have an access point. So, those artists and those brands, they love having NFTs because they can really connect with their fans, and they can give them exclusive access to certain topics, to certain live streams, to certain trailers, whatever, and use that just to foster that sort of community that they are building. So that's where I see it in the near future. So just to a little bit iterate on that, one of my favorite examples always is Book.io. I think that's one of the greatest projects on Cardano, and I keep shilling them, but that's how it is. What they do is quite cool, because they are really focused on just making ebooks accessible and solving the secondary market problem that Kindle, for example, has. Like, there's no secondary market for Kindle. You can't really easily sell your ebook. You can't buy one. And of course, the authors and the publishers are not benefiting from a secondary market. So they're really bringing true ownership over books back into the digital world, which is super important, because at the moment, everyone is dependent on Amazon. What happens if Amazon decides to shut down Kindle? You will probably lose all your books. So I'm very excited for these sorts of use cases where you use the NFTs actually for something you want to do, and you get a real benefit instead of just collecting them. And the collecting part is still important. It's a like additional layer that makes it interesting, right? There's a lot of collectors in the book scene. I like having nice, beautiful books on my bookshelf. Now I have nice, beautiful books on basically in my wallet. And to make you understand a little bit how NMaker comes into that, here's the flow of how NMaker works in general. Basically, you upload all the books in this case, or NFTs in this case, to NMaker Studio, our backend solution, and then you can easily integrate that payment system that I showed earlier, NMaker Pay, onto the website. And it's so easy to use. That's why we displayed Webflow here, because it's basically like a drag and drop tool to create your own websites, and you don't have to know any coding. And I think that's really strong, and that's how we can get a lot of these like businesses into the space. But now let's talk quickly about NFTs in the far future, because I think that's also one of the interesting things when you come first into crypto. You know, you get all these promises of you know, crypto is changing the world, we're completely revolutionizing governance, we're doing all the stuff that is currently happening in a centralized way, and we're decentralizing everything. And it's all amazing, and there are great use cases. You can decentralize housing, you can fractionalize housing, you can have insurances, you can have all these different cool use cases, but it's very far away. And I've been talking to a lot of companies that come to us because they want to do something with NFTs. They see the trend, then we sit down together and we talk about, okay, how can you actually apply this in your regular company, in your regular business? And then, you know, those people are experts in their field, we're experts in the technology side of things. We kind of advise them on what is possible and what is not from a technological standpoint. And then we figure out, is this actually feasible from like a legal perspective? And the legal perspective is always the critical point. I'm from Germany, and there especially anything you do with like insurances or housing but particularly is extremely difficult. So it's all things that can be figured out, but it's all things that are, you know, due in the long term, not in the next year, but like in 5 years, hopefully. So hopefully in 5 years we will have like all the ownership rights, in Germany we call it the Grundbuch, on the blockchain, and not be dependent on like centralized government issued services. But it's, as I mentioned, very difficult. But that is really where we want to go. That is really where NFTs are necessary and helpful. And I do believe that anyone in the world should be using NFTs without even knowing that they're using NFTs. That's like the world where I want to go to. Like my grandma should be using NFTs. Or maybe not her, but my mother at least should be using NFTs, and shouldn't even know that she is using NFTs. She should just use any application that she wants to and benefit from the benefits that these NFTs and Web3 in general offers, right? So that's really where we need to go as an industry, and that's how we get to the mainstream. So quickly about what we're building right now to differentiate NMaker and in general Cardano NFTs from NFTs on other chains, and how we really try to push this whole real world story and this whole, you know, real world use cases thing. We have been working very much towards that. We have been focused very much towards building tools that allow you to actually solve problems that a lot of people from the outside world have with NFTs right now. Like for example, purchasing with credit card. And one of the latest features that you can see here on screen right now is actually our newest feature together with IMX, which is a company also from Germany that is doing digital identities. And the idea here is really to take that whole verification process of NFTs and decentralize it. So basically what happens is, you know, artists are able to connect all their social accounts, connect all their KYC, connect all the stuff that they want to connect directly to a digital identity and then connect that to the NFT. And that's super strong because it removes the need for centralized verification mechanisms in a way. You know, we don't have to have JPEG Store having a database of verified collections or so, but instead we're giving the power back to the users so that they can look at all these connected accounts in the DID and just, you know, decide for themselves, okay, do I trust this NFT which was issued by Paris Hilton's Instagram account, Twitter account, Facebook, and KYC, or do I not trust that? And we can automate that even further to give like certain trust scores and make it really accessible for people. But I think stuff like this is really the first step towards, you know, a more mainstream adoption of NFTs because we can solve these like really big issues that also artists from the outside world have with NFTs at the moment. You know, they all see, look, I'm a famous artist and now my artwork got stolen and sold on OpenSea for 1 ETH and I'm not benefiting from that. So they need to have like some sort of way we need to have some sort of way to actually prevent that and make sure that we only see legit projects and legit verification mechanisms. So I'm excited for that. It's out right now. It's very cool. And another thing that we have been working on is actually NFT licenses, because we have also identified that a lot of people are buying NFTs and they don't even know what they're actually buying. Like in most cases, it's literally just a link to a JPEG and nothing more. And that might be nice if you want to have just a collectible or so. But in many cases, the power of NFTs is actually with what is actually attached to this NFTs, what sorts of ownership rights are attached to the NFTs. With the Bored Ape Yacht Club, you can do whatever you want with your ape, and you can build a whole brand around it, and there have been restaurants and stuff like that. And that's really interesting, because then you can have like the whole stock images market completely, you know, decentralized and build it around NFTs, for example. And yeah, and we saw that, and we saw that no one really knows what they're actually buying or what they're actually selling. So we've decided to partner up with a law firm and create a few different NFT licensees that are just simply inside the metadata of the NFT on Cardano, so that people always know, okay, you know, if I have an NFT with this, it's following a certain license, and then I can do like X, Y, and Z with that. And if not, then not. So I hope that, you know, we can solve a little bit of this like unclarity that we have in the space at the moment. Yeah, that's already it. I didn't fill the 30 minutes quite yet, but thanks for listening. If there are any questions, feel free to reach out and or ask them right now if you want to. And yeah, thanks for it. Okay, no questions. That's good. Then thank you so much for listening and see you around. Oh, there's a question. I don't have a microphone. You need to be very loud. Could you tie an NFT to a script? Yeah, you can wrap NFTs inside scripts. So you could have a script that, for example, enforces royalties or something like that, and you can wrap them inside the script, basically. Ah, right. Yeah, of course. You can basically, NFTs are just tokens, right? They're just a representation of ownership on the chain. So you can tie whatever you want to that. You can have a script, you can have a PDF in there, you can have different rights for the script in there and stuff like that. So it really doesn't matter what the content is. So yeah. Yes, you could say, okay, the owner of this NFT is the owner of the script and has the rights to use the script to create a movie or something like that. And then you sell it, and then basically, you know, you create a really cool secondary market for movie scripts, which I think is very compelling. And actually, I know of one project that is doing that on Cardano right now. Yeah. Thank you. Hi. About SIP66? Yeah. Yeah, that's the NFT identity SIP. So basically, SIP66 is just the standard that we proposed so that you can tie a digital identity, a decentralized identifier, to the NFT. And then what is inside the digital identity doesn't really matter. It can be whatever you want, like a social account, it could be KYC, it could be your credit card information, whatever. And then it's tied to the NFT, and then people have the ability to look that up and say, okay, this account, like the social account, for example, is 100% connected with this actual NFT collection. Because that's like the big problem, right? How do you verify something is legit? You go to the Twitter account, and then you see Paris Hilton tweeting about the NFT collection, and then you trust the Twitter account to be real, and that's how you verify that the NFT collection is real. But that's not how it should be. It should be way more accessible, and it can be done via this simple, you know, login with Google, login with Twitter, and then creating a DID out of that and connecting it so that marketplaces can always show, okay, these different accounts are really verified, for example.
And then the stores would show that standard.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Hi, Patrick, if I can please.
Of course, yeah, ADAO.
I heard a lot of talk in the presentation around helping your mum, your grandma and others sort of access NFTs and start using them without knowing they're using them. How do you think we as an industry overcome the barrier of custody and custodial elements? For instance, my mum and my grandma wouldn't like the idea of being in full control of all of their funds and all of their assets. They quite like the idea that if stuff goes wrong, they can phone the bank or phone a help service. I think that's quite a barrier for us to overcome.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one of the big reasons why crypto isn't quite there yet, because a lot of people are, probably everyone here is very much in favor of this idea of having like full ownership over their financials and having the keys themselves and stuff like that. And that's really cool, but it doesn't work for the majority of people in the world, because they, when I try to teach my mom anything on the phone, she struggles with even sending a GIF on WhatsApp or something like that. So, you need to figure out ways to build like a mix between the two. So I'm very much in favor of having custodial solutions, and especially as an entry point. So, when you get into the space for the very first time and you don't know your stuff, then you want to have a custodial solution so that you can get in there and be safe. And I do think that, banks in general will have like a slightly different role in the future, but they will not go extinct or anything like that. It's more going to be about convenience, basically. So, you have more options. Either you manage everything yourself, or you trust some third party to do it for them, right? So I like it. Yes, I think it's.
Is it on? Okay. Hey, I'm trying to understand like the concept of inventory monetization, and from your perspective, like what you just laid out. If you look at Walmart, for example, if you have inventory that you're sitting on, are we going to get to a point where you can tie an NFT to inventory that is not needed within a specific period of time, where that NFT can be tied back to the inventory on the shelf? And how is that practical from what you know at this point?
Maybe. It's hard to answer for me because I don't know a lot of things about inventories, and I don't know a lot of things about Walmart. I've been there once or twice in my life. But you can certainly do that. And I think the important part is that you figure out, okay, what does actually make sense to have as an NFT or on the blockchain in general, and what does not make sense. Because there's a lot of sentiment going around of people saying, okay, we should decentralize everything. We should put everything on the blockchain. And it doesn't make a lot of sense for every single use case. Like, there are very good reasons why, for example, Walmart might not be doing that. Like, supply chains for Walmart make a lot of sense because there they have to trust other people. They have to trust their suppliers. But if they just talk about like an internal system of their own inventory or so, then it might not make sense, because then it's just one company themselves that they have to trust. So why would it be on the blockchain? There's no reason for a blockchain to be there. So I think blockchain always comes in when you have to trust another party, because then you can remove that need for the trust, and that's really how I see it. I hope that answer was okay. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I apologize too. I made it a little late, so I don't know if you covered this. But I have, let's just say you have a physical, let's just say an autographed photo. Does that make sense to actually take a picture of it and make it an NFT, because it is specific and it is of some value?
Yeah, I mean, there you have to think about what does the NFT represent. Do you use that NFT to then make the selling and trading of this physical autograph more easy and more accessible, and then the owner of that NFT can actually come to your place and then say, okay, I want to burn the NFT, for example, and get that autograph from you, like the physical one, then that makes a lot of sense, because there are many very, very expensive art pieces in the world, like the Mona Lisa or something like that, and they are stuck in one place, so you can't really easily sell them and resell them. But what would be amazing is if you can take that art piece, digitalize it, and then create a completely independent secondary market, and it's very clear that it's still staying at one place until someone is actually claiming the ownership for that. And I think that's really huge. It's always about efficiency in a way. I'm a German, so I'm always about efficiency, and and that's kind of how I see it. Yes.
Hey, Pat. Yeah, so NFTs have been really a big part of even adoption and bringing even more users to Cardano, but also overall to the kind of crypto community overall. So if you look at the next maybe 5 to 10 years, where do you see NFTs going, in which direction, and maybe the impact on also the growth for Cardano and the crypto industry?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think there's like the short term and then there's the long term. And the short term for me is entertainment. It's going to be purely about entertainment in the next few years from the adoption standpoint. So I'm excited for the gaming market specifically. And then the long term, I hope to see NFTs basically integrated in every single part of our lives where it's about having some sort of ownership. Because you can decentralize all sorts of ownership, and I want to see like governments going in there and saying, okay, we embrace this sort of technology and we are going to, put the rights over anything on the blockchain. And also, one thing which I find is very interesting is, again, this component of having your digital identity connected to your wallet. So basically, what I can imagine is that, like my university, for example, just issues my degree as an NFT. And it wouldn't be super public. It wouldn't be saying, okay, this degree is for Patrick Tobler and it was issued on that date or something like that. But instead, what they have to issue is they have to issue some sort of proof that the degree is actually legit. So they're going to post the hash on the blockchain. And then I have the degree in my wallet and I can go to a potential employer or so, and I can show it to them and they can check the hash on the blockchain automatically in the best case and say, okay, this is legit and this was really issued by this university because this university is somehow connected with their digital identity and they did like KYB, know your business, and connected it to the creation of that NFT. And that's what I think is extremely strong, because then you can collect all your major like life milestones in your wallet and have no issue with proving that they are legit, and we will have a much more efficient system again to employ people and stuff like that. Cool. Okay, so he asked how much of our 10 billion supply is out on the market, just because it was a little bit quiet. I think it's 1.4 billion or something like that at the moment. I'm not 100% sure, but you can look it up on Cardano Scan. We are basically releasing it over the next few years because we want to incentivize people that use NMaker, and we want to give them tokens for minting NFTs, trading on the secondary market, and so on, and really, basically push out tokens to every single person interacting with us in any way. So it's going to be a slow but steady curve. Yeah. Cool. So, if there are no, there's another question. I hope I'm not overdoing my time or anything.
Hey, Patrick. Does the NMaker have any plans for cross-chain stuff?
Yes, good question. We do have plans for cross-chain. I do think that the future is cross-chain because there are certain blockchains that do certain stuff better. To me, Cardano is the governance and digital identity chain. And then we have other blockchains like IOTA, for example, which are very good with like IoT devices and stuff like that. So we do have plans in that regard. I can't really announce anything. We actually have a Milkomida integration live, but it's not public yet. But we have some potential grants from other big blockchains that we can announce in the next few weeks. About Microsoft, yeah. Yeah, so that's actually, we just for context, so that everyone knows, we recently announced that we got into the Microsoft Startup program, which is a really cool step for us. Thank you. You know, now I want to say something hype because everyone is excited here, but what I wanted to say actually is that it's a lot less hype than people think it is. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, all of the big three companies like Google, Microsoft, and AWS, they all have startup programs like that. And the good thing about them is that they issue you tokens so that you can use their infrastructure and their servers for free, basically. And our plan is to, you know, use more of Microsoft's architecture and infrastructure, and then kind of offset our costs a little bit because our AWS server costs are insane at the moment. So, yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Then thank you very much again, and have a great rest of the day.
Hello, hello. Hi again. You're probably tired of seeing Epoch Pool up here, but I got one more person to introduce. So before we do that, let's thank Patrick for his great presentation and give him a round of applause. Because in blockchain, you know, we believe a lot in decentralization, we believe a lot in fairness, security, And for those reasons, I brought my second daughter up so that both of them get to meet the Cardano community. So Elena, do you want to say hi to the Cardano community? Hi. Yeah. Let's give Elena a warm welcome. So I have the pleasure of introducing someone who has an awesome thing to talk about. This is something that we've seen in the exhibitors hall already with Lace. Those of you who don't know about Lace, you're about to learn a lot from someone who knows way more than I do. But I can tell you as a community member that I'm very excited about Lace. Are you excited about Lace? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. So, it's going to bring us the ability to do things quickly without having a full node, which is amazing. If those of you who take a look at the Epoch Pool profile on Twitter, you'll notice a turbo icon on there. That is because we're honoring the turbo dataless conversation. But I have big news for that team. There is a team already building light wallets that is pretty powerful, and we're very, very excited to see what Lace is doing. So turbo or not, I'm pretty damn excited about Lace. So let's bring Lace out, Team Lace out here, and Alex Apeldoorn is going to talk to you about the future. Let's give him a round of applause.
Oh. Hey, thanks. All right. Thank you so much for the mic. No, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you. So did anybody notice the Lace booth, or? So I'm Alex Apeldoorn. I'm the head of product for Lace. And yeah, today I'm going to talk a little bit about the future of Lace. So before we start to talk about the future of Lace, we kind of want to talk a little bit about where we are and what our guiding principles are in the design of Lace. So when we set out to do Lace, what we wanted to do is we wanted to make a simple, safe, and seamless experience in the Web3 world. To do that, we have spent hours talking to our community, talking to our users, understanding what their wants and what their needs are, and how we can achieve that. Now, for the first phase, for the MVP phase of Lace, what we really wanted to achieve is a wallet that really played nice with other applications. What that effectively means is that from the get-go, we need to have the dApp connector in there. From the get-go, we need to have hardware wallet support. But first and foremost, we need to follow the standards that were set out in the CIP process. We've done all of that, and on top of that, we've also done extensive security audits to make sure that your private keys are always secured and safe in the Lace wallet. Now, this beautiful design that was created by our UX team is absolutely tremendous. You can view your NFT, you can build transactions, but on top of that, we went a little bit further, and we started to create the token bundle concept. The Cardano chain is specifically powerful because of the UTXO-based model. You can select one or more assets to send to one person, and you can select one or more assets to send to multiple persons. That means that you can send up to 100 transactions in one transaction, which is extremely, extremely powerful. On top of that, we've also enabled staking within the Lace wallet. One of the core features that we wanted to have is strong information about the stake pools, how we can reach them, what our rewards are going to be, and any background information that we can get on stake pools. Now, the powerful principles behind Lace around agile development means that whatever feature we make right now can be extended and improved in the future. So we're doing delegation right now in Lace, but we want to improve upon that. One of the most asked features is multi-delegation. One of the things that we want to do with multi-delegation is to make it easy, safe, and secure for anybody to use. We want to make sure that you have all the right information in place in order to make your choices. And then I don't have a screen anymore. That wasn't a very seamless experience. So yes, so we want to make sure that we create a seamless experience for our end users. It should be easy. Okay, it should be easy to rebalance your portfolio. It should be easy to see how much rewards you're getting from which stake pool, and just sort of like an overall view of how many rewards you're getting. The second principle of Lace is if you've done a lot of user research and you have patterns that you can use, then you want to reuse them. For the next phase of Lace, for the future of Lace, a large portion of what we want to achieve is collaboration. It's collaboration with everybody in the ecosystem. So we thought, where better to start than with our own governance team, with the Catalyst project. So we have the delegation of the voting power right now. Multi-delegation, delegation of voting power. So we're reusing design principles and UX research in order to have a simple, safe, and seamless experience within the Catalyst voting. What we're doing here right now is to select, it's a bit slow, there we go, to select delegates and representatives in the community that we can delegate our voting power to in order to shape the future of Cardano. Anyone can use this within the confines of the Lace app, delegate their voting power, and let somebody represent them and make informed choices for them. But we don't want to stop here. Partnering with the Catalyst community is fantastic, but we want to collaborate with the whole dApp ecosystem. So we've designed the dApp store. I think some of you might have seen the dApp store already at Consensus, but we're redesigning it to match the branding of Lace. When we've first designed the dApp store, we've designed a pattern in which a dApp developer, okay, I'm just going to keep on talking. So the way that we design it is that a dApp developer could come to the dApp store, upload the dApp information, and manage it that way. But it meant that we weren't, that we were basically the arbiter of truth. We were the ones that made the choices about who gets to be in the dApp store and not. We don't want that. We want to be decentralized. We want to make sure that anybody can be in the dApp store, so we need to have a decentralized registration mechanism. Soon we will be posting a blog about how exactly dApps can register for the dApp store without our intervening. You can upload your own information, your own data, and your own pictures to present yourself to the Lace community. That way, we make sure that we keep a simple, safe, and seamless experience for everybody. One of the strong features within our ecosystem is obviously the dApp connector. The dApp connector allows you to directly interact with the dApp. But there's a problem there. How do you know that you're actually interacting with the dApp that you believe to be interacting with? A lot of the problems in our space come from impersonations and from scams. This has a direct impact on the reputation of the dApps. That is massively disruptive for our industry, and it means that we get less adoption because people are scared to actually use these dApps. So we've done a partnership with the Atala team in order to introduce DITs into the dApp ecosystem. That way, a dApp developer can generate reputation and trust with their end user in a peer-to-peer fashion, as you can see on screen. When we combine these elements of having identity, having certifications, having standards, we're creating a cohesive ecosystem that anybody can use, that's safe and secure for everybody. We want to go further with our collaborations. We want to have an integrated DEX experience in which all DEX of the Cardano ecosystem can integrate into Lace in order to offer their product within Lace. Combined with the identity solution, you always know who you're interacting with and when you're interacting with them. As most of you know, Lace is intended to be a chain-agnostic wallet. That means that you will not only be able to swap your native assets, you will be able to swap your assets between the various chains. So now we have multi-chain, identity, and dApps in one platform, which means that the standards that we're setting right now within the Cardano ecosystem can be exported to other ecosystems in order to give them the same level of trust, the same level of security, and the best benefits for our end users. Are we? Okay. Where was I? So now we have a complete crypto industry, seamless experience for everyone. That means that we become more accessible to mass adoption. So we have, again, a simple, safe, and seamless experience in a trusted environment, Web3 for everybody. So what does that exactly look like? There we go. A seamless security, a seamless experience for everybody everywhere. As you know, we're partnering with Possessia in order to bring real Fi to Kenya. That means that the people in Kenya can interact with Lace in a safe and secure manner everywhere around the world, manage their own assets, manage their own identity, and not be susceptible to scams and fraud. We are having many, many partnerships, and we're starting with the Cardano community. From next week, we will start to have our first partnerships with Terra Virtua and the Cardano Warriors. They've both made custom environments specifically for people that are using Lace, and we're hoping that you get to enjoy the exact simple, safe, and seamless experience that we want to offer to everybody. Thanks. Are there any questions? Yeah. Do we have a microphone? Maybe you can shout it.
So first of all, I'd say really enjoyed the presentation. Don't worry about the slow honor moments. So I saw that you had the D-reps in there in the wallet.
Yeah.
And I saw that it said you have 10 D-reps.
Yeah.
Does that mean you can split your delegation up between 10 different people to do both?
It's a good question. So we made an assumption here that we would be delegating to 10 D-reps. However, Lace is an agile environment. The feedback that we're getting from users, we will incorporate. 10 is just to make it easy and observable for our end users. But if our end users want to have more, delegate to more representatives, then we will just up the number.
And will the representatives be able to vote on like every proposal?
One more time.
Will those representatives be able to vote on each proposal?
Yes, that's part of the Catalyst ecosystem. So the representatives will vote on behalf of the people in Lace.
So, as a longtime Catalyst participant, that doesn't really help me as much because what I would value in a D-rep is their specialization. So what I would like to have is the ability to have a D-rep for each category, so that for each challenge I get to say I want this D-rep for this challenge, this D-rep for this challenge. Could that be a possibility?
Absolutely, yes. So we are actually talking to the governance team about those specific things. So we're aware of the fact that there's special voting rounds, there's special funding rounds, etc. We're working on the mechanisms in order to enable that. Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Oh. My favorite Lace customer.
From Consensus.
Exactly.
Tommy Fry from Cardano for Seniors, a Fund 8 project to educate seniors. Charles touched a little bit yesterday on intergenerational wealth and what happens if someone's disabled and what happens with their assets. Could you touch on that a little bit, expand on it, and Tell us how seniors can pass their wealth on to their grandkids or whomever. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So there's two things there. So first off, actually the SSI ecosystem has already figured out various ways in order to manage guardianship and generational wealth. On top of that, there are a number of cryptographic projects that actually enable you to pass on your funds post generations in the case of incident or like disease. I hope that answers the question. Any other takers?
Hello. You mentioned that there will be bridging. How far in the future will we see secure bridges happening with LACE?
I'm not hearing you properly, but you're saying secure bridges within LACE?
Right. Did you mention something about bridges in LACE? And I'm wondering how far in the future do we have to wait for that to be available?
Okay, that's fair. We will partner with bridges that are audited and code secure. There are many people in the industry that are doing tremendous work when it comes to trustless bridges. We will make sure that we use those trustless bridges and make sure that they are fully audited and fully secure so that your funds are safe when you transfer between chains.
Hello. Just want to know if you guys plan to have an on and off fiat ramp or something assistance.
Good point, good point, yes. The idea behind the LACE wallet is that it's the go-to wallet for people that are just joining the ecosystem. What we don't want to have is that for somebody that's just joining the ecosystem to have to go to a centralized exchange, upload their KYC, go through a whole rigmarole in order to get access to some LACE. So fiat integration is a very powerful first step to actually do that, to make sure that anybody with a credit card can buy ADA and get access to our ecosystem. Yeah.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, I was just wondering, are you able to share approximately how long it takes for LACE to be able to show if a transaction has been completed on the wallet? And I guess the other question that I have on top of that is, if it doesn't happen instantly, do you have plans on being able to show a transaction has been processed instantly and then be able to give assurance to the user so that they don't have to worry whether or not the transaction actually will have gone through or not?
So you're asking if there's the status of the transaction visible in LACE?
Yes, well, not just the status, but how long does it actually take for LACE to be able to show if a transaction has been confirmed or not?
Okay. So, okay, fine. Well, there's a couple things that I hadn't mentioned yet, but we can go into that. So we know that in specifically high volume events, sometimes it takes a bit longer to get a transaction on chain. We have various mechanisms in order to message queue those transactions in order to make sure that they get on-chain in a timely manner. One of the things that I haven't mentioned is the fact that we will also have a desktop and a mobile app. The desktop app will also have the ability to actually connect to a full node. So in the instance that you would want to speed up a transaction and make sure that it gets on-chain in a timely manner, you can just connect your LACE application to a full node and make sure that you have a direct connection to the network. Not in the first release, but it will support multi-signature. We actually have some cool ideas around using multiple platforms in which you can sort of have a two-factor authentication by signing a transaction by using various devices. right, I think we're complete. Thank you all for listening.
Hello, I'm getting a 5-minute intro here. I'm Damon from Charlie 3 Oracles, and I want to say big thanks to the Lace Wallet team for that presentation. Give them a round of applause, please, everybody. Awesome, thanks, guys. So, yeah, my name's Damon from Charlie 3 Oracles. We only have a few minutes, but I wanted to bring out a big announcement. We've been working towards this since a year plus ago, year and a half, and we have a little video from the dev team to show off what they've done and what we're presenting for you guys today. So take it away, guys.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonas and I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Charlie 3. I'm here to announce that we're finally launching our first community Oracle feed onto the Cardano mainnet. This is huge, feels really good to finally be here, so let's get into it. So, the first feed that we're launching is, I think, the most requested value we could possibly have, the price of ADA measured in USD. It's a community feed, which means that it's going to be free for anyone to read from. It's partially sponsored by the Catalyst Fund and partially sponsored by Charlie 3 itself. This is the first of several community feeds that we're going to be putting together, so look forward to seeing more of it. Right now, behind me, you can see several Charlie 3 nodes working on maintaining this feed. The way the Charlie 3 Oracle system works is that we have kind of a decentralized system. Each of these nodes independently fetch the price. In this case, if you look closer, you can probably see that they're fetching it from Binance currently, but they could be fetching it from any other exchange, they could be fetching it from another blockchain, or they could be fetching it from a custom data source. The system is very flexible, so we can create feeds for essentially any use case. Once all of these nodes have provided an update onto the blockchain, our smart contract performs what we call an aggregation operation. This aggregation operation takes all of these independent values and generates a consensus truth, which is then published as a UTXO ready to be read from. So let's have a look at the transaction and see if we can get into a little bit more details. So I'm going to pull out Cardano Explorer here. I like it a little bit better than Cardano Scan. And here we should be able to see all of the most recent aggregation operations. And if we look here, we see that the one happened just a few minutes ago. And there's been a few more in the past down here, but let's have a look at the most recent one. There's a lot of things going on here in the transaction. I won't go through all of it, but I'll point out the key details. One of the important things we can note here is that here all of the independent data from the Cardano nodes that we saw previously is being included in this aggregation operation to generate this consensus truth. The actual output value can be found by having a look at this data NFT here. This data NFT is always moved from the old value to the most recent value. So any contract looking to use this value can just take the data NFT, check out which UTXO currently holds it, and that's the UTXO that has the Oracle data value as well. So it can just be grabbed from there, very easy to use. We can also note here that the Charlie 3 nodes are each rewarded with a small amount of our C3 token, the official Charlie 3 token, to kind of reward them for their work. This kind of incentivizes them to be fast and accurate and create some competition for providing these values so that they're provided quickly, essentially. And if we look a little bit closer here at the actual data of the transaction, we can actually see the current price provided as well. In this case, what we're doing is we're providing the price with 6 decimals of precision. So that means that this particular value here represents 36 or 37 cents, give or take, per ADA. In the data, we're also, of course, including a timestamp of when the aggregation was generated. This is the current datum, I should say, but we are also working with the Cardano DeFi Alliance and a few major projects in the community to create actually a Oracle datum standard, Cardano improvement proposal for this, to kind of create a common understanding between projects of how an Oracle value looks, to make it possible for multiple projects to share the same feed rather than each running their own feed. This allows that singular feed to be more frequently updated, run with more nodes, which adds a bunch of security and just makes things better for everyone, essentially. So yeah, that's all I have time for, I think. So thank you for lending me your ear for a few minutes, and let me just give a final shout out to the Charlie 3 team. Particularly the developers who have been with us through all this. Couldn't have done it without you, and a huge thanks for really coming together this last week and this last few days just to put this together out on a Friday. Really appreciate you guys. So thank you, everyone. I hope you have a good day, and I'm looking forward to see what the community can do with these feeds finally. All right, bye.
Oh, they cut off the end of the video. Oh no. Thanks everybody. We're really excited to keep innovating. The first projects that will end up using our feeds will be Indigo, Summon, ADAO, and a NFT project called the Clumsy Ghosts. Thank you very much. Up next is Big Pey and Umar to talk. Thank you.
We're good? Yeah, we're good.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have had a good couple of days. I definitely have. It was great meeting all of you, and I just want to say thank you again, for coming out here. I know it's a long trip for many of you, and it means the world to me, and it's really amazing to see, this community come together like this, and to see everyone who's building. And a couple years ago, it wasn't like this, so it's amazing. Today, we're going to be talking about the future of decentralization on Cardano. The title of the talk is Incentivizing Our Decentralized Future. So my name is Peyton. I'm the co-founder of Bloom, Rare Bloom, Mycelial Gallery, and now Atrium Lab. And we're going to have a video from Atrium Lab in just a second, a quick video before we go into our talk. And then I also want to introduce Umed.
Thank you so much. Name is Umed Saidov. I am the head of staking at Wave Financial. Just a little bit of background about me. Before joining Wave Financial, I was a Stakepool operator with the Cardano ecosystem. I was there since 2017. I absolutely love the protocol. I love interacting with the IOHK team, and I just simply marvel at the architecture of the protocol itself. So today we're going to talk about incentives, but before that we're going to do the video, I guess?
Yep, we've got a short video, a quick one from Atrium Lab for you, and then we're going to get right into the most exciting thing, Cardano parameters.
We are Atrium Lab. Our mission is to simplify the Cardano experience, connecting the rapidly expanding Cardano network with one user-friendly interface. To realize this mission, we are building Atrium. Atrium is an application that combines all your blockchain data and pulls information from multiple sources to aggregate its value. We are working on multiple innovative features that will incentivize decentralization on Cardano's Layer 1 and financial contract applications, and offer an alternative front end to existing decentralized applications, encouraging a fairer experience for users. Details on those features are coming soon. At the heart of Atrium sits the Atrium token, a utility token that will be issued to users and allow participation in a DAO to help shape the future of the protocol. Our ISO is coming soon. To participate, simply stake to the Atrium Stakepool or one of our partner pools to receive Atrium tokens. You will be able to view your Atrium balance using the dashboard on atriumlab.io. Tokens will be distributed once the protocol is live.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that quick little snippet. We're going to be releasing a lot more information about Atrium in the coming months. But really, I want to start talking about Cardano parameters. Cardano has over 20 different parameters, but there's ones that really affect, how much you're paid from your rewards, and there's ones that affect decentralization, and there's ones that incentivize decentralization over time. And the two that most people know, and I'm going to explain them very briefly, is the K parameter and the A0 parameter. The A0 parameter was designed to incentivize a stake pool operator to lock up ADA in their stake pool, and then when they lock up the ADA in their stake pool, they're going to be more attractive to their delegates, right? So that stops an operator from spreading their pledge across 5 or 6 pools. They're going to put it all into one to incentivize users to delegate to their pool over another pool with less pledge. And then the K parameter is the optimum number of stake pools on Cardano. And that's currently set at 500. We started at 150, so we've had some slow increases to 500. And what that is the saturation point. So when a user delegates to a stake pool, they want to delegate to a stake pool that is under that saturation point. Currently it's 68 million, and that's determined by the K parameter. And that 68 million number comes from the total amount of ADA in the ecosystem, so we're probably at like 33 billion now. So you take 33 billion, you divide it by that K number, and then that's where you get that saturation limit there. And if you delegate to a pool that's past that saturation limit, then everyone that is in that pool actually loses rewards, because you're not going to mint any more blocks or earn any more rewards for actually having more stake. Would you mind explaining the A0 parameter, Umed?
Yes, so A0 parameter is a way to incentivize the pool operators to pledge a certain amount of whatever amount of ADA they have in order to receive more rewards. And A0 at 0.3% basically means the pool operator that has fully pledged its pool is going to earn roughly 30% more for committing that ADA, which is a resource, to that pool, to the blockchain. So it has been put in place in order to provide security against attacks and to align interests of pool operators that otherwise may not have had enough skin in the game to basically make the security of the system more robust.
Yeah, and the intention of A0, as I mentioned earlier, was to force operators to pledge all of that into one pool so that they're attractive. But it's actually, the line for the incentive is linear, right? So if you pledge the full 68 million, then you're going to be earning 30% more rewards than the average person that's delegating to a normal pool. And most operators, we don't have 68 million ADA. Most of the stake pools that you guys are delegated to, the pledge is probably anywhere from 50,000 to 1 million, and the incentive that you're going to get from delegating to a pool with 1 million pledge is going to be that 30%, but you're going to have to look at the, you only have one of the 68 million, right? So you're going to get that, fraction with, the 30% incentive there. So, in reality, oftentimes, pledge, it seems to be meaningless with the current parameters that they are at now, because most operators are in that lower end. So when it comes to picking a stake pool, you're going to pick one, that from someone that or one that pays rewards, but the rewards are very similar, and the min cost per epoch is actually more important than pledge. So if you delegate to a pool that only has 1 million stake, there's going to be 340 ADA taken from every epoch that they min a block. And when that 340 ADA is taken, it's taken from the total pool of rewards. So since it's taken from the total pool of the rewards, and you only earn about 500 ADA for 1 million stake, most of the rewards are being taken by that min cost per epoch, right? So it actually makes sense on Cardano to delegate to a larger pool, a pool that is 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, because the more that goes up and the more that the rewards increase, the less fees that you're going to have to pay to that min cost per epoch. And I think that, for incentivizing, new businesses to come in this ecosystem, I think the min cost per epoch is a bit detrimental. However, it was put in there for a reason, and that reason was the race to the bottom. Did you know about the race to the bottom?
Yes, so early on when we were discussing the protocol parameters with IOHK, I think the Marcel from Eternal basically mentioned that these things were not even in the specs, and the 340 was introduced as a way to make sure that the pool operators, that was back in the bear market of 2019 to 2020, they wanted to make sure that the pool operators had enough to actually pay for the servers, and it was just picked. I think there was a vote on how much your server costs are, and then they went to the middle and picked that. So, in essence, the 340 is supposed to basically give you an incentive to operate a pool. And we know that not everybody has the same cost structure. We are operating a global financial system pretty much. And if you were to keep it open, it's one way of looking at it. If you were to keep it open and say 0 is the minimum, then if this stake is efficiently distributed, then you could end up in data centers that are subpar, that are probably operated by people who would be happy to get a fraction of that 340. And as a result, the quality of network could suffer. Now, there's another side to the coin, and that's philosophical. You could say, hey, we want an entry point that does not discriminate against the smaller pools while we're ramping up. And if it's at 0, it would help us much better. And then the market will have to kind of regulate its the variable fee to a point where you would get whatever you need to get. So it's an ongoing discussion. There's a lot of basically contention going on. And there are CIPs, CIP 37 and CIP 50 actually that are put in place. They're being proposed to actually solve some of these problems. But I want to touch upon the K parameter, actually. The K parameter was just to basically incentivize people to, in an ideal world, you would only have 500 fully pledged full pools, no matter what the pledge would be. There would be a distribution of pledge from like 100% to whatever there is. And people, rational people, even though your marginal benefit from delegating from to a pool that has very low pledge and to the one that has 1 million is very marginal, the rational person would say, okay, I like that 115 Lovelace because it's a rational thing to do. But in reality, it didn't play out like that. I mean, there's different ways to look at this problem. One is maybe the A0 was not steep enough to actually make make a dent. If you're giving up 1% or 2% of your rewards, as opposed to giving up, let's say, 0.01% per year, you would be more cognizant of like where you put your money. And then there's second option. The second reason is that there are pools out there that offer something in return. I mean, like the case in point is actually Peyton himself. If you produce videos, if you create content and people appreciate it, they will just basically put their money in your pool because they appreciate something more than the extra money that is generated. So as it stands right now, we have what 3,000 pools. Because the protocol does not limit the number of pools that could be created, it basically says the rational person would just basically put their money in, or put their ADA in the top 500, ranked by the profitability and by the pledge, pretty much. So it hasn't played out because there are other factors influencing those decisions. And the question is right now, how do we decentralize? How do we make sure that the network itself moves the ADA to the smaller pools so that we are decentralized, so that there's not a whole lot of basically actors that could control a lot of stake. And it's an open question. And I say that because there isn't a single way of doing things that could actually move that stake. I mean, there was what? Sean McMurdo actually proposed something? Yeah, the S-curve. So the S, you want to go describe that with me?
Yeah, so the S-curve was an interesting idea. Earlier I mentioned that those that pledge the full amount to the stake pool earn 30% more rewards than anyone else. And that's good because someone that actually has, like an institution that has, say hundreds of millions of ADA, they're going to pledge solely to their pools, and they're not going to set up a bunch of 10 million stake pools, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, to attract all of that stake from the wider ecosystem. So Sean's S-curve was interesting because it incentivized pledge very early on to where the rewards greatly increase, and then there's a stop, a local maxima where it goes down. And then when that goes down, that's saying, hey, this is the optimum amount that you want to pledge based on all other pledges. And then you de-incentivize the larger actors, the larger institutions from staking that 10 million there. So you essentially play both sides. You get institutions to stake and still earn the higher rewards, but the smaller end actually matters more, and then they're more rewarded at that point. So.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'd like to touch upon is the distribution of stake as it stands right now. We have the exchanges of the world, the Binances, the Coinbases, et cetera, that have large chunks of that stake. And you could debate about, whether it's fair or not, but it exists. It exists there. People have put their ADA in there. They probably don't care about staking because they're there to trade and, invest. So the challenge isn't basically to get those people to invest into smaller pools. I mean, let's assume that these 3 or 4 entities basically own like 6 billion ADA. There's like 27 billion ADA that's out there being delegated to all the community pools. So when the pool operators come in and they say, I'm running an infrastructure, why nobody is investing, now nobody's staking with me, I just want to drive this message home because staking is not, even though we are running an infrastructure, I mean, if you just basically strip it down, it's infrastructure, it's a commodity. I'm producing blocks, Peyton producing exactly the same blocks. And the software is so good is that there's not a whole lot of ways I can differentiate myself and say, oh, I'm more efficient than Peyton, because everybody, basically the software is so good that everybody is in the same efficiency zone. Unless you are completely don't know what you're doing, you should be basically producing the same amount of rewards. So, it's not, when it comes to staking and the way things have progressed, it's not only your expertise as a software engineer that plays a role, it's also your ability to attract delegators. And that you know, I've seen Atada, for instance, is a prime example. The person is a software engineer that has created a lot of following because he's been so active in the community, and he's helped so many other pool operators, including me. And he's written scripts, and he's been active. So people like him. They put their money in his pools. So a winning combination is not only running and being a great, you know, software engineer. You have to also be very perceptive to interacting with the community to gain attraction. And I will tell you that it's not only the challenge of the newcomers in the ecosystem that have that kind of, you know, hard time to get started, which I recognize. But it's a challenge of people who have been with us since ITN, but have lost all their stake because they're brilliant software engineers. They just don't interact with their stakeholders. They have lost all their stake. I mean, I don't want to mention them, but brilliant engineer has been running the pool since ITN. His pool is at 1 million or 2 million, basically, at this point. So it's not like, oh, you know, we have this, you know, original group of OGs that have, you know, taken over the network, and we can't like start because we cannot attract the stake. I think another good example is Goertzel. I mean, he came according, you know, if you put it in a timeline, he came late. But his pools are full because he engages, he offers something in return. And that's basically has been the story behind people who are very successful.
Yeah, and you know, since the ITN, things have changed. You know, we have smart contracts now, we have Cardano native tokens, and you can't just be a marketer or, you know, a YouTuber and garner stake anymore. You know, it is shifting. It's shifting towards protocols. It's shifting towards smart contract staking, and it's also shifting towards incentivizing people to delegate to you for added tokens. And you know, that has to be accounted for, in my opinion, through the game theory, because as he mentioned there, before, there was really no nuance. If you're delegating to an operator that mints all of their blocks, and then, you know, they have at least, you know, 5 million and more, so you're not getting hit by that min cost per epoch, it really doesn't matter who you delegate to. And that's an issue, and that's what Pledge was supposed to account for, was increasing the rewards, increasing the desirability of pools so that users would have a limit on the total number of pools, because in a proof of stake network, you know, what is finite? What is value deterministic? If you look at a proof of work network, it's the computers. You have to buy more computers to process more transactions. On Cardano, it should be the ADA, right? But it's trickier than that, because at the same time, you know, there are people in third world countries, you know, once the price, you know, maybe if it goes up, it's going to cost more and more to have that pledge, and it's going to become a greater and greater barrier of entry for people. So, you know, we as a community, or we as a protocol, we have to decide whether we focus on, you know, security, efficiency, or, you know, barrier to entry. And we need to kind of weigh all of these out, because there is not a scenario where you get the best of both worlds, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, whatever proposals that are out there, if they don't pass the security test, you know, they should not be adopted. Because what is essentially staking? It's providing security to a network. That's what we do. And if the proposed solution makes something better, let's say it makes something better for the small pools, but at the same time takes away from the security that we have right now, you know, they could be up for debate, like how much security we're willing to give up. But you know, that security question should always be there in the front of your mind, because if you earn 8% of a token that is compromised or is valued 0, it's basically 8% of 0 pretty much. So you don't want to go there and say, okay, we're going to make everything hunky-dory and basically give up on the security. I think security has to be like the first and foremost consideration for staking, choosing parameters.
Yeah, and also too, you know, in things changing, in us having smart contracts, in us having all of these protocols launching on Cardano now, there's other ways for DevOps engineers or stake pool operators that didn't do well in the layer 1 to garner stake in, say, World Mobile, or to be a Sunday Swap scooper, or to be a validator for Milko Meta. The layer 1 staking on Cardano is really just the beginning for incentivizing essentially decentralized compute. So that's also has to be taken into the equation. So it's not the end of the world that it's not that way anymore.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that how Charlie Mongo says that incentives dictate outcome, and we can see that. We can see that in the feedback that we get as stake pool operators when the ISPOs take place. Maybe the pledge isn't enough of an incentive right now, because there are other considerations, because people think in these terms, what am I gaining up, what am I gaining? But when ISPOs come in, you could see that the promise or the expectation of getting a token that could be valuable 100 times can generate a demand so strong that people would forego 100% of their staking rewards to actually have access to this. It all comes down to how you structure your value proposition, and with the addition of layer 2 protocols, the ability to actually create more incentives is going to grow exponentially. So there's a whole lot of ways you could attract delegation into your pool and provide something in addition to just staking. It's going to be very hard for just pure staking to compete. That's how I see it going forward.
Yeah, especially as protocols start to have treasuries and they delegate or pledge them to their own treasury. In my opinion, while it does require a barrier to entry, there has to be something that makes creating a pool finite, so that a protocol doesn't garner 500 million ADA and TVL and then just keep growing and growing as they add in this more TVL, because they're and also smart contracts can pledge now too, so that even with that, even with pledge as a requirement, it wouldn't really solve the problem, because with all of that TVL, if that TVL is locked in any way, they can use some of that to pledge to the pool to keep creating more pools for that protocol to continue delegating. So
yeah, that's a pretty good description of the state of affairs. I mean, there is, I want to actually go a little bit into details with CIP50, because I think it's a very nice, cool concept. I'm still basically on the fence about its efficacy. I have a couple of questions, but in essence, the CIP50 says, well, let's basically introduce this concept of pledge leverage. So let's say if you're and keep it constant across the board. So that's one thing that it introduces. Let's say that I'm pledging 100,000 ADA, and then with the pledge leverage of 10, my pool can grow up to 1 million, basically, and it cannot grow beyond that until I pledge more. And this concept is quite interesting because it incentivizes people to put all their pledge in one basket, not because they will earn more, because his curve is actually kind of flat. Whether you pledged like 10 million or 1 million, it's the same thing. But because of the fact that you save on server costs, because each node is one server, you will basically, and splitting the pledge does not make any difference, you will keep your pool, your pledge in one pool. So that's an interesting sort of take on this. And then there is, the K parameter will exist as it is. And then he basically gets rid of the minimum fee, which is 340. So anybody, and there would have to be a point where you will have to enter with some amount of ADA, and that needs to be determined, because you cannot just start a pool with one ADA and then get all and do the ISPO, and get all the stake, and then start attacking the network. Because people could do that, and that's basically a security risk. So, there has to be some sort of a minimum sort of maybe fee to start a pool. And then he basically, yes, so the yield is basically flat, and you can pledge as much as little as you want. The only problem I see with that approach, and maybe I'm not right, is that there is no cap on how many pools could there be. And if I own 100 ADA or 1,000 ADA, and I can effectively go and create a pool, I could say I don't want to pay that, whatever fees they have. I'm just going to go and create another pool because, I can, whether my pool is full or empty, I'm getting the same amount of money. So that creates a problem in the sense that the network could grow to a point where it becomes basically untenable and it collapses on itself. Now, you could say that there is a way to solve this, and you could say, okay, maybe we should make the K parameter a hard parameter. And I've seen it with other protocols. By the way, the Cardano protocol is very permissive. I've seen Avalanche, I've seen Algorand, I've seen other protocols that are out there. There are protocols which say, if you are on the top 100 ranked by the stake, you are in the validator list. Otherwise, you get 0. And you could probably have something like that, or maybe you could tail it off a little bit. You get the next person gets, let's say we have 750 pools, and if you're not within the validator set, you could get like 90% of the rewards, and you have to kind of push everything up. But with CIP 50, I don't see any way of ranking things. So because the pledge has the same kind of, it has no effect in terms of like getting people to pledge with your pool. So if you put a hard stop, then how do you rank? How do you make sure who gets into that 750 set? It's much easier if there is a ranking according to the pledge. Then it makes sense, and then you would see that the stake will completely move to these 750 pools, and it will be a neat, nice network. Again, I'm not qualified to basically make a statement about how this improves or makes the security less robust. It's just something that the PhDs at IOHK do. But I mean, if the goal is to basically keep everything compact at 750, maybe K parameter could be like parameterized as a hard stop.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't feel that I'm qualified to say, oh, well, CIP 50 is the solution, or K increase is the solution, or A naught is the solution. This is a very hard problem to solve, and it's going to take a lot of heads. K parameter was supposed to change to 1,000 in 2021 in March, and it never came. We've remained at 500, and I think the reason that is because without a functional A naught, increasing K does not increase decentralization as much as it should, because operators can just take their pools and split them in half, and if they have good socials, they can just say, hey, hey, delegate to my new pool. This is about to be saturated. And however, I do think this is something that it needs to be solved. Obviously not today or tomorrow, but in a short amount of time, because as the network grows, as there's more users, as there's more pools, as there's more delegates, the Cardano network should become more decentralized with the proper incentive. And if this doesn't happen early on, it'll trend towards centralization faster, like most things do.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Well, we hope you guys enjoyed it. This was, our goal with this was really just to, educate you guys on these parameters, because it's not a fun topic. It's incentives and game theory, and it is your rewards, though. Everybody loves the compounding interest from ADA, so if we get this right, the rewards will be good, and we'll have a more decentralized future. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's good, man.
Huge thank you to Big Pey and Umed in the presentation that they just gave. I wanted to let everybody know there is a happy hour going on starting a moment ago, and if you're going to go grab a drink, please come right on back for the next panel, which is starting right now with Doug Kacena, Brendan O'Connell, and Wes Parkinson. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to Rare Bloom. Very thankful for everyone that's joined us. It's been a very fun year working on how to establish Rare as a brand in connection to events and how we can help consult artists on the blockchain from the traditional world, in addition to a trade partner show, or a trade show partner network. I'm very happy to have my friends Doug Kacena and Brendan O'Connell join me today, and we're going to chat about contemporary art and the impact that blockchain will have to the space. And so first off, we'll just kick it off with introductions. So I'll go first. My name is Wes Parkinson, one of the founders of Rare Bloom and a founder of Rare. I think through my course of Web3 experience and investing, I've really honed in on contemporary art and NFTs, how they bridge the physical art with the digital art world. And beyond that, how the collector experience, I would say, is significantly different and just as entertaining as collecting physical art. And through that, I've met some great friends and partners to help on some NFT releases on the Cardano blockchain. So we'll be speaking about those today. And I'd like to introduce artists that we're representing. Named Zhang Wan. He's one of the most prolific Chinese artists alive today, and he'll be joining us on Cardano here. So we'll kick things off with a greeting from Zhang Wan.
大家好，我是张环，特别荣幸、特别高兴呢，我们的 Space Flower 项目今年能参加 Cardano Real Bloom 大会。这对我们来讲是非常荣幸的。Space Flower 呢，我们研发了2年，这个项目的核心是关于人类灵魂不灭、情感永存的这么一个核心概念。由于疫情原因，我和团队不能亲自到场跟我们区块链和大会的朋友们去分享我们的项目，但是我们请了我们的丹佛的这个项目总监 Wes 先生会亲自到场，为大家分享 Space Flower 这个项目。最后呢，预祝大会圆满成功。感谢所有的为大会做出贡献、努力的所有的朋友们，拜拜。
So you may have seen some flat screens throughout the venue. Displaying Zhang's career as well as the upcoming collection for Space Flower. So it is a profile picture collection that really touches on life, death, and love. It's about a group of those that unfortunately have passed and entered the afterlife, and their quest to be resurrected into a new form and into the best form. Where the love that comes in is it's a family in which they're trying to get the youngest child to basically be resurrected with very Tibetan elements, I would say. Before we jump in, I'd like to give a quick touch on Zhang Wan and his past art, what he's accomplished, and then from there, we'll get into the fireside chat here.
Zhang Wan is passionate about Buddhist philosophy, the cycles of life and death.
这个其实是讲的人类，它的原初意是讲的
人类生命在现实世界的一种生存状态。
Highly sensitive to matter, he works with water, blood, ice, and ashes in provocative performances that push his own physical and psychological limits.
那么，我觉得迪奥的雷雷迪奥的这个精神所在，它是一个超越现实、超越我们对这个包包的这个本身的这个理念，它已经是一个跨界的东西。
A multiple creative vision, from immobility to movement, illustrative of rebirth, linking the world of the living and the dead, a new breath of life.
So I'm honored to take part in Spaceflower as the project director on the Cardano side. We'll begin working on this project and how to onboard and build a community within Cardano and inform folks on what kind of art we can bring beyond just the new digital art and the Web3 trending art right now, which, don't get it twisted, I'm extremely compassionate about that as well and have an insane amount of monkey picture PFPs as well. With that said, I'll go ahead and pass it to Doug, who's going to introduce Victor Fresso. Many of you have noticed, I think it's unavoidable, the beautiful sculptures that we have in the corner of the venue, and Doug can touch on that further.
Well, thank you. It's really an honor to be here, in conversation about where this intersection between contemporary art, NFT, and technology all engages. I was speaking with one of my friends yesterday. There's another conference in town that's speaking about, to the art world, about how technology is shifting that dialogue. And he was speaking to a bunch of artists and art world people about NFT, and then here I am today speaking to a bunch of NFT and tech people about contemporary art. It's really interesting to me that this is where we're at right now in this dialogue. I'm a contemporary art dealer. I own an art gallery here in Denver called K Contemporary, and we represent artists from all over the world, including Victor Fresso, who Victor is if you noticed out in the entrance here, there's an army of these large kind of childish baby men sculpture. Victor is an artist from Bratislava in Slovakia, and he really is a rock star out there. He does 3-story tall, monumental sculptures. He's shown all over the world, and as a matter of fact, that army, which he calls the Birth of Niemann, which is all about ego, has been shown in museums in Prague and Berlin and Brussels and at Art Basel in Basel, Switzerland as well. So we're really excited to have that physical sculpture here as we're also talking about Victor's leap on the Cardano platform into the world of NFT and how we can bridge those gaps in the contemporary art world between the physical and the digital.
Hello, my name is Victor Fresso. Greetings from my studio in Bratislava, the capital city of Slovakia, small Middle European country. I'm conceptual artist represented by K Contemporary Gallery in Denver, especially Mr. Kacena. And this is my first NFT project ever, and I'm so excited to announce launch of Niemann. So, my sculpture Niemann, it's about me. It's a self-portrait. I'm working with negative emotion, negative feeling, in negative behavior. And this is about me. I'm looking for myself during process to making sculpture. So, it's a self-portrait. Cardano blockchain let me thank to Cardano blockchain platform, and I want to say hello to everybody at Red Bloom conference in Colorado. Hi.
we'll pass it over to Brendan.
Hi, my name is Brendan O'Connell, and I'm a painter, contemporary artist. I spent 10 years inside Walmarts, as you see up there on an image, and I became known as the guy who got thrown out of more Walmarts than most New Yorkers had ever been in. And my mission or idea was that I'm going to do a series of paintings and try to make beautiful things out of what people would consider the least artistic place on earth. And however, it is the most curated place on earth in many ways. And because so many aesthetic decisions go into a display. And I keep thinking about how the idea of making art about a place and people, and most of the people who go to Walmart, at least when I started, had never been to a contemporary art museum or a gallery. And how is art going to communicate with people who don't actually go to where art is? And I found that an interesting question, and I feel like that's something we're exploring with NFTs, and it's something Doug and I have been talking about. How do we bring art to the people and bring the people to art? And before I painted these Walmart paintings, I was a portrait artist in Paris and in the south of France. And I was very connected to the idea of connecting to someone directly with a painting. And while it was a commercial exercise, I tried to make an aesthetic experience out of it. And I feel like, you know, the Walmarts and Wes having me come paint here live is very natural to me, since I spent a lot of time directly painting people and engaging with people while I was doing stuff. And the Walmart project had this democratic idea of bringing what was formerly the secret processes of what happens in a studio to the aisle of a grocery store. So that's the overview.
Yeah, and I think our origin story of how we all got to know one another is probably a really good place to start this conversation. As a collector, I've found it pretty fascinating how easily you can reach out to artists minting on NFTs, whether it be there's new attention on it, there may be less of an audience and more opportunity to build out a new community. And through that understanding, I've been able to get in touch with Zhang, Brendan, Doug, and really all go down different paths to get more hands-on and involved in a space that, for myself, doesn't have much experience other than collecting and interest, and then a past small experience in collecting physical art. So reaching out to those that have had multi-decade careers and are professionals in the art world, I've got to gain a lot of good insight. I think I first was introduced to Brendan on like a Reddit post on Cardano subreddit. And I clicked on it, and I believe it was your website, and I just read through it all, and it kind of blew my mind, because it was the first time I found a traditional physical artist minting on Cardano, not only minting physical pieces or pictures of physical paintings, but then you'd also go and do some digital editing at the end there. From that, I think, Brendan, you were the first artist I really reached out to. Fast forward a year, we're planning Rare Bloom. There's this serious commitment from my side to make the art experience unique in a way where it's more so focused on the traditional world joining the Web3 space rather than the reverse. And I happened to be in a panic trying to work something out with Zhangwan Studios, whether it be an exhibition at a museum or a local gallery in parallel to Rare Bloom. And that's when I happened to call Doug on his off day, and he picked up the phone at his gallery, and that has brought us on stage together. It's been a really amazing experience, and getting to know Doug better here, getting some attachment to the local Denver art scene, and I think this is just the beginning of something that's going to probably ultimately change the Cardano NFT space. We're young, and we have a lot to add on as far as what's trending from the NFT side. And then that brought us to Victor, and ultimately coming to an agreement where we were able to get these sculptures for everyone's enjoyment. But I think what is on everyone's mind is how contemporary art will be affected by NFTs, and that'll be our discussion today. I know, Brendan, you've been trying to wrap your head around it, how we go about actually bringing you back on and starting to mint more paintings, and then Doug bringing your artists like Victor on board. So what do you think the effects will be on contemporary art from the NFT standpoint and blockchain technology? That's to you, Doug.
Well, sure. I was just asked, should I start with what is contemporary art? And you know, that's a really good question. Contemporary art for me, well, first of all, as far as medium, it can be from anything. So art itself is defined by the fact that we're naming it as art. And really interesting contemporary art for me starts with aesthetics. It seduces you into having a conversation about things that are maybe challenging for us to have conversations around otherwise. So I work with artists from all over the globe who are looking at ideas of identity. One of my artists who's really blowing up right now, her conversations are around post-colonialism, about the idea of otherizing. I have a performance artist, Carlos Martial from Cuba, who does work all around his body where he puts himself in very uncomfortable situations like piercing flags through his skin and through his shoulders. He just recently had a performance piece at the Guggenheim Museum. To Victor Fresho, whose work is all about ego and how do we look at our own selves and through this projection of sculpture. So it can be incredibly vast, but for me, the thing that really makes good contemporary art is when it invites you into having a longer conversation. The art is asking us to be present. It's asking us to be self-aware. It's asking us to question what our feelings are that are coming up from it. You know, even looking at Maurizio Catalan's, banana that got so much attention here recently, instead of asking why is this hard or how does this work in the dialogue, maybe we should be asking ourselves, like, why does it piss me off that somebody paid $150,000 for a duct taped banana? These are the bigger questions that when we stay with the art and when we stay present with it, starts coming up for us. Why does this remind me of home? Why do I hate the fucking color blue? Whatever those questions are. And that's what really good contemporary art does, is ask us to stay with that and then start discovering these inner dialogues that can connect us as people. And this is where I think this space of Web3 and NFT is a really engaging space, because there's also this issue of accessibility that we have, and I think it carries over between the NFT platform and the contemporary art platform. I know that there's a feeling of inaccessibility and an intimidation factor that people have in the contemporary art world. People don't feel comfortable walking into my gallery necessarily because we speak our own language. There's a price point to it. People don't always feel like it's for them. And we have an opportunity here through platforms like Cardano to create dialogue where that inaccessibility starts to fade away. But I also see it in the NFT platform too, because you guys have your own dialogue, you have your own verbiage around this languaging, and it can feel inaccessible to people who might not know how to buy an NFT online. So there's these kind of similarities between what are the best and worst things of the art world and probably what are the best and worst things of the NFT world. You know, we look at commodification in the contemporary art world as kind of this predatory investment, and I know that there's those same problems that we have in the NFT world.
WAGMI. Do you know the definition?
Please.
We are going to make it.
There you go.
So taking you to school there already, I'm going to learn some more from you. Brendan, any thoughts or deviations away from Doug's definition?
No, I like that at all, a lot. I guess my mini space, which feels like a large space within that contemporary art, is my genre is art of the everyday. And my whole goal was to make art out of overlooked or, you know, commonplace things. And whether that was Walmart, and then I started doing paintings about social media, which, quite frankly, I find as compelling and baffling as I did Walmart. And when I came across Cardano, and I had this friend who has a, you know, large brain, and no one I knew could figure out how to mint an NFT, but he was like, I think I can do it. And he spent 9 days drilling down and figuring out. This was like 2 weeks after native tokens were available, tax day in 2021, that I put out my first NFT, and Wes bought my first digital NFT. And this has kind of been my personal history in the art world, is half the people who have bought my paintings spend $100,000 every year on art, and the other half had never bought a painting before. So I felt that that was like a perfect beginning for that Shelley NFT that I did. And so I don't know if that leads us to where, how does that affect your question to him before was, how do you think this is going to affect the art world? And
you know, there's no simple answer to that, but I think the biggest way that this is going to affect is through authenticity. I think the idea of us being able to have a little more transparency with ownership and authenticity is really going to be the big thing that comes across from how it affects contemporary art.
I think from the collector side, just having more involvement within the actual creative process, and then how you can turn that piece of art into almost an experience, almost as if it's a game. I'm sure it does exist in the traditional world a bit, but you know, my experience collecting art is more so not walking into art stores. I started buying physical artwork on the internet. I've definitely had that feeling of like, this place is not for me, while walking through and, you know, doing some window shopping in New York City. Yet you don't really get that barrier while shopping online. I think the problem is I don't have a big enough house to put all these, you know, posters that are in tubes up on the walls. And so that's where, you know, the introduction of NFTs allowed me to recognize, well, I can continue to collect and not fill my parents' and sisters' houses up with artwork. And then at that point, having these interactive experiences, Zhang Wan's first collection was actually, it's called The Celestial Burial of an Artist. And the experience is almost an honoring to a performance art piece that he did in the, I think the early 2000s in New York City. He dressed up as this big beef man. You may have noticed it on the flat panels. So 20 years later or more, he kind of recreated this ability to play a video game where a beef man's up on the screen, a pixelated version, and you have this little pigeon, that's the mouse cursor, and you get to pick away pixels on Beef Man. From that, you get to mint your game result. And those who played the game over 10 times, I believe, were then entered in to get a mosaic of all of those one-of-one pixelated game results into a mosaic that's a greater version of Zhang Wan and Beef Man And then from there, all of the wallet addresses, and based on who holds the greatest amount of pieces, which was myself, gets gifted that one of one, or at least one of the 8 editions that was created, that mosaic. So having that type of collector experience, that it's very rewarding, and then having that pathway to the artist, me being able to find Zhengwan's director of blockchain, DM him on Twitter, and now all of a sudden I'm working with the studio. So I don't know a more accessible way to an artist other than stalking them in person or calling them on the phone a bunch of times. This actually builds trust, I think, and shows that you have skin in the game before approaching these folks. Zhengwan said that he treats his collectors like parents, and he told me that, and it felt good. I think after a year of collecting his art and really diving in and trying to understand what it's all about, and then also doing research as to, there is an investment perspective to this as to how I believe those pieces will do. So I really think collector experience is something that will get optimized as traditional artists understand the potential.
Well, and I've heard a quote that I think it's really interesting, because you're talking about how you're able to kind of engage with that work, right? So at some point or another, I really feel like collectors stop collecting individual artworks and they start collecting artists. They started collecting experiences. And I think that's really important to the way that you end up connecting with the artwork. There was a quote, and I'm trying to think of who it was by, where it was saying, stop looking at art as an object and start looking at it as a trigger for an experience. And I feel like that's one thing that's really exciting about this platform, is that it creates all of these entry points for us to have these experiences. And the artist can have as little or as much feedback in that experience as possible.
One thing I was thinking about scaling back, I have a friend who's a commercial real estate investor, and he's always targeted neighborhoods where artists have gone into these shitty neighborhoods and cleaned them up, and he invests when the artists are there, and then he ends up selling making a lot of money based on that. And so I don't know if this is an apocryphal story, but I heard that the first business done on the internet was a novelist wrote a novel and got 100,000 people to spend $1 on it. And if artists have gone to, NFT is a form of digital real estate. And the fact that the artists have sort of paved the way for this whole new smart contract arena doesn't surprise me based on how we've done things in the past. But the thing that drew me into Cardano in particular is, I had all these friends saying, you're missing the boat. You need to jump in on this OpenSea and Ethereum, and what are you doing? And I had a collector who was a Bitcoin maximalist. I still see that email from 2011 where he said, I can get you 800 Bitcoin for this painting. I know you think you need the $1,500, but this reality of Ethereum was so expensive, and so I was sitting there, just practicality, and I have money, but the notion of I'm going to spend hundreds of dollars to park JPEGs somewhere, that was hard for me to get into. And what I found appealing of Cardano is that we didn't yet replicate the exact problems that the contemporary art world has or the contemporary auction houses have. And Ethereum had the gatekeepers all set up. If you dropped with this, you made money. If you didn't, no one knew you existed.
Needle in a haystack. Whereas Cardano has the first mover advantage, especially if your vertical of the art world has yet to join it. And you may or may not be one of the first artist to partake and bring on a new audience. And of course, the risk of not having to pay an insane amount of money on gas fees. Or putting your investor in a standpoint where, in a place where they have to spend what, like 20% of the cost of the actual piece itself on a transaction fee. I've unfortunately fallen victim to that many times, and maybe some of those don't have any value anymore. Maybe there was a value to be made, but from a Cardano standpoint, I think the community as well has a lot of new opportunity to see how we react to these artists onboarding, while we haven't entered this insane bull run state that Ethereum had, where there's gatekeepers, there's people that minted NFTs for $75, and the next thing you know, they have $1 million of ape JPEGs, and now they're kind of the anointers of who's biggest and best, and the gatekeepers, because you have to have that PFP to enter the Discord and get the knowledge. So I really hope that Cardano doesn't go in that direction. I think some of those elements are like completely inevitable, but this is a new beginning, and I think having an understanding before everything hits us like a tidal wave, and we do see a lot of mass adoption and onboarding from the traditional art world, we'll all have hopefully a better understanding. And right now, I feel like Cardano is a little bit of kumbaya in the NFT community. It's just a matter of when the competition's going to bubble, and we're going to get that side that ETH has and has kind of become overtaken by. And I think that kind of relates to that window shopping experience. There's plenty of ETH and NFTs that I'd love to have mint, but they were doing the other side minting, and gas was $600. And for those unfortunate artists that didn't realize that was happening, good luck minting out on your project.
Well, and it's such an interesting space too, and I think about it within the contemporary art realm as like, how is the medium part of the message? I've had, so I also host a podcast, and I've had hundreds of artists reach out to me and ask about how they should be positioning themselves, in the NFT market. And a lot of my answer has been, well, is it something that's part of the way that you express yourself through the medium? Is it something that feels authentic to your art practice? And if it's not hitting for you there, then are you really just trying to get onboarded to something because you see it as some way for an easy cash grab? And I think a lot of artists really did do that. A friend of mine minted and sold Beeple's first 2 NFTs about 6 or 8 months before his $69 million auction record. The first one sold for like $200 and some, and the second one sold for like $500 and something. And I think when that happened, everybody looked on and said, oh my gosh, this is such an incredible part of the art market, or just this kind of market in general, and how do we get into it? And going back to this way of authentically showing your work within it, I think that's incredibly important. One of my artists who, we're working on an NFT project now, he does these layered paintings where he takes a subject matter like Kanye West or Santa Fe, New Mexico, and he does a Google image search and paints the first 100 images that come up on Google on top of each other. And then he carves into the painting to reveal this excavation of 100 layers of imagery. But the underlayers only exist on the paintings that he takes photos of. And it becomes this memory. It becomes erasure as part of his conceptual process, and also the way that patterns reveal themselves as he carves into the work. So an NFT that goes with each one of those paintings, that's kind of the underlayers revealing themselves, makes a lot of sense, and it's something that he can pay, sell with the actual painting as part of the authentication. And for me, that makes a lot of sense. It feels in conversation with his current practice. It feels like another added layer that is giving not just depth to the physical one, but also more insight and more understanding of the artist's practice and creating that connection with what the concepts are.
Brendan, have you thought much on gamification of your pieces and burns, merges?
Well, I think part of the challenge when I see many artists go to NFTs is they start making art that they think looks like NFTs, that looks like NFTs that are selling.
Definitely.
And it's very hard for an artist to stick to, do what Duchamp's comment of, I do what amuses me. Like, do what really amuses me, not what you think amuses other people. And that's a hard thing to stay true to, because I mean, I may have been the first, quote unquote, professional artist to mint on Cardano. I might have made the least amount of money of any of those artists who have minted on Cardano. Like, I've met tons of people who've made, and I find it fascinating. And I just, maybe it's timing, maybe that's a question that artists are regularly asking themselves of, is there a space for me here? And if not here, where? And I know I'm compelled to do what I do, but, wow, like, am I going to join the stadium of, like, Yankee Stadium? You could fill all the artists in New York with Yankee Stadium, and all of them are shouting, "Look at me." And, like, do I want to be another one of those people shouting, "Please look at me"? Like, that's fucking exhausting. It's hard to do work and make the fanfare around the quote unquote community, the Reddit, the Discord, all that stuff is that's actually the role that gallerists used to play. They created that buffer for the community of money and appreciation, and so that the artist could actually just make the work. And now that promotion is irrevocably part of it. It's minted in the smart contract of.
Yeah, there's collaboration needed, I think, from the Web3 audience and the traditional art world for the collector group to come together. So, like, for instance, on your side, I remember the minute I found out about CardanoArt.io, Brennan's website where you can mint pieces from a few different artists. We had a call with Rand and I, and we went to the Laramie, Wyoming summit with business cards that linked to both our Stakepool's website as well as your art website. And we were, like, pushing it really hard, trying to get collectors. And I think that's the type of collaboration that we get with, whether it be from the artist reaching out to a collector or the collector reaching out to an artist, and being able to basically merge those two worlds together to gain, I don't know what the numbers would be, but maybe half of the traditional collector audience from that artist that they already have, bringing them over to Web3, and then bringing Web3 over to the traditional art. And that's quite a nice blend of collectors right there. Some that are learning, some that are experienced with clicking a lot of buttons on computer screens and approving transactions. And I think from that, it makes for a great community of people educating each other and asking questions. And with all that, there's more passion, I think, generated around the art and the appreciation towards the artist. So I think with that, it's a matter of, the audience and of the collectors is probably going to change quite a bit once you jump into NFTs compared to your traditional collectors that you've had for decades. So that's something that you'll have to adjust to. So there's WAGME, and there's GM, GN, good morning, good night. All the degenerate Web3 NFT lingo. You'll be able to translate that at some point, I think.
I have no idea what So it was funny when I was asked to be on this panel. I know a fair amount of contemporary art, but within the NFT realm, within the tech realm of it, for me, it's also like there's so much overlap, and it surprises me too, like how, again, like, we're talking about inaccessibility and understanding of formats and languaging and the way that we talk about stuff and how that creates barriers or creates ways of accessibility for it. And that's where it's exciting to me to see how these intersections of these different platforms that have these troubles communicating outside of it can start engaging. You were talking about kind of these gatekeepers. And for me, like, I know that, I've been considered a gatekeeper because what I do is a lot of vetting of artists. So for the last 20 years of my life, that's what I do every day is I look at artwork. I look at artwork, and then I say, you know what, these artists are the ones that I want to support with my own finances, with the gallery's time, because I think the statements that they're making, the type of work that they're producing is exciting to me. And that's always been my high watermark, is not what anybody else is going to do with it, not what anybody else thinks of the artwork, but is it something that speaks to me, is something that's getting me excited about it. And that's where, within this whole realm, I've spent a lot of time kind of on the sidelines observing it, because I've heard so much noise from it as well. It's been like trying to get a drink from a fire hose at times, because there's been so much conversation. Everybody has looked at the NFT market from all these different sidelines, and again, it starts to get into this commodification of it too, which I know so many artists are out there who think that that's like the worst part of their own art practice, is the commodification of it. They don't want to be a part of the selling of the artwork. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want to talk about discounting or have those financial conversations about the work. They want to create the work, communicate with people, and see where that lands. And I feel like this is another way of creating barriers at times, but also dissolving those barriers. And so to hear about like how certain launches on NFT, I feel like there's those same type of gatekeepers or the same type of people that are vetting. You were talking about getting lost in the sea of other NFTs, and how do you end up, really not being one of the people in the stadium shouting? Do you guys feel that this type of platform has really changed that accessibility of the artwork, or that kind of vetting nature of what are the really interesting, strong projects? Or is it stuff that there are gatekeepers that have already been telling you or promoting or have the finances to put that in front of you in the same way that maybe the art world does?
Yeah, the hype can be generated by those gatekeepers to the point where the impulse is almost impossible to ignore on making a ton of money off of JPEGs, right? It's almost impossible not to dabble and try to flip JPEGs.
Are you talking from experience?
Yes, but I think the more enjoyable collector experience overall is when you buy something because you like it and it speaks to you. It hurts a lot less when price goes down.
So one of the things about the idea of gatekeepers, and artists are regularly railing on their resentment about, and part of it, quite frankly, is you're just not invited to this party that other people seem to be having, and I might feel differently about the gatekeeper if he invited me.
Yeah.
And so the comedy of I think there's a space on particularly Cardano, but where everybody has access and everybody can do the version of the open sea. But I do think there is a role for tastemakers and gatekeepers to to drink from the fire hose and pull out these few to help a lot of people who aren't willing to spend that much time culling through, you know, the Walmart of every piece of art out there, every SKU, you know, like it's just too much. And that, I think there will always be a space for the gatekeeper, and there will always be a space for, you know, everybody can have their book published on Amazon. That doesn't mean anybody's gonna ever see it or buy it, but everybody can have their art minted into an NFT just like they can publish a book on Amazon.
This discussion's been super enjoyable. It's been over a year in the making, I think, for this all to come together and for us to get on stage. Definitely recommend, if you have yet to take a look at the Neiman Army, to go take a walk around. Brendan, I believe your art's already wrapped up for the day, or no? In the exhibitor hall, Brendan's doing live paintings. I think all of this is completely unavoidable to ignore. And then from Zhangwan's studio, you can join their Discord and learn more about Space Flower. Doug, I believe Victor's still showing at K Contemporary through the month?
Through next week. So the 22nd is the last time. We have a solo exhibition right now from Victor. It's an extension of his recent museum show in Slovakia. That was 30,000 square feet of gallery space at the Dunn Museum. And please, there is a whitelist for Victor's upcoming NFT drop on Cardano, which is accessible through Rare Bloom.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Sri Naveen Kumar. I'm coming from south of India. I'm an artist currently based in Trondheim, Norway. I just finished my master's in fine arts. And Cyberia is like my project. I've been building this for over a year. So these are like interactive 3D NFTs on Cardano based on yoga. Because I'm a person who is into yoga for the last 12 years, and it has tremendously changed me. And like 10 years ago, I didn't have this kind of confidence to do everything all by myself. So much, it helped me so much so I wanted to kind of make a project that is kind of meaningful, but NFTs were like kind of an accident that happened to me last year when I was, say, like March 2021. One of my close friends back in India, he knew that I was trying something with NFTs because in Ethereum there is a platform called Rarible. I tried to sell a couple of my NFTs, minting them in Rarible. When after the Beeples, the collection sold like for some millions, so it kind of caught the attention of every other artist out there. It got me in. I tried and I couldn't get it sold, and I thought NFT is a scam space, so I quit that space for some time. But later, at some point, I got introduced to, again, to Cardano NFTs, and I minted unsigned algorithms, which is like the first on-chain Cardano NFT, and I had no idea about what is on-chain Cardano NFT. So my friend was explaining everything. From that point, I started kind of exploring the NFT space. And then I was like, initially I just came for the money because I was so focused on one thing, which is because like I have planned so much with my art, I just wanted the money to kind of make that art rather than make money from the art. So that was the idea that grew on me for a long time. But later I was like slowly collecting NFTs, flipping them, making money, like which helped me kind of to travel and see, even to buy a new camera or something like that. And so around the month of September, the Claymates, from the Clay Nation, it happened, and I got one of the rarest NFTs, which is a green duck clay. I'll show you how it looks. Yeah, that's the green duck clay. And I got an offer for 40,000 ADA back then. I simply said no. I don't know like why I had that kind of confidence back then. So yeah, I mean, because I knew this is going to be a big thing later. So, meanwhile, my university, the second year started. So I spoke to my professor that this space is very interesting, and I would like to change my thesis to NFTs. And he said, I showed him like what's happening here. Like, it was like the kind of the golden time of Cardano NFTs, like almost so much volume and everything. Even I got lost in the frenzy of the money that is like flowing here and there, because it was so chaotic, just like throwing you away in the new waters when you don't know swimming, and you just like trying to swim and see, and everything started slowly settling down. And this is the time I got serious about NFTs, and then I went into the Discord servers, which is like a different world, like where you talk to people with random profile pictures, and then slowly like I was understanding what's happening there. And also like everybody was new back then, like we were trying to understand what's happening. And this is one of the pages from my thesis, actually. And in the Discord servers, it's not just about the NFTs anymore. Like we started having some personal conversations with a lot of people. I'm a person who speaks to a lot of people, so I was like, it was very easy. There is no discrimination or anything. I mean, my skin doesn't, in a reality, we have to accept certain things, like there is some prejudice, but here, you know, like if you own a Clay Nation PFP and go talk to people, it's a different kind of entry that gives you. So we were like having, I mean, I was, more than that, I started having fun there, and I was living in Norway, which is like a cold country, and all of my friends were kind of busy with their projects, and there was kind of a loneliness, and this platform became kind of a cope-up mechanism. We were like talking to each other and slowly understanding the space. And meanwhile, I was also about to build a project, but I was sure about one thing, which is like to make something very unique, and it should be, I was like so stubborn, even I was not ready for it, but I wanted to make something unique. So that's when I found out Cryptonities, a project in Cardano, which is like a 3D interactive NFT. So I wanted to go that way. Okay, the technique is sorted out, but what can we do more than that? So that's when I realized, like, I always did art from my personal side, and so I thought of, like, here it's becoming a community. It's not just like I can make a beautiful art and expect people to buy it. Like, what is the thing is that? And also people, it's not just like random people anymore. They're becoming friends. And I want to kind of share my personal journey anyway. So that's when I came up with Cyberia, which is like the thing I want to do. It's something related to yoga and NFT. So I wanted to make a foundation. Like, I cannot, since I can have a 12-year experience, so, but it doesn't mean everybody can easily understand what is happening with yoga. So, and in the Web3 space, I as so much as I speak to so many people, and they are not so familiar with the yoga system. So I wanted to kind of start with the fundamentals, which is like the chakra system, which are like the energy centers in our body, located from the pelvic region to the top of our head. So when you talk to someone about these kind of things, it's kind of hard to imagine and understand these kind of stuff. So I wanted to make a fun way of understanding the chakra system. So I made all the 7 chakras, which have like 7 different colors, like a rainbow thing. So I converted them, reimagined them as like interactive planets. You could see like each and every chakra has a, I mean, these are like totally my imaginations. So I think even a kid should understand that was my intention when I was making these planets. And also it has to be aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, I mean, art has to be aesthetically pleasing. That's my opinion in a way. And these are the 7 different planets I made. And these are like interactive, and I cannot show it right now. So it's like, these are like still images. On each and every chakra planet, I call it chakra planets, so it's easier for people to understand. So on each and every chakra planet, there will be avatars doing those specific poses meant for each and every chakra. Here you could see different avatar, the same avatar doing different poses which are meant for each and every chakra. Usually these are done to balance that chakra. And actually this is Charles Hoskinson. I used him as a poster boy to kind of like get the eyes of everyone, because yeah, I mean, you have to know, like, as an artist, you have to understand how the space works. That's what I believe. And this is like one of the stills from the root chakra planet, and this is like a pose, and further poses are done in this way. And I plan to add JPEGs along with the interactive NFTs, because each and every NFT is like around 200 megabytes. So when you go into the pool PM and see your NFT, the JPEGs has to be load. It's like just 1 megabyte. It loads immediately. And so people will be like having an idea like what they minted from the collection. And these are like the different snapshots from the planets, like where the avatar's doing. So there are different skins for each and every avatar, because this is just meant for only for the collector's mindset. So I had to balance everything. And you know, like there is a collector's mentality. They try to collect. And it doesn't stop here, actually. I just wanted to make it more meaningful. So the people who collect these NFTs, they will be getting access to 7 weekends of yoga classes handled by Mr. Balaganesh. He's based in Pondicherry, Auroville, south of India. I'm from a different city, but we speak the same language. And this is like kind of a spiritual sanctuary in south of India. And he has one of his schools like somewhere located in this place. It's like a thing. So what I call like, this is like how the classes looks. So, and the way the planets are distributed are like, I'll go back and show like why I distributed in that way. So the higher you go, it's hardest to balance the chakra. So which is like, the lower chakra is like a very common one. As you go higher up, it's really tough to balance it. So the base planets is like 707. The next one is 607. Right away it goes to all the way up to 107. So people can understand, okay, the higher the chakra, it's harder to balance because they are fewer in number. So that's how they can understand this. So, and the people who collect all the 7 planets, only 107 possibilities exist because of the final planet is like 107. And the people who collect all those 7, there will be a raffle, and I'm planning to fly 7 of them to India for a week of yoga retreat, so that will be a life-changing thing. Of course, I would like to fly everyone, but with a minting price of 77 ADA, I cannot do that, so I did that way. So this is how the project stands as of now. And I believe experience is also the utility. It's not just like you get something and just like flip it for 10x. Like just like the previous gentlemen are talking about how JPEGs are using to make ton of money. And also you can bring utility and everything. And this kind of projects, I mean, some of my artist friends are like kind of still not okay with this space, like what's happening, and they take it personally. It's about like how you get in and do something, what change you can bring. You can simply blame the government and blame the government. It's the same thought. So as an individual artist, I did something, and I think meeting some nice people here gives me more confidence that the space is maturing and they are trying to accept these kind of projects and do something. Thank you for your time. Thank you for attention.
What's up, Rare Bloom? Hi, everyone. My name's Anthony. Thank you for coming out today. I appreciate it. Thanks all the speakers. Shout out to my wife and baby who got to join us today. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Ben, Rand, Wes, Peyton, all the guys that helped put this show together. It's an honor to introduce our next guests, pillars in the Cardano community, Matt Capps and Ben O'Hanlon.
Can you hear us? Yes? Great. My name is Ben O'Hanlon. I'm the head of community for IOG. This is Matthew Capps.
Yeah, my name is Matthew Capps. I focus on the moment on community chapters and leading the minimum viable community framework. So.
We just need a clicker.
Yeah, we need a clicker for our presentation. We'll be getting that in a second.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, man.
Great. So we've got a presentation about building communities, minimum viable community we're going to talk about. My name is Ben. I've been 2 years at IOG developing our community teams. We deliver about 15 services to the business, so I'm going to give you some insight into that. And I've been in Cardano for about 4 years, serving the ecosystem. I worked at Cardano Foundation. And before that, I worked for communities, privacy-focused tech, market research communities, and one for a bank. And when I joined IOG, Tamara, who's president of IOG, said to me, you don't own a community, you're part of it, and you'll be as relevant as you want to be. And I was really excited by that, because I felt like we can be as relevant as we want to be, right? Like, I felt really empowered by it. Oh, is this back or forward? Sorry. Great. So this presentation's for you. If you're a builder and you want to build better communities, if you're a learner and you want to achieve product community fit, if you're curious and you love metrics that matter, and if you're going to share, because we want to learn from your experiences too. And at the end, if you make it to the end, you're going to get an invite to our minimum viable community newsletter that's super stealthy at the moment. Early access to minimum viable community workshop that we're planning, plus a copy of this slide deck, because it looks great, right? After all that effort put in. But like, when I got here, we spent like 7 hours from midnight getting this together because we've just been so busy. Okay, so what does my team do? I don't know why. My caps, this isn't how it was when I left it. But community success. We have 2 squads. One's community success, and they have community engagement, onboarding, channel moderation, meetups, events. Community chapters that Matthew's leading, and IOG has tribes, and in those tribes they'll hire community managers, and we want to create a support framework where we can help them ask the right questions and work with each other. So it's a really great opportunity for people that do get hired because they're autonomous 80 to 90% of the time, and 10 to 20% of the time they can come in and work with us to look at what challenges they've got, and we can build out like a playbook, you know? With developer relations, which includes DApp relations. So our team does SPO, developer relations, the UTXO Alliance. We work with the dApps as well, and Anita on my team is managing the Pledis backlog and the contracts with the engineers and the App Council. And then also we have strategy and planning, which is the team operations, internal advocacy. The reason I brought this slide up is there's only 4 of us, not including myself. So we're a really small team that has like an outsized impact. This is my little graphic. I think in the middle we've got, there's no power greater than a community discovering what it cares about. So we have a very kind of like Web3 point of view. We think community is relational and it's about shared success. And you know, for people maybe that have worked in more kind of corporate enterprise situations, sometimes they have a tendency to think about transactional ownership, audiences, things like that. So we're opposed to that. We don't agree with that point of view. Best job I ever had, if you ever see me on Twitter talking about it. And if you're building a community and that's what you're interested in doing, you have to walk the line between representing your project or company and representing the community. You have to have both of the interests in mind at all the times. And this is why I love this quote, because everybody in the company, you're the community person, right? And if you're talking to the community, they think you're the business. So what is a community? It's people, and it's a shared purpose, and it's relationships all the way down. It's about building relationships, it's about the culture, and I think people have seen, maybe it's on my LinkedIn, competitors can't copy communities. It's a moat, you know, and communities can't be bought or sold. There are different types of communities: circumstance, place, practice, action, interest. You can have hybrids as well. So I'm not saying it's not if, it's not or, it can be and. And I'm going to let Matthew pick up this bit.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, so which one's which? That's forward. OK. Yeah, so my name is Matthew. I'm leading community chapters and minimum viable community in Ben's team. And so community chapters, like Ben said, is training for product-specific community hires to give them the best practices, the frameworks, the tools that they need to make community a success for their product team. Minimum viable community is that framework. It's how we take communities from scratch, you know, just from a product and a user base and, you know, ideas and values to an actual set of individuals who care, who are in relationship with each other, and who can carry that culture. So after the talk, you know, like Ben has said, come talk to us. We're really excited to hear about your communities and the things that you're doing in them. So what is minimum viable community? Well, sort of the header that we put on all of this is experimentation and iteration, because community builders have a problem, which is that you have a limited amount of resources and you can't get it right in one swing. You can't create a blueprint and then just will a community into being. You have to talk to people, which is what Ben is always telling me. So we call this community discovery because you have a certain set of starting points. You have a team, you have a product, you have a user base, you have a market. But what you don't yet have is those conversations, those relationships built up over weeks, months, years. And that's how you build out minimum viable community, is with conversation at every single stage. So the process ends with, the goal is product community fit. People talk about product market fit, but there's also this idea of having a set of individuals who care about your vision, your values, and can interact with each other around your product and the value that it brings. So something else that Ben is always saying is build small to build big. So you want to use a process of asking questions to prompt the expression of this culture, from a single cell to begin with up to a full ecosystem. So you want to test small, conserve your resources, but validate that community concept and make sure that those values resonate and that people understand what you're pushing for and that they're on board with it, that they'll advocate for you. So just to reinforce that, if you get the community concept wrong, you work for months and months and months just sort of in this realm of ideas, and then you come to like a group of individuals out there who maybe use your product, maybe they're interested, and you just say, hey, this is what the community is. You're going to get it wrong because you can't anticipate what the relationships will look like, what the history will look like, what the stories will look like. And if you do that, you're going to lose all of those resources. So you need that process of first checking, are people interested? Will you get their attention? Do your ideas, do your systems of content and conversation, do they capture people? Can they motivate people into action? And then is that sustainable such that you'll have a long arc of developing community and also reaping the benefits of community? So this is a little joke, which is, yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was just saying, the thing about building a community is you're trying to find a core group of people that really believe in the mission, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to be your welcome party. They're going to set the culture of that community. You don't want marketing to turn on the funnel, have loads of people come in and they walk into like an empty desert or an empty room. You need to build that core group up first, which is what minimum viable community is about. And I was laughing at this because sometimes people, you sit in a room, you've got the Emerald City in your mind, you've put all of this work, like Matthew's saying, into it, and you've never gone out and actually talked to anybody and checked whether it's going to resonate with them, do they even care about it, I have so many ideas and not all of them turn out to be great, right? So that could be true for you too. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, if I were a teenage girl, I would love our new product. But have you actually gone out and talked to any of those individuals? Have you seen if it resonates with them, if they start sharing those same ideas with each other? I'm just using all of Ben's catchphrases here, but it's not what you say, it's what they hear and repeat amongst themselves. It's the stories that they begin telling.
That's true. It's not what I say. It's not what I can't say. I've got on the spot now.
It's not what you say.
If I say it, you doubt it.
Yeah.
But if you say it, it's true, right? So if I say it, you doubt it. But if you say it, it's true. And so what it means is you don't want to go out and tell people what your community is about. You want to have a discussion and see whether or not the pain points or like what they care about is going to come out. If they say it, it's true, right? And then you're able to go back from those conversations later on and be like, hey, Tom, you said you're really interested in Pokemon communities and your 3 pain points around Pokemon with this. I'm just making this up. He's not really into Pokemon. So you can go back to those people you've had conversations with and play back to them the things that they said that they cared about, right? So that's what we're trying to communicate.
Yeah. And it's always more meaningful if you can show them having said it, that they've expressed it. This is how they put the ideas. It's not something that you are monologuing to them. So community lifecycle, minimum viable community, this process of taking your starting points with a product, a user base, a market, and coming through the full lifecycle of actually having a set of individuals who are a community, who have a culture, and it's built around your product. That is just a starting point to launch into the full sort of life cycle of community, up into the point where you've established, you have people who are actually advocating your community for you. And I think that Rare Bloom is actually an excellent example of this because, within the space of the Cardano community, it's not the Cardano Foundation, it's not IOG, it's not these founding entities who are just driving everything at this point. You have community members who are creating their own events, who are driving forward the mission and the purpose of Cardano, which is not something that you could expect to have simply if you're a company monologuing to an audience.
It's a good example because the other thing I think this slide has to communicate is that when you're at the start, what you're doing at inception or even conception before that is going to be one-to-one. It's going to be relational and it's going to be in the micro, right? And as the community's building out, as you were saying, like Rare Bloom or even Cardano, that's like a mitosis where it becomes like a community of communities, what you're doing is at scale, right? So your job changes as the community grows. You're not always doing the same thing. And that top bit there is, when you're measuring growth, it goes up in a line, right? But when you're actually creating growth, it's lots and lots of iterations and decision cycles.
Yeah, and you create a community of communities that have a symbiotic relationship with each other and provide an ongoing set of resources for you, your products, your teams. So this is just to give you an idea. What we tend to do with a product team is begin with community discovery. We have a simple framework that we take them through where we say, here are the basic elements of what community is for you. Here's the potential. here's the, the basic actions that we need to run through. It's simplicity and alignment from the very beginning, because you want to, as a community manager, align with your team and with their business goals, because ultimately the community can't get off the ground if it's not supported by this resource, right? So it's simplicity and alignment from.
And another thing is,
oh, sorry.
Go back one. So, when we have product teams come to us and they want to build a community, like we're saying, if I say you doubted, if you said it's true, we need to get them to think about, like, who's it for? What are they doing? Like, it's not just, they're not there because they, what value is the community actually exchanging, for the people in it, horizontally, right? Not just vertically. And so what Matthew is showing you here is actually a Miro board that's like interactive. It's just an example. But another lesson that we learned was when we're trying to explain community to different people or different teams, even if it comes from a place of experience and we know what we're talking about, to the person that's hearing our message, it's theoretical, right? So it doesn't always land. You can explain things 3 or 4 different times, but until they actually experience and feel it, they won't know it. So the point about making this an interactive framework that we put people through is that we want to get them into the point of gaining experience as quickly as possible. There's just no point talking to people over and over. It's much better to get them involved, So you saw Matthew as an example of doing this, was doing the Gonzo videos with the Lace team. We were just like, sneaky, let's get the Lace team into the community and we'll do the videos. And then afterwards, they'll have really got a flavor for it. And that's going to help us build the community out with them by getting them to have experience rather than just monologuing, as you said.
Yeah. So this goes back to that principle, right, of starting with conversations, iterating, getting feedback quickly, and making sure that you're a part of a continuous conversation, not only with the community, but with your own team internally. So finally, just to wrap it up here, for my part of this presentation, keeping it lean. You don't have to put in a ton at the very beginning. What it requires is just a simple set of tools for facilitating conversation, for testing ideas, and for giving people a medium in which to participate and contribute and find meaning in that. So things like an email digest, things like a live chat like Discord, Telegram, read-only announcements just to give people that sense of connection to your team and to the development of their product. Giving people just that very bare minimum is how you can start to test community and begin to leverage it to prove the value of your community to your team.
Yeah, a good strategy deploys a limited set of resources for maximum effect. So you don't want to over-invest. You want to just get to the answer as quick as possible.
Yeah,
I think.
And so I will hand it over back now to Ben for the rest of the presentation.
So we wanted to talk about onboarding, what's going to happen when someone's actually joined your community. And I think you need to think about welcome emails to give them a map of the territory. What value are they looking to extract or get? And 30, 60, 90-day onboarding plans is something that we work on so that we can look at what are we intending to happen in those first 90 days. Once they're there for longer than 90 days, I think it's a different ballgame. It's retention. So the reason somebody joins your community isn't going to be the reason that they stay, right? They might join because they're interested in the talk or an NFT or whatever it might be, right? But it's going to be probably relationships and the value that they're getting out of it. This is just illustrative, but I'm trying to show you with this slide about getting into somebody's head and thinking about what motivates them and why they're there. And sometimes when we're creating a container or a vehicle, we're trying to think about how can I make it that I'm going to give you 3, 4, 5 times the perceived value than what I'm asking for. So if I'm asking for email address, I want to understand you well enough to know you're going to get this, you're going to get this, you're going to get this. So like with this slide deck, you're going to join our newsletter, you get the workout group, plus I'm going to give you the slide, right? So thinking about what people's perspectives are and what they want is key. I threw this in because it's just great. Best content for a community is content about the community. So people love to see a mirror. They love to see themselves reflected. It's compelling to know, we went to Rare Bloom. And then to be able to see all the things that happened. Me and Matt will watch ourselves back on the video later. It'll be great, Next thing, I want to talk about North Star metrics. So in my time at IAG, I've had to develop a lot. And I realized that there's a lot of complexity. And you're in an environment that's moving very fast, right? And so I'm not saying this is the only thing you measure, but just getting really clear about like what you're going to ask somebody to look at in your team to understand growth is doing good work, and then there's being seen to do good work, right? So an example of that is, I've got some coming up actually. So North Star metric, does it reflect value creation over time? Does it include time to value? Is it tied to financial success? What's that one number going to be? And I've got some examples. I've also realized why I've used a fancy font on this slide deck that hasn't carried over clearly to the laptop, which is why we're not getting it looking exactly as it is. So good North Star metrics, like an example, okay? There are lots of different communities in Cardano, NFT, there are developers, there are SPOs. So a net promoter score, which we would send out in a survey, would ask somebody, would they recommend the experience to their peers? So I can give you one number from 30,000 foot to understand how all these different communities might feel, right? Is the number going up or down? Is it low? Is it high? You might ask me then, oh, well, Ben, why are SPOs dropping in NPS? That's great, because I'll have the metrics and we can look at that and we can have a discussion about that in more granular detail. But I'm just making your life easy by just giving you one number to think about, right? If you're in a team that doesn't care to, that isn't thinking about community all the time, or if it's leadership. Other examples are like time to value. How long does it take somebody in your community from the point they've joined to achieve some kind of value out of that experience, Monthly active developers is another example, and engagement is value neutral. So don't measure engagement just for the sake of measuring engagement, right? If you've got a really clear 30, 60, 90-day plan, then maybe engagement's interesting along that journey, but it's not a metric in itself, This is my favorite topic, but it's the one that I'm least successful in communicating. So I'll give it a go and we'll see how it goes. But adults make about 35,000 decisions daily. I think this is a made-up figure on the internet, so I'm not saying it's necessarily true. But a child makes about 3,000. The number might sound absurd, right? So I was talking to Tom, actually, yesterday, and the sum of it is like, in my experience, it's a fast-moving environment. There's a lot of change, and I can see that some people can suffer in projects, right, when they're building communities, can feel anxiety and stress, and they can get burnout. And my interpretation of that is certainty is like a siren's call, Sirens that are calling the sailors to wreck their ships. So this need for certainty is a siren's call, and people will have a plan or they have an idea of how something should work. And if you think about it, it's static, isn't it? The land is static. But the way that we talk about it is we're always building in flight. So we look at the decision cycle. I said earlier, like a good strategy is deploying limited resources. So we focus on a decision cycle, which is observation, orientation, decision, and action. And our job is to help people observe and orientate, and it's up to them to take decisions and actions, right? It also means if you're working with a team, I'm not responsible for whether you actually make an individual decision or an action, but if I improve your observation and orientation on the macro, we're going to have better outcomes. And if you make better decisions, you'll waste less resources and you'll be able to get more done. And it's a way of kind of manipulating time. So the takeaway here is a decision cycle, thinking about how somebody's going to observe and orientate and then decide and act, is the most granular strategy I know of dealing with uncertainty, and it means that I don't have that kind of anxiety or burnout because I know I have a map of the territory that's constantly evolving. I don't know if that makes sense. Well, so this is your minimum viable community framework that Matthew's talking about, and so the way that we see it is a lot of people are trying to build communities in isolation, and they all face similar problems, and they all have to pay the same kind of costs. But with the minimum viable community framework, where Matthew's work with the chapters is the genesis, and then we open source it and bring the whole community into it, we can all benefit from solving these problems, and people come after us or people that are doing similar work at the time. We can build out a playbook, the best tactics, different things that we've tried, and it would be cohort-based, right? So if you're a developer or you're someone that has a project in Cardano, what we're able to do is offer that person that you're hiring, usually your first hire, a support network with other community managers, a way of moving that community forward, and then we'd also want to help them learn how to manage up and report in the team, right? So they are more likely to get what they're asking for agreed, decisions made, that kind of thing. So this brings us towards the end, and we want you to come and ask these questions if you've got any. Tell us what's holding you back and what you've tried so far. We're aware of our limitations, which is that we work in a really big company, and so we don't necessarily have the perspective of building a community from someone on the ground, right, within Cardano. So I think we've all got something to learn from each other, so we're really interested in doing that. And we want to run some community workshops around a newsletter, keep it really small. So if you're interested in that, I stuck a link up on my Twitter. So you can subscribe to that, and we'll send some communications out. And we'll just kind of kickstart this minimum viable community thing, but it'll be like a, well, what's the word before? It's pre-launch, it's stealth, something like that, you know? Yeah. And that's the end of the deck.
That's the end of the deck. Thanks.
Thank you.
King Salami.
Check, check.
Hello.
Nice. Hello. My voice is almost gone, so I'm really glad I have a microphone for this. How's everybody doing? Did you guys have a good weekend? Yeah. Nice. That's my wife.
My wife.
So we got a great talk here on cannabis and the blockchain. I want to introduce first Adam Dunn here. He's a legend in the game of 30 years in the cannabis industry. Created a lot of different strains that people know and love. He's been here in America pushing forward the American cannabis industry for the past 10 years. Definitely helped me in my journey navigate the industry and create events like this. Wanted to bring him on stage. And we have Kyle Allen here of Exotics to get up here and also discuss about the wonderful things he's doing in the cannabis industry, some amazing products and fun he's doing with NFTs. So want to let them take it away. I'm going to start here with you, Adam, and let you kind of tell everybody a little bit of your history in the industry.
Well, thanks for coming through. I want to thank the organizers for letting us participate in this. I'm new to the crypto, not totally new, but I'm new to the Cardano community, for instance, and I love it because it's a community. And one of the things that I have always done from my beginning of my career, let's say, out in Amsterdam, is this not clicking?
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, I should go back. Oh, I can't see it on here. I thought it was on here. All right, so let's go back. Bum, bum. Okay, so here's some shots from my original shop. And so I was, a 19-year-old when I went to Amsterdam, and I realized, like, well, there's no reason to go home because this is the spot right now. And after being there for about 3 or 4 years, I opened up a retail shop in downtown, right across from Central Station in Amsterdam, and we supplied hemp clothing. We opened the first hemp store, actually, so it was hemp clothing was our basis, but we also, obviously, were doing seeds. And seeds, well, and you can see we had many famous people come through. We had Willie Nelson, and if you know Ed Rosenthal, if you're a grower, you would know who he is. But and over the years, though, we developed all these products in-house, and literally, like, you know, carrying the material from atelier to get it stitched up and stuff. So we were part of the process from beginning to end, and creating all these products and all these product lines. But one of the things that, as a breeder, was a sort of, you know, something that I couldn't really correct was the fact that, sorry, I'm clicking these so much I can't see them very good. So, with genetics, it's interesting because it's something that can carry on. Yeah. So when I give you, so if somebody buys a pack of seeds, they're buying hopefully authentic seeds, right? And this is the problem that I run into, is that I'm selling to wholesalers who I have to trust with my seeds that they're not going to either repackage them or change them along the way, because a lot of times when people look at seeds, if they're not familiar with them, a seed is a seed. But when that seed is grown to fruition, it's a completely different thing. Every seed has a completely different profile. So if people are not getting what they think they're getting, then it's a disservice to those people, and it's also a disservice to me as a producer, because here my name is getting, you know, ruined reputation-wise because of fake, you know, genetics that are out there. So that problem has only been, the only way I could work on that was through packaging. So I'd make my packaging harder to replicate. You know, I'd order from China, holograms, or any way possible to make it so that I could at least know when the customer sends me a photo of the pack, I'd be like, you know, that's not one of my packs. I think that's a knockoff. And in our industry, which when I started was a very small industry, it was only in Holland and a few companies, but now it's exploded worldwide. So now we're talking about, like, the clusterfuck just got bigger, you know, so as far as somebody trying to follow these lines. So blockchain obviously has real good uses in that department. Right now they're using it in Canada for distribution, and obviously now that we're talking about, like, Colombia exporting cannabis to Canada or to Germany, and Germany's about to come online, which I don't think I ever would have thought in a million years I would say that Germany is about to become the cannabis leader of Europe. Crazy, right? So in general, though, we need to be able to guarantee these genetics, and so I feel like with blockchain, there's an example of that. Let's see if we go. So also, there's a lot of information that goes with every single plant. You have how the plant was grown, where it was grown, the nutrient inputs that were going into the plant, the final profile of the plant, whether it be the terpene profile or the cannabinoid profile, which is the obvious ones, THC and CBD, which everybody's heard of, but there's also hundreds of other constituents in there. So in many levels, there's not one level. There's many different ways where blockchain will assist in the future. It's not even a matter of if it's going to become the standard. And not only that, but it would be like, you wouldn't want to buy genetics that were not on the blockchain, because how would you be able to know if they were real or not? Now, one of the things when we knew about this show coming up, I reached out to people that I had already talked to about NFTs or about, something that would gel with this crowd, right? So then my friend Kyle has been working on a project for
about a year now.
About a year now, and that's a cannabis seed, by the way, in case you haven't recognized. And that is all the information is stored in that tiny little seed, and it's amazing when if you've never grown a plant like this, it takes about, only 3 months to grow, but it can be 10, 12 foot tall in that sort of amount of time. And so the amount of energy that's packed into these things is amazing, but it's also the amount of information that's in there. And we're now being able to crack that information, but now we need to make sure that it gets passed properly down the line, because there's been a lot of shady maneuvers. I mean, the seed industry, because like I said before, people look at a seed, they just see a seed. And if they're looking at it as money, they just see money, right? So they don't even care. But if you're looking at it as a breeder, you're looking at like, whoa, this has more value than this because this is more sought after. And so it kind of it emulated the crypto world in the sense that we created value based on a peer-to-peer decision-making made amongst ourselves, but we'd have to do it manually. We'd call our friends and say, did you give that clone to that guy? And he'd say, nah, that guy's full of shit. So that means, okay, I had to go and vet that for the other person because now he's growing something that he thinks is strawberry cough, but it's not. So there was always, so I feel like we have a great way to clarify a lot of that stuff. And this is the part where I see this, I got a little out of order. So this is my packaging, and you can see like we put a lot of effort into the design to separate yourself, because a lot of times now it's just like most people, they get a Mylar bag, they get a sticker, and now they're a seed company, you know what I mean?
And do you think, the blockchain and NFTs, you talk about all this data that you have, how long it took you to grow the plant, where it was grown. It's almost like a vintage of a wine.
Sure.
And they talk about, even in that industry, wines getting knocked off and stuff like that. And you see that same thing going on in the cannabis industry, and how that can all that data can be collected on the blockchain. And that metadata could be used in things like NFTs that Kyle's doing, where you can kind of see images of the plants and stuff like that.
Correct.
And also get the data about what you're receiving and verifying that it is what it is, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute.
Yeah, and then, I mean, if you take anything to create authenticity is the key, right? I mean, to be able to know that you got it from the single source. And it's also getting to the point now, though, where big MSOs are coming in and thinking that they have something and going nationwide with it. And it's apparently, and at the end of the day, it's going to be proven not to be the same thing. And so we want to avoid all of that down the road.
You see it often in dispensaries, like a lot of mislabeling happening.
Rampant.
All over the industry, and it's really hard to track any of that from person to person, and like you said, from state to state. So to have, a decentralized ledger where you can come on and put your information, and people can come check, hey, these are actually Adam Dunn seeds. I actually did get some of Kyle's cannabis, and these things match, and they're verifiable from a third party is super important.
Yeah, and then again, and on a more lighter note, just imagine being able to go back and look at all the weed you smoked, right? Because you've never, it's gone, right? We take pictures of our food, so we are obsessed. We are obsessed, right? And I think from an information point of view, like it is nice. It is amazing because you can ask somebody well something from last week they might not remember, right? So just to have it documented. You might actually scare yourself when you realize how much weed you're smoking too. That could be the other option.
So after today, I'm going to stop taking food pictures and just post weed pictures on.
There you go.
Check.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah. So I mean, I think. Well, we'll get back to it. I'm going to let Kyle talk about his exotic project, which is amazing, and I feel like it's going to be standardized soon enough.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started Exotics about a year ago. Based on the simple fact of I had an idea of turning a bud around in my hand and thinking, how cool would this be to have as a 3D model on the computer and be able to, basically save a 360-degree of the bud forever and preserve that, on the blockchain. So with that said, Exotics is a company that is focusing on blockchain as well as the cannabis retail experience and being able to depict cannabis in places that it's not even currently legal in legal states. And I'll get more into that in a minute. So there's a few problems right now in the cannabis industry. The main problem is the pre-packaging laws that exist. I'd say if you've been in Nevada, you've probably experienced this where you go to buy cannabis and you can't actually see the flower when you're in the store, which is a big problem. I equate it to going to a clothing store and only seeing the box that the clothing comes in and having to make your purchase decision that the clothing will fit you and you even like it, So a lot of it, people like Adam and I, we definitely have a gauge on what exists in the market, and we, fare a lot better than other people who are going in there as recreational consumers, and we want to bring the transparency of genetics and being able to see the flower in the store. So these are pictures of Adam's stuff that Adam's bred. This is MK Ultra, And it just goes to show how inconsistent visuals are right now, even on the internet, where they don't even look like the same strain, depending on the camera, the lighting, or even the phenotype of the strain. There's a lot of misrepresentation, and there's a lot of confusion amongst the market of who bred what. Is this MK Ultra that I'm buying in Las Vegas going to be the same experience that I had in California or Colorado or any of the other legal states? And the case right now is that they're usually not the same experience. It's a lot of different inputs that go into how you grow the plant, what goes into the plant, to bring out certain genetic traits. And speaking of phenotypes, Adam can talk more about this, but each seed is its own individual, essentially, where you can have a cross, but 10 seeds are all going to be different. They might have traits more from the mother or more from the male plant that you breed with. So it's a huge problem in cannabis now with Weed Maps, Leafly, Jane, all of the review platforms where you go and you're looking at the menu and it's basically a generic photo of the strain that's not representative of what is actually carried in the store. So another problem in cannabis is all the advertising bans. You can't do billboards, you can't do TV, you can't do radio in most states, which leaves people only to be able to go into the store to really actually see cannabis. And there's some magazines, obviously, you can see, but there's also a lot of misinformation, and it's not state-specific or store-specific.
Well, I think personally that Instagram also ruined weed too,
Oh,
because
totally,
the fact
yeah.
that you can't smell the weed or touch it or figure it out, and there's some guys who can really take great photos. Doesn't mean they're great, that their cannabis is great, and then it becomes popular based on visuals and not on, so it's kind of the opposite problem, but
Exactly.
it's also, you have no way to know the representation of those things.
Well, in Instagram, a lot of people are putting filters on their photos,
Oh,
so that's,
for sure.
that ruins it to begin with, where you don't get the actual essence of what it is, and there's just a ton of misinformation and confusion out there, and that's part of what we're working on is trying to solve. So, to talk about the prepackaged laws, we've been working and going around to a bunch of different facilities and dispensaries and asking them, what problems do you have now? And it moves state to state, but the most consistent is the prepackaged laws, where even in Oklahoma, a couple months ago this passed, and you'll see more states that are enacting these prepackaged laws. So with that said, we're distributors of hologram technology in a few different brands. And what you see here is the Art Media capsule. And what this is able to do is it's able to project our 3D models in hologram form in the store for people to be able to see the flower and then scan a QR code to get access to the testing data and very specific information that we collect down to what kind of lights were used to grow the plant, how long was the plant flushed for, what's the genetic lineage, how long was the plant taken in flower, things that you don't get access to right now. Right now you get THC percentage, CBD, if it passed for microbials.
And that's another one of the big problems, is that the driving force to the industry is THC content, and that doesn't really mean anything because it's about a full spectrum of cannabinoids, right? So you get a lot of these people that are just hyper-focused on, it's like if we all drank wine and we only drank like 14% wine,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's like, there's a lot of other stuff out there,
Yeah, I tell people it's the equivalent of going to the liquor store and saying, I just want Everclear. That's all I want.
Yeah, which is the least selling thing
Yeah.
at the liquor store because most people, unless they're doing extracts, that's about the only reason.
Yeah,
But
and it's the same with cannabis as it is with alcoholic beverages, where you're not buying a drink to just get drunk. You're trying to enjoy the taste, you're trying to enjoy the aroma and the effect that it has on you. So it's a very, very similar industry in that way.
It's because we're in that learning phase too, so people obviously want to get the most value for their money, so they're looking at the THC content. But then once the education about terpene profiles becomes more relevant, which is the terpenes are the flavonoids, and the terpenes are basically the smell constituents and the flavor constituents that are the real unique properties, much more than the THC. The THC is THC, and CBD is CBD, but the different ratios of the terpenes and terpenoids and flavonoids, they produce an incredible range of different effects. Some of it's purely psychological because you're smoking it like, oh my God, this tastes so good. doesn't necessarily, it's not very strong, but you're happy and you've got the full effect from it because it hit every bell and whistle. And that's the information that is vital that we need to kind of be collecting right now, because the number one thing I've seen is that there's people coming at it like, we're going to take this cannabis, we're going to break it apart, and then we're going to reconstitute it back together, and it's going to be better than the original. And it has never happened. It's like always very subpar at best, you know? So nature has a way of putting things together that we can't replicate. So you should try to always, you know, look towards the natural product over the manipulated product, because even when you make extracts, you have eliminated a huge portion of that spectrum, because some things disappear at 85 degrees. And so if your room goes above 85 degrees, bye-bye those terps, they're never gonna come back. So you look at all these different situations that can affect the final product. It's a miracle when you can have different growers from different regions growing the same consistent thing. And that's kind of where it's maybe hard, it might be a handicap for some, but it's also, I think, in the long run, better for the plant and better for the people, because we don't want generic, all the same style plants. Like it would almost be a disservice to us if we had like extremely organized, like if we got to the point where like big ag is, where you look down 1,000 acres of soybeans and there's not hardly a difference between any of them, you know, so.
Yeah.
And do you think like keeping all of this testing and data information on the chain and allowing the consumers to read through all that and know all that data, does that like help educate people?
Yes, absolutely.
Helps educate people, and we're gonna have some major findings because of the reality of like we haven't had that much data before, and we haven't had a way to crunch that much data. And you know, people always look for like the miracle thing with cannabis, like it's all the same, but it's so varied that we really got to hone in on it, and it's going to take a lot to do that. But I think that's, again, things that take 6 weeks now take a few seconds, you know what I mean? So that's exactly what we need when you start talking about crunching this amount of information and making sense of it, you know?
Exactly, yeah. And I'll go into the blockchain stuff in a second, but you know, the big problem right now, is we talked about with Instagram and Weedmaps, Leafly, Jane, all these platforms, is that there's very inconsistent visuals. And we've developed a solution using our 3D models. We utilize a process called photogrammetry, which captures the nug via a scan with a DSLR. And our product is the highest quality 3D model you will find in cannabis. And the reason that we're doing this is for documentation and being able to show people, you know, in store, this is the exact, you know, product that you're looking at and are going to buy, and that's down to the specific batch, where, you know, Weedmaps and Leafly and Jane, they use the same photos over and over. So, for example, if I'm Green Valley Dispensary here in Denver, I might supply a photo to Weedmaps 2 years ago that represents a strain, and Weedmaps will continue to use that photo, or Green Valley will, and it might not even be the same strain after 2 years in terms of the conditions that it's gone through, you know, genetic mutations, or depending on if they're just popping it from seed, it's never going to be the same. So our 3D models are hyper-realistic and based completely on what you know, we're scanning, and it takes over 300 photos from our in-house photographer, Zoom Gardens, to create one 3D model. So it's a very intensive process, but we're approaching this from, you know, not cutting corners and being able to preserve what exists now, you know, on 3D and the blockchain. So there's a bunch of advertising bans. We talked a little bit about the art media capsule, and the fact that we can put these into dispensaries for advertising as well, and being able to show off different products that are carried in the store. And seeing stuff in hologram form is just the coolest thing ever in retail. You're really attracted to it. I mean, it's unbelievable when you see it. That's a 7-foot tall box that it actually looks like that piece is, you know, spinning in front of you or sitting in front of you. So this is where this all ties into blockchain. So, you know, what Adam was talking about is basically having an issue with being able to track who gets his genetics and then what they do with them, or even the consumers being confused that a strain at a store is named MK Ultra, but it wasn't bred by Adam, which is a complete ripoff. It's like saying I started an alcohol brand and I named it Smirnoff, and I went in the store. So what we're using the blockchain for, to be very clear, is a vehicle to transfer data from the cannabis business to the cannabis consumer and track the supply chain from seed to sale with whatever information that we can get. And the way that I explain it to people is that when you go and buy cannabis now, there's not much education online, and a lot of people are curious who consume cannabis, and they go and they search the strain, and they search the store, and they're hit with a bunch of disinformation and misinformation that has nothing to do with the product that they bought.
Welcome to the web.
So what this creates is basically a way for consumers to go to the store, buy their cannabis packaging, scan a QR code, and be able to redeem a non-fungible token or a semi-fungible token to their wallet that has our 3D model, as well as all of the information that associates with the product. So that's the testing COA, which is a certificate of analysis, and all of the data that we collect that I explained before, which is basically what kind of lights were used, who was the breeder, what's the genetic lineage, very, very specific information that you don't get access to now. And to answer your question earlier, it's a big transparency thing and education as well, where you might not have a clue what a genetic lineage is, but when you go and you redeem this non-fungible or semi-fungible token to your wallet, you become curious and educated at the same time. It's like a rabbit hole that you go down, and you start to remember, hey, this is this strain that was bred by this person because I hold it in my wallet, and I really liked these effects, and I'd like to buy that again, or I'd like to try more stuff from Adam, or I'd like to try more stuff from another breeder that you like their work. So this is really a utility for the business and the consumer. The blockchain aspect of this allows for tracing from the cannabis business, whether it's cultivation or the dispensary, down to even the testing lab. But the way that I explain it is that you start with the breeder, which is in this case, let's say it's Adam, and then you would track, okay, the seeds go from Adam to the cultivation facility. And then, we want to incorporate the testing lab. So, for example, this batch was tested by, DNA testing lab in Denver. And then it would say, okay, it went to this dispensary. Now, after being at this conference, I think that Cardano has a really big benefit for this with NFTs and metadata, where every time you go to update metadata, it doesn't overwrite the old metadata. So for cannabis specifically, you'll be able to, let's say we only have information from the breeder and the cultivator, and we don't have the testing lab or we don't have the dispensary yet, we can always go back and add those things in without having to overwrite the old metadata, which creates basically a transparent supply chain that's not cutting corners, and for the consumer, they know, okay, the metadata was updated, and they updated the testing lab, and they updated the dispensary that it was carried in.
So they're able to see it every step of the way through the process. Correct. As it goes from Adam to the grow, to a processor, to a store, to the consumer.
Correct.
Awesome.
Now, for the consumer, it's a big deal being able to see the cannabis, and these are just some examples of our 3D models.
We got 5.
And
we got 5.
Yep.
Okay.
So these are just some examples of our 3D models, and the ability to create a hyper-realistic version of what you would get in the store without being able to see it.
Those are beautiful.
Thank you.
You guys want to take some questions?
Yeah, if you guys got any questions, we got about 5 minutes left, a
there?
little less than 5 minutes. So I know these guys have major questions right here.
You guys got some questions? Good, good. So when doing these 3D models, I do have a question here. Mm-hmm. Are these like fully rotatable and everything like that? Like a consumer can?
100%. So, part of what we do as well is we're bridging into being able to do 3D menus online. And you can go to our website. It's exotics with an X, EXOTIX.tech. and you can actually turn the buds around that are on our homepage, and we'll have a mock-up menu that people will be able to turn around. But this is going to be able to help sell a lot of cannabis online, and we're hoping to bridge the gap between, Leafly, Weed Maps, and Jane to be able to, help the consumers make their purchase decision if they're ordering online, or they're just looking at a menu online. And I will say that in cannabis, we have a lot of work to do with, marketing and making sure that people's work is consistent.
Definitely behind a lot of industries, and rightfully so. It's been outlawed for so long, and you're seeing everybody be able to come forward and look for that data and start to aggregate it and work towards, okay, we've thought about this, I've smoked this cannabis and it gave me this feeling, and now we're actually getting to dive in and get the data of what did that, what made that happen, and if I want to find that again, what can I look for?
Yeah, you can connect the dots at least at that point.
Do you have a question, sir? Hold on.
Hold on, sir. Let me get a microphone to you.
Let me get you a microphone.
I know Metric is already incorporating a lot of this data that you're talking about, not necessarily the right way. That's definitely up for debate, but do you see incorporating companies like that throughout this process? Because they, when you said testing labs and stuff like that. So I'm just curious if you see working with companies like.
Yeah, so Metric, for people who don't know, is basically the regulatory tracking system that exists in most states, and we definitely plan on working, in tandem with them. What they do is they collect data, but we want to collect more data than they currently collect. Like, as a cannabis connoisseur, Adam and I were discussing that there's so much information that helps you make your purchase decision, or, your buddy says, hey, I got some flower I grew, and immediately you're asking, oh, what nutrient line did you use? What kind of lights are they? And for us, that's really important information. And I think we're just at the beginning stage where consumer education is so necessary, as well as being able to know, what was this grown with, right? There is not really a certification for cannabis at all for organic. People say, oh, my stuff's organic, and, it's debatable. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we're going to be collecting data that is way more specific than anything that Metric captures right now.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I like the idea of seeing it along the way too.
Yeah, seed to sale tracking is important.
Oh, I see. He did come up with a question.
I had to. I'm a data guy though, so question I have is around data is important, but it's got to be clean going in, if that makes sense. So
100%.
So you need reliable data to turn it into information. What concerns, or how do you plan on addressing that you can actually make sure the data is clean so it goes to the end user the right way and they can make the right decision?
100%. So when you ask about data, are you talking about the specific cannabis data, just to be clear? So that's a good question. What we do as a team is we go in and we vet every single thing that we can right now. But once it gets bigger, I think it's going to come down to relying on what the information they give us, and then cross-verifying it to make sure that it's not, just made up out of thin air. And that's as much as we can do right now. We can't be everywhere and we can't vet every single facility, but what we're doing is creating transparency to where right now they could be spraying, pesticides or herbicides or other things, and nobody would know. But at the end of the day, I think also the testing is going to get a lot more intricate and better to where they can test for things that, like Avid, like we were talking about last night, Adam.
Awesome.
Nice one.
I really appreciate it.
Sounds like we
guys.
have a new business model out there, the fact checkers of the cannabis world.
Totally. And I'll say this as well. Adam and I are working on the first NFT-based seed bank, where you buy the NFT and you get shipped the pack of seeds. And our goal with this is basically to document what breeders are doing, as well as selling their seeds, to Web3 and using the blockchain. So for Adam, it's very important that he's able to know who is getting his seeds and representing it in a way that he wants to and knows how to. So for us, it's very exciting and something that we're excited to release.
All right.
Awesome.
Well,
This has been a great talk. Thank you guys so much for coming up here. And
Thanks a lot for letting us be part of it.
We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you. Sick.
Good. And I feel like I get to stay up here and we just get to do it all again. We got Mitch Zamara from Million on Mars, and we got Farmer Nash coming up here. How you gentlemen doing?
Doing well in yourself?
Surviving. What's going on, gentlemen?
How's it going?
You having a good weekend?
Oh, it's been great.
Amazing.
Good, good. I'm glad we got both of you up here. We'll kick it off here with Farmer Nash. You've been in the Web3 gaming space for a long time. You're all over Twitter. You really blew up on Cardano over the past couple months. You've definitely pushed some buttons and really gotten in there. I've loved it. I've loved seeing it. Really happy to have you here. You want to give us a little bit of kind of information for those that are new in Cardano, kind of what's your background? How did we get here?
Of course. Hello, everyone. I've met so many amazing community members that I seem to have lost my voice over the last day. So once again, my name is Farmer Nash, and I'm an avid NFT gamer. Chances are, if you've been buying gaming NFTs or looked into games, I probably know about the game or have played it. Another thing that I'm big on is being kind of omni-chain. And what I mean by that is I'm a supporter of NFTs as a whole. I like to support Cardano NFTs, Ethereum, Solana, anything. I'm just here to push the space forward. And I've been in NFT gaming for around 2 years. I've tried various different games.
Awesome, man. Yeah, definitely seen you all over the Twitter spaces doing good work, getting people informed about it. And Mitch here, Mitch is a game creator for Million on Mars, a game that I personally play myself, so it's been enjoyable. Can you give the people out there a little bit of info of kind of how you got into Web3 gaming?
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to tell you. So, yeah, my name is Mitch. I've been in the industry, the video game industry, professionally for just under 15 years now. I got my start back in the day in the explosion of social games, making games on Facebook and MySpace, working for a company like Zynga. And back then, I remember when that space was emerging and everyone was calling social games not real games, people that played Facebook games not real gamers. And now, come a little over a decade and a half later, we're at the emergence of Web3 gaming, and having spent so much time in games and working on free-to-play games, I see so much of the same things happening now in Web3, and as I got really exposed into this space, I realized that there's so much a similarity between what has happened a decade ago and where we are now. It's uncanny, and it's what really drew me into this space. And it's what's so funny about this is that I'm actually working with old colleagues that I worked with back in the Zynga days, and now we're doing our best to sort of support the emergence of Web3 gaming, games that are powered by NFTs, and to show what can be done when you actually have the right intent and you want to build for the right reasons and for an emerging audience around the world.
Awesome. And Farmer Nash, so you've done Web2 gaming and getting into Web3 gaming. Where do you think the state of Web3 gaming, the industry, is right now? Is it really early? Do you think we're getting developed? Or what are your thoughts on it?
I think last year we were extremely early, but now in 2022 we're getting towards Q3, almost Q4. I think that we're actually not extremely early anymore, actually. There were so many models last year and the year before that proved to not be sufficient or maybe didn't work out. And now there's big AAA studios. We have big players entering the space. So it's going to be interesting, actually, to see what happens in the near future. I would say most of the Web 2 traditional gamers, Web 3 is not ready for them right now. We need to make great, fun games, and we need easy onboarding processes for them, or else they're going to discredit the space the first time they see it.
So I can't breed, rent, or Ponzi anymore, huh?
No more Ponzi schemes.
No more Ponzi schemes. I was really looking forward to breeding some shoes after this.
Oh, going right for the jugular. Okay,
Yeah.
That's cool. I definitely agree with a lot of what you were saying, especially about the fact that this space has been evolving at a rapid pace. I feel like I've been around for at least one good solid cycle of the industry, like of games in general, what I mean, not Web3 games. So having seen the full sort of free-to-play era really start from its origins in like the early 2000s, or maybe a little earlier, depending on where you're tracking things historically, but free-to-play games have kind of, when they started out on Facebook, you were able to develop them in a pretty rapid pace. You could have a game out within 6 months. When mobile started to emerge and the games went to free on there, and then microtransactions really kind of emerged as the dominant factor on mobile, the speed at which consumer adoption grew, the speed at which the quality, the fidelity, and the experience has evolved has moved even much faster than where it was on social games before that. What I see now is the same thing happening in Web3. We started with games that were if you look at the sort of gamified DeFi experiences that were sort of the earliest examples in the Web3 space, those were very similar to the earliest things that existed on Facebook and on MySpace. And I've seen this evolve like at a very similar sort of trajectory, but at a much faster pace, like way faster. So yes, it still feels really early, but things are rapidly evolving. We now see marketplaces that are embracing the idea of bypassing royalty fees, and we see the emergence of different business models, different ownership models, different rights models. And I think it's really, really exciting to sort of be in this emergent space where there isn't a predefined set of business rules or operating procedures that you have to follow. And it creates a new opportunity for disruption for all of us to find new areas to compete and to disrupt these models that have sort of existed for the last 15 years and to create new opportunities.
Absolutely. And Farmer Nash, what do you think about, gamers and the gaming companies, and how does Web3 kind of create an ecosystem for players to kind of partner with gaming companies and kind of spread around the wealth? What do you think about that?
Definitely. So Web 2 games and Web 3 games are in a very kind of different space right now. Web 2 games, there's a lot of problems with some games, and the community is very vocal about them. And there's absolutely zero communication from the companies. If you play, let's say, a popular game such as Call of Duty, Clash of Clans, other things like that, then chances are the community has been basically talking about changes they want or maybe things that they want to propose. Absolutely zero communication. Web3 is very different. We have a very niche audience as of right now, and it goes with the whole ethos of Web3 to more kind of listen to your community, lean into them. They're actually going to be your initial player base, so it's very important you listen to them at the beginning stages. And I think what we are going to see is a lot of more AAA, larger studios get in and just kind of run with the old Web 2 model. I really don't see the big companies listening to the community, so I'm very kind of excited, but also worried and cautious to see what the future of NFT gaming holds.
Absolutely, man. And coming from the other side there, Mitch, as a game creator, how do you manage players that want to make money and an economy and not kind of wreck your business?
I think as game creators, it's important for us to make a very clear understanding about the way that we communicate expectations and sort of the roadmap of development with your audience so that they understand what they're getting into. Specifically with our project, one of the first things that's made very, very clear to our players is that we're a game, not a financial product. And it's something that we're very serious about because we're not afraid to make changes to the balance. We're not afraid to release new content at a frequent pace or to add more things to the game. We're constantly building and releasing and improving the experience because we have a long-term vision of what we're building towards, but we also want to build alongside our community and our earliest adopters so that they can feel a part of this process, because what they want to see in this game is often the same things that we do. So when we get that feedback from them, when we hear their thoughts and their opinions, we're able to incorporate it into things that are in active development, and they get to see those things turn around sometimes in a matter of days, sometimes even the same day. We really love that ability to have this really close connection with our community, and it's created an entirely new relationship that it's in a decade and a half of making games I've never had before. I've never worked on a game where our players now run their own weekly podcast talking about the things that we're doing. Like, I've never had that experience before, and I've made games that have been played by over 100 million people, and this is like all new territory for me. And that is just so exciting, having made, it's just really, really exciting to be able to see this kind of excitement and engagement and evangelism that is emerging in the Web3 space.
It's almost like you have a common goal with the player to grow the ecosystem, and everybody in that ecosystem wins.
Absolutely. The rising tide lifts all boats. I'm a huge purveyor of that phrase, and I firmly believe in it.
So Farmer Nash, how's your gaming been affected when financial incentive gets brought into the game?
Yeah, so my gaming has been incentivized basically strictly in the beginning by financial incentive. So what I mean by that is I was onboarded into Web3 gaming, excuse me, because I was told that it was going to change the way that people in third world countries make money. People were making money by playing this game. There was quite literally teams trying to extract as much money as possible from these games as quickly as possible. And it was a very interesting thing to see. Some people were even talking about, like including developers, community members, large figures in the space, they were saying like, wow, you know, this could possibly be the future of work. So turns out it was all similar to like a Ponzi scheme, and things didn't really work out that way. So now what we've kind of been seeing is a transition to more gameplay focused games as opposed to DeFi with game skins on it, as I like to say, or maybe something that's kind of incentivized by financial decisions. So I think the most fun, the most engaging, and the games with the most content are the ones that are going to win and excel in the space. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best investments for people like us, but what it does mean is that if there's 1 million players in the game and there's only 1,000 of an NFT that everyone wants, they may be very rare in the future.
I love that. And one thing you touched on there was people trying to extract from a game. How do you deal with that, Mitch, as a game creator, from people coming in and seeing a financial incentive and trying to take from your community and pull from the game?
So I think there's always going to be a baseline level of that type of behavior or expectation that will persist within the space. I don't really know how that becomes permanently avoidable. If you look at games historically, especially online games, I was in high school playing EverQuest when I was a teenager, and I was buying and selling items on eBay, buying and selling characters and accounts. Like, I've participated in secondary markets in multiple games, or gray markets in multiple games over the years. I've bought gold in World of Warcraft. I've purchased orbs in Path of Exile's secondary markets on player auctions. Like, I've been a member of player auctions for 15 years. To me, this notion of ownership and ascribed value to items and assets it just feels like an inevitability to me that has sort of existed as a gray area underneath the terms of services for a long time. And only now have we really seen this emergent opportunity to actually be above the line where everyone understands that this is happening and they're not just ignorant or ignoring the realities of these sort of situations. What I think becomes more interesting and the challenge as game makers is for us to give players a reason to not want to sell things, to not financialize things. And for us, that means giving people a compelling reason to want to hold on to something because there's a value inside of the game. If there's enough fun attached to things, people don't want to just dump them or sell them. And like that's like a core tenet of what we're building is we care significantly about making things, giving you as much reason and utility to hold on to things and as much game value more than driving some kind of outside market value.
Absolutely. And Farmer Nash, when you're deciding to play a game, how do you kind of discern between like what's a breed rent Ponzi and what might actually be a fun game to play that's not looking to just extract value from its customers?
Definitely. So I actually think they have to be looked in 2 different ways. There needs to be the games where you're investing in, possibly to make money, and then there's the games that you're playing for fun. Now, what we've actually noticed with NFTs is that a lot of the times, the games that are the more fun or the projects that are having the most fun are ironically the ones that are making the most money. For example, I'm going to give an example, let's say Bored Ape Yacht Club, which is the largest NFT on Ethereum and I think in any ecosystem. They may not be a game, well actually they're transitioning to a game with Yuga Labs. But basically, I just remember back in the old days, maybe 2 years ago, everyone was posting their apes on Twitter, everyone was having a great time. And the games like, let's say, Axie Infinity, where people were playing to make money and that was their goal, Bored Ape Yacht Club has just excelled exponentially when it comes to value to the NFT. So I think it's really investment games versus gameplay games. And a lot of the investment games are actually kind of the metaverse style games. I think metaverse games have a lot of problems right now, and I don't even want to get into that after this single question, but I will if we have to. But I think metaverse games right now are strictly investment perspective. I don't see any of them really making any fun and engaging gameplay. But when I do, I think that it has a lot of potential. When it comes to the fun games, I see games that people are already playing, but just with blockchain used as the icing on the cake. One game that I like is called EV.io. It is a shooter game, and you quite literally go onto your browser and type in EV.io, you click, and you're already in the game. So games that are easy to onboard people and maybe can showcase the NFTs and the technology are games that I like to play for fun, and also games with lots of content that weren't just slapped together in a few days or weeks.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those, that's for sure. And Mitch, I kind of want to transition a little bit into blockchain, and as a game developer, how do you choose a blockchain that you want to be on, and what's your goals there?
Yeah, so this is definitely something that is always going to be a little bit game specific and a little bit timing or ecosystem specific, because a game is going to have a broad range of needs depending on the genre, the complexity, or even the scale at which they're trying to produce NFTs and actually roll out their ecosystem. So for Million on Mars, for example, when we were first exploring things a year and a half ago, there wasn't a lot of great blockchains that had low or effectively zero gas fees, that had high transaction throughput, that allowed you to have NFTs with mutable and immutable data so that you could dynamically update and evolve the information that's on an NFT, and that you could that also had an audience and a user base that actually cared about games. Like, those were all factors that we were considering early on. And the other thing that we were also really looking for was that the chains would also have an established marketplace that is very friendly to games themselves, either with an audience that is already wanting Web3 games, or the marketplace is able to at least surface enough information to make the NFTs for a game actually worthwhile. You could actually see the things that matter and be able to make an informed purchasing decision. I think we're still really, really early in this phase. It's crazy how early we are, and we've seen the emergence of game-specific marketplaces now start to happen with, we have Fractal on the Solana side, there's a couple coming on the Polygon side, and I fully expect that we're going to see the same thing happen in the Cardano space as well, now that we have now there's NFTs, now that we have games actually becoming live in the space. I think you will see this need for game-specific marketplaces opening up on all the blockchains.
I got a Pegasus, I'd like to rent you.
There's so much information you need to be able to surface about game NFTs that a generic mass marketplace like an OpenSea just isn't going to do those justice. It's, those marketplaces are made to surface the information for a wide assortment of collections between art and music and games and collectibles and anything in between. It's really hard to differentiate and find the important information that matters for you as an end consumer that's trying to buy something. So I think that we will see much more specialized marketplaces emerge, and my hope is that we're going to see the preservation of creator royalties become just a normalized part of these ecosystems. I think right now this sort of trend in which we see things kind of race to zero is going to be detrimental to the actual creators more than it will be for the consumers.
It almost has to find an equilibrium. When it first came out, people were charging insanely high creator fees, 10%, sometimes higher on any sale.
Yep.
And now you see us trending towards zero. And then you sit back and you think, well, if the company doesn't get anything, how do they continue to develop? So we're kind of trying to find that equilibrium where the market will kind of work itself out. And Farmer Nash, I kind of want to pose the same question to you. How do you choose between different chains that you look at? And is there a specific chain you like? Are you more of a multi-chain looking at all of them? How does that work?
Yeah, so when it comes to games, I'm thinking of the next million, next 5 million, next 10 million people. There's I think 2 billion gamers across the world, and I guarantee you that 1.9999 billion of them are not going to care which chain the game is on. And I'm sorry to say that for all of you maxis. But yeah, so I genuinely don't care what chain your game is on. I think if it's a fun game, then it's going to onboard lots of people to the space. But you need to somehow introduce your blockchain technology in a way that's not going to shove it in people's face. Because right now, you see a lot of traditional gamers, and not just gamers, just people in general. They really hate NFTs, they really hate the blockchain, they hate NFT gaming, they hate DeFi, they hate all of it. So if we can kind of introduce it to them slowly, warm them up to the fact and then somehow make them to get their wallet and give them their first NFT, maybe if it's like a sword in a game or something like that, I think that's the best way to onboard people, no matter what the chain is.
It's almost like you've succeeded when the person doesn't even know they're doing anything on the blockchain.
Exactly, and then all of a sudden they have this wallet, it's like a browser extension or something, and they have all these NFTs and they didn't even know it.
Absolutely, and I think, Mitch, you guys have done a really good job at that with Million on Mars, playing through the browser and things like that. So can you kind of discuss how you guys work with the blockchains and especially multiple blockchains to work with your game?
Yeah, so we definitely have operated in a much more unconventional manner with our approach to NFTs and blockchains, having first started on Wax, then expanding onto Solana, now looking at other chains as well to support, like Polygon, Cardano, Tezos, things like that, where there are growing user bases that love games, that really embrace like a gaming ecosystem, and then also are on a chain that can support the costs and the needs of having hundreds of thousands of NFTs that have thousands of users that need to be able to update lots of NFTs, metadata, and to be able to like just support the scale and the needs of games. I think if you were to try to put every single thing in a game, especially an online multiplayer game, if you try to put all of the data and the things that are happening on chain, even in real time, like you will cripple most chains as a result of this for any game that's at scale. And so to me, I imagine a future where games will embrace and support NFTs on any chain that their end users want to have them on. Like to me, it's the notion that we embrace is play and own, which is that you play games and you own the things that you get in the games, and that's it. There is no promise beyond that, and what you do with those items or those assets is truly up to you as the end consumer. We are just making the ownership a lot more official as opposed to being on a gray market. So for us, we want to be able to allow players to move from one chain to another, because it might be that ecosystem doesn't flourish and grow as well with games, and it might become much more popular for a different part of the industry, or of a sector in the markets. And it might be better off for our players to be able to migrate. So we don't ever want to be beholden to a single chain or ecosystem or platform. We want to be able to flow and grow with this entire space of Web3 as it finds the perfect foothold in the growing markets.
Understood. And Farmer Nash, as an influencer in the community, yeah, the term's a little loose out there. Where do you feel people like yourself, content creators, fit into the community? What are the responsibilities of a content creator when it comes to Web3 gaming?
I think the responsibility of a content creator means that you promote games that you genuinely like. I think it's okay to get paid to promote games as long as it's something that you believe in and or own. I think there's maybe 100 or more games that have reached out to me within the past year alone, saying like, hey, make a video, we'll pay you, blah, blah. And I don't do that. But if a game that I genuinely believe in, game that I genuinely think has a long-term chance for success, reaches out, then yeah, I think content creators should be rewarded for their content. And I also think they should promote the games that are actually moving the space forward. And I don't see anything wrong with paying content creators for their worth.
Absolutely. And Mitch, how does that work with your business? You mentioned earlier, this is the first time you've seen people really podcast. Do you reach out to people, or do you find that when the community's involved in a Web3 game and there's a little bit of financial incentive there, do you find that kind of causes the media to happen, or kind of what are your thoughts on that?
I think building a deep and engaging game-first experience really gives you a strong advantage when actually connecting with your audience that wants to build content around it. If you're able to actually release new things on an ongoing basis and not just have a promised roadmap that months or even years away will supposedly deliver a game, you can really stand out from your competitors, because your competitors don't have anything for your audience, for their audience to talk about. And when you're releasing new things on an ongoing basis, you give them an easy runway of things to be able to talk about every week. The thing that I think is where I expect things will go in the future is that most games that are structured for content creators or influencers will likely integrate their own creator programs or codes and have a way to reward and incentivize creators that are there for the right reasons. I'm personally not a massive fan of paying exorbitant fees up front for creators and influencers, largely just because of our own personal experiences, is that it doesn't translate into the actual audience connecting with the videos and the content they're producing. If you have a code-based system, then their audience, then you could directly compensate and show that yes, you created content, but you actually drove this many people to the game to actually try things out. That kind of having that kind of raw data and those kind of like analytics really can empower game makers to make the right choices when picking an influencer to partner with. And that's certainly the way that we want to be able to do things in the future, is to really leverage a creator code-based system and to even incorporate our own treasury fees into compensating them for their efforts.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And Farmer Nash, like speaking on that, then how do you, when you look to work with a game, do you reach out to game creators or anything like that, or do you really just look for a game that's fun first before putting it out to the people?
Yeah, so I want to make this clear. The best games don't need to pay people for content, if that makes sense. Fortnite, originally, I doubt they paid anyone for content. Call of Duty at this point doesn't need to pay people for content. There's thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that play these games, make YouTube videos, post on it on Twitter, everything like that for free. So if you have a good game, people will come and they will make content for you. If you are a game that's, let's say, new, maybe you have a great product, however, you have 10 players and that's not enough to even fill one lobby, then I think it's okay to basically pay a creator, but just make sure that you're telling them upfront, like, hey guys, I'm partnering with this project. We're trying to kind of get our community ready. We want to play our game. I don't see anything wrong with that. But what I do see a problem with is kind of bragging about, like, let's say your player base, but just for this 1 week. Because when you have a big influencer, creator, play your game, they release a video, a lot of people may flock to your game, but a lot of people may not stay for more than like 1 hour. So I think as long as you're making a fun game, people will play and they'll make content for free just because they want to.
Yeah, and how do these games, like, do you look for regular updates from the games to not stay stale and things like that? Like Mitch said, part of that is you look for games that are trying to help you as a creator and as a player. They want to keep releasing content for their players at a steady pace, things like that.
Yeah, so I think it's really important for games to have something that you can compete for or try to earn. For example, Axie Infinity, they have a leaderboard. So you can play 100 games a day, and if you're not ranked 1, there's still something to play for. With games like, I can't name one off the top of my head right now, but for games that you're just playing for fun and they maybe have 1 hour to 2 hours of content, that's not something we're going to continually go back to. So I think games need to find a way to create fun and engaging experiences that are replayable and things that you can do for multiple hours a day.
A little bit of competition kind of keeps it fresh when you get to compete against people over and over and learn different moves or whatever it may be to win the game, be successful, basically.
Yeah, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be competition. I mean, people play, let's say, Pokemon Go, and they just want to collect all the Pokemon, right? A lot of people play just the regular Pokemon games. They don't even battle their friends. They don't use Wi-Fi. They don't do anything. I remember playing that for hours as a kid, right? And I was just doing it because it was fun. So there's multiple ways you can do it, but I'd say 2 safe ways is make rare collectibles where you have to grind to get them, and then also have some type of multiplayer or leaderboard or ranks or things like that so people can continually come back to your game and things like that.
Absolutely. And Mitch, how do you guys manage the generation of assets in game, like how many there are and things like that? How do you keep rarity in mind and then balance that with the community you have that's growing?
Yeah, that's a really interesting and nuanced challenge to solve, as a game maker. It is something that we're learning alongside often with our community and figuring out the best solutions and tactics to employ that ensure that everyone is happy with the outcome. When looking at things like managing scarcity and supply or managing the rate at which everyone can kind of create new assets or the rate at which new tokens are being minted, it's a large system, a large sort of balancing of inputs or sources and sinks of resources, basically. And so for us, we always try to think about, well, we're always looking at the data behind our game economy. We're looking at what our players are doing on a daily basis. And then we think objectively about how can we, when we're planning new content, how can we ensure that anything that's in excess in the game could maybe be used as a source for something that we're doing next. So it's often about just balancing where excesses may exist within the economy and communicating intent behind all the decisions we're making. So it's a lot of the times we will change the balance of something and then often say, okay, this new resource or this new building that's coming out, you can buy it with this resource that there was a lot of extra for. And it's really about satisfying the needs of everyone, but ensuring that there are constraints as many places as there can be so that there's an opportunity to keep things balanced.
That makes a lot of sense. And Farmer Nash, you've been in a lot of these Web3 games. I can't even imagine what your OpenSea wallet looks like. It's got to have every NFT under the sun in it. How has Web3 gaming and the financial part, how does that affect you as a gamer when it comes to like taxation and stuff like that? Is that an issue or?
Oh, I mean, it didn't used to be, right? Because we were just playing some games, we were earning some tokens, and then tax season rolled around. And you look at your wallet, maybe you have a lot of money in there, maybe you even lost some money, who knows, right? But as an NFT gamer, it's something you have to keep in the back of your mind if you're earning tokens. A lot of the best games, you earn NFTs, they're not necessarily tied to any type of value, and you're not actually gaining, I would say fiat or any type of money unless you sell these. So I would say that taxes are something that's really in the back of my mind as a gamer, especially if I manage teams for a game, which I used to do for Axie Infinity. I had like 100 players that would farm tokens for me. And it's really something you got to keep in the back of your mind. But at the same time, I'm not sure like people are really taking it too seriously. So it may come back to bite people very badly in the near future. And I hope that doesn't happen, but just take care of your tax stuff ahead of time.
Yeah, head over there to Crypto Tax Audit booth and get some help. Mitch, how does that work from like the game creator side and regulation or taxation? Is there sales tax when you're selling NFTs? How does this work?
Yeah, we don't charge taxes inside of our games, but we certainly pay them as a company. We're a U.S.-based company. I certainly can't speak on a ton of the finer specifics, but for us, we try to treat everything with the highest above board intent. We're incredibly transparent about what we're selling, why we're selling it, how it's used, what the sort of usage rights are, all those sort of things. And our end goal is to create a better consumer experience with better degrees of transparency and with an above board sense of ownership of what you are owning in your games. I think that for the last 15 years, we've seen people that invest insane amounts of time and money for what is effectively renting virtual items in these online services and getting no ability to really kind of get anything in return after putting in such an investment of time and money. If you look at a contemporary game example, take Magic the Gathering, for example, you can invest months playing that game, collecting a large collection of cards. You can play in professional tournaments, local drafts. You can do all kinds of interesting things within that ecosystem that are financialized. Your collections of cards are worth money in an actual real world sense. And if you grow tired of playing that game as a hobby, you can go to your local card store and sell your collection back, and you'll recoup a bit of your investment of time and money. To me, this is the natural progression that I see a ton of online games as a service-based businesses going. There is an expected need in which the game and the operator needs to have there needs to actually be something there for those things to have a value. I don't disagree with that. If Wizards of the Coast went out of business, Magic cards wouldn't be worth anything. That's the same thing for a ton of other game cards and collectible cards that are not worth anything anymore because those companies aren't servicing that anymore. So there is an understood relationship and need there that has to exist in the ecosystem. But I really do think that we're just sort of working towards a natural progression and inevitability of where we see this in a digital world, and it's all just powered by NFTs and crypto and blockchain. We're just gonna take a little while to get rid of those terms and phrases and normalize things. We don't say SMS when we text message someone anymore. It's the same kind of thing that we'll see happening in the Web3 space.
That makes a lot of sense. And Farmer Nash, you keep your finger on the pulse of all these games in the industry and what's kind of going on. You mentioned earlier you see AAA gaming studios start to get involved. What do you think took them so long to get involved, or what did they see that made them jump in the pool?
I think it's just all about regulation, right? These games, well, there's regulation, and then there's one other thing, which is they're already making so much money, so why would they change their current model? If I already have a cash cow game, why would I want to bring NFTs into that? That's a lot of work for me and my company and my developers, and that's also a risk that I'm taking, not only legally, but just for your community. Your players might not even want the NFTs in the first place. So I'm a big fan of actually indie games. I think there's a lot of indie studios who are very hungry. They really like NFTs, and they want to kind of build NFTs into their games. But I think once we get some more regulation on really how we know how taxes are going to work, what is an NFT, how is that taxable, what is a token, how is that taxable, once these games kind of warm up, I think we will see a lot more studios in the NFT and Web3 gaming. And the other thing I want to say is that once one game takes off, once the next Among Us, the next Clash of Clans, the next Call of Duty joins, and it's apparent that it's popular in Web3, all these studios, in my opinion, are going to flock to the space, and they say, okay, now it's our turn to make a Web3 game. So I think it's going to be kind of a domino effect in that sense.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%, to be honest. And Mitch, like your kind of perspective on that, how do you see the competitive landscape when it comes to game developers?
Yeah, I think we're in this interesting period where there is this, a lot of people would like to talk about the future of AAA games reaching into the blockchain and sort of emerging in this space.
Copy.
Right, but at the same time, people will also say that the next 100 million people coming online in Web3 are actually going to come from the developing world, in which no one there has a PS5 or a modern computer or any ability to play a AAA game. And if you talk to the current gaming audience about anything related to crypto and NFTs, the entire well has been poisoned against this as an idea that they're going to be interested in, despite any kind of actual realities that are existent underneath that. And so my question is always like, well, if we're making AAA blockchain games, like who are they being made for? The gaming audience right now doesn't want them, and the next millions of people coming on board in Web3 largely seem to be coming from the developing world, and they don't have the devices capable of playing these either. So that to me seems like a very large misalignment, and it certainly impacted our decisions as a business. It's why we wanted to build a browser-first game that can be played on mobile, that can be played on lower-end devices as well, so that we can reach a broad mass market without having to worry about having the latest devices and the latest technology. That's the same reason why we saw Facebook and social games blow up, is it was all browser-based, and anyone around the world could be playing them, and that's why those games reached such a massive audience of adoption. I feel really strongly that we're going to see the same thing happen, and that the notion of AAA games that are powered by the blockchain will become, I do think in the long term they'll become very mainstream and the norm sort of that we'll see, but I think that it will start off as a very niche sort of thing that requires a longer tail of adoption, because at the end of the day, what we lack is education in the end users and in the people that haven't really embraced this space, is that they don't, there's so much to learn and to understand, and it files into the same thing that Nash was saying, that game companies don't want to re-educate their audience. They took them the last 15 years to get them to understand live service games, to understand microtransactions or subscriptions. Everyone's gotten really accustomed to a battle pass now. Moving that into now, but now it's a battle pass, but you own your assets and you can now sell them back. Now you got to set up a digital wallet and you got to go through all these hoops. Getting your audience to jump through these hoops is a huge challenge. Getting people comfortable with getting their card charged for microtransactions, having their information on the internet, all these things are challenging to re-educate a global audience about. So it's going to take a lot longer before the mass market sort of catches on to these things, but I do think it is inevitable. There are very clear examples you can look at historically. I mean, I've talked about my experiences just as a gamer operating in the gray markets, but you can look at Steam as the best example of why audiences want this already. Steam itself has an item marketplace, and if you speak to this in Web3 terms, it's a centralized, fungible token marketplace in which items are bought and sold by hundreds of thousands of gamers around the world. In games like Counter-Strike and Team Fortress, people are buying and selling skins and items and other unlocks. And it's all done within this centralized ecosystem that Valve owns and earns all of the upside and fees from, that they share with the developers a percentage of those royalties on their platform. But the developers are basically prevented from talking about any of the specific business numbers behind this. And it's no surprise to me that Valve doesn't want NFTs and doesn't want anything to impede on what is already a successful part of their business. They want to protect that for as long as they can. And we're going to see the same thing with all the other developers as well. Until there is enough consumer demand, we will see them not wanting to change business as usual.
Love it, love it. And you know, I'm not a rich man, but I own a few pixels of real estate, and want to kind of get your thoughts, Farmer Nash, on in-game real estate and land ownership. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Is that something you see that's going to be scarce assets in the future, or something that's kind of a farce kind of marketing scheme right now?
Yeah, so I have a very strong opinion on the metaverse. Excuse me, losing my voice here. But I personally think the metaverse is more of a buzz term. And we saw that when Facebook actually changed its name to Meta. What happened was all the big metaverses, Decentraland, the Sandbox, a few other notable ones, prices skyrocketed in land. And I think that's because the older, richer investors, they don't want to invest in a blue, shiny sword. They want to invest in real estate. That's the game that they know. So if they're familiar with this online real estate, that's something they can get their kind of mind and their money around. So, and they know how to do it too. They know invest in the best locations, the one that get the most foot traffic, all that stuff. So I think that metaverses need to build a game first and then lean on their community, rather than having their community build all the games to be played in the metaverse.
So one day these pixels might be worth something that I have, because right now I'm pretty poor. Mitch, how do you guys manage land and pixels and real estate in your game?
Yeah, so we definitely are a little bit different than some of the other projects in the space, largely because we've had a game-first experience that is powered by, that actually has land, that is powered by NFTs since day one. And our players have minted out 50,000 plots, over 50,000 plots of land, and are actively actually using it in the game, on Mars, constructing buildings, producing items and supply chains, and selling and buying and selling and trading with other players in a player-driven economy. For us, we scale and grow to the needs of our player base. We don't try to fixate on having scarce land that no one can get access to. We want to grow with our community and support as many people that want to have these assets as they have. For us, we think that the benefit of a digital world is that there isn't these finite fixed supplies that are artificial in a digital sense that are trying to mirror the real world. So we really want to make things accessible to a broad audience, and we think that a land-based game is unique and compelling and interesting, and is something that is novel in this space that you couldn't easily do before, in the sense that you have ownership that can be taken into other places. And I think that we are still very much in the infancy of where these kind of opportunities and where these experiences can really lead you. A piece of land in one world can be a gateway and a key to land and experiences in multiple worlds. We're so early right now that it hasn't really reached its full potential yet. And
so you're saying there's a chance?
I think that we will see winners and losers much more losers than winners, as it always goes in any kind of emergent space. But I think that it's on the developers and the creators to deliver an experience that actually satisfies the expectations of the end consumer. Like, if you make a bunch of promises, you need to deliver on it. But I think that we're past the point of being able to make empty promises. And I think that if you don't have something to show now, it will continue to become harder for people to believe that you will deliver on something in the future.
You mean I'm not going to raise $64 million with a picture of Pixelmon Kevin?
Wagami.
Yeah, wag me, man. Let's go. So a little final question here before we maybe get to a little Q&A if we want to. But kind of, Farmer Nash, I'll start with you. Where do you think, like, 1 to 2 years Web3 gaming is? And then on the back of that, 5 or 10 years, where do you see it going? 1 to 2 years, I see one game completely blowing up the space.
I see the next, like I said earlier, I see the next Among Us, Fortnite, Clash of Clans, one game that's going to get very popular and is going to bring a ton of people into the Web3 space. This game is going to have so many users, and they're then going to trickle down and check out all of the other Web3 games, or at least the ones that are fun. So I don't see that really happening within the next 6 months. Maybe 7 to, I don't know, 7 months to 2 year area. I see one of the big studios making an awesome game. They have a lot of marketing, a lot of backing, or an indie studio making an absolute banger of a game that we're all going to be playing. And then beyond that, let's say like the 5 or 10 year mark, I think maybe 10 years for this, but I think the metaverse is then going to play a big role. That's when these metaverse companies have actually built something that's worth visiting. It's not a museum. It's not an empty plot of grass. It's none of that. It's something that's engaging. Or maybe you can even use like demonstrations for work. Maybe we're all going to be meeting in the metaverse in 10 years for work-related events, or for training, or for school, or stuff like that. So I think the metaverse is a more broad term, but when it comes to actual games in 10 years, I think that NFT gaming is going to be kind of a new segment for gaming. We have mobile, PC, console, and then I think NFT or Web3 gaming could be in its own complete new category.
I really like that thought, actually. I agree a lot. Mitch, I'll ask you the exact same question.
Yeah, I see the emergence of this space as the natural progression of where games as a service or live service-based games are headed. I think that it becomes the sort of norm for many companies that operate games as a service, that those items, those resources, those assets all become tokenized and owned in some way. I think what you'll see happen very rapidly in the next coming couple of years is all the big studios and publishers will roll out their own custodial wallets. You'll see the Activision wallet, the Epic wallet, the Blizzard wallet, or whatever, and you will see ownership of these things become more recognized in these custodial wallets. I won't expect that you're going to see these things all go on chain right away, but to me that becomes like the way you normalize things for consumers, where you can create your own epic marketplace for these digital goods that has an actual way to take money out if you sell something, and be a completely above board experience that's counter to what you sort of see on Steam, where it's store credit only for anything that you're selling. Beyond that, you'll then see everyone start to cross-pollinate. You'll see, earn this skin in Fortnite, but also get it in Call of Duty, or get it in another Epic game, for example. You'll see publishers start to cross-promote their games, their IP into other experiences as well. I mean, look at how many different IPs coexist in Fortnite. You have Goku from Dragon Ball Z playing next to Kratos from God of War, next to people, next to Stormtroopers and Darth Vader. Like, they've created this amalgamation of IP that can coexist, and I think that we'll see this everywhere, that we will see intellectual property exist across all these experiences. And the only way that kind of thing is going to, especially when you have secondary markets and other fees going on, the only way that any of that stuff is going to work in a way that works for everyone is by having an underlying layer of technology that makes all the data easy to access and to understand. So, we won't see everyone talking about blockchain technology in the game ecosystems. You're going to see a different term like distributed ledger technology, which is effectively the same thing, but sounds a lot more comfortable and understandable. So that's where I see it going, in the future.
I love it. I love both divisions. Anybody have a question out there? Any Web3 gamers? Raise your hand if you play Web3 games. Oh, Claire. You got to come to the mic. The mic will come to you. Perfect.
Well, first off, that was very interesting. Thank you. So let's say I know someone who has very little experience in gaming, not me, obviously, other than like Guitar Hero, Rock Band. But what would you say would be a good beginner's NFT game for someone who just wanted to check it out?
You want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. So, you could check out Million on Mars. Just gonna throw that out there. That's Mitch's game. But excuse me, the easiest one to check out, easiest game, EV.io. Type that into your browser. One click and you're already playing. It's super simple, very fun online game. And then once you go from there, it really depends on what you like, right? So my girlfriend loves like collecting cute things like Animal Crossing, that type of thing. So there's gonna be games called, I think it's called Peepo Paradise, which is gonna come out. And that's more of like the more relaxed, chill vibes. I'm collecting cute things, there's cute animals, all that. So
I would say just really, it's all about what game you like. But one other one that's super easy to get into is called Blankos Block Party. It is actually on Epic Games, so it's a huge launcher. They have Fortnite, I believe. And yeah, so it's on the Epic Games launcher. Just go on there and boom, right there on the homepage.
Awesome, thank you. I'll check it out.
Not really a question, but more of a comment on just Web3 gaming. And I noticed you all talking about it too, is that the fun is the biggest aspect. And what I've noticed with Web3 games is I don't really care if I put in money to it if I'm having fun.
Yep.
And even if it goes to nothing, I got my fun out of it. And so, like right now, there's someone trying to buy a weapon from me that I need to accomplish missions with. And so I don't want to sell it. And so I think that you're really touching on something that's important in gaming in general, is that it needs to be fun.
Absolutely. And I think you exactly illustrated that really, really well. Appreciate that comment.
Yeah, Fortnite makes tens to hundreds of millions of dollars a year just on skins. You don't even need them to play the game. People buy them just because they want to. They're not buying it to play the game. They're just buying it to look cool in the game. So a lot of people will spend a lot of money on things in game and that are completely optional.
Any more questions from the audience? Doesn't look like it. So I'm going to thank you guys. I really appreciate it, Farmer Nash, Mitch.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Are legends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we got one more. Where are we at?
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I know this one. We got Vince. Another creator here in the VR space probably wants to challenge some metaverse.
All right, so I appreciate you for mentioning EV.io, right? Because it's playable on marketplaces, which is like very rare when you look at the ecosystem, right? Like if you're looking at Solana-based marketplaces, whether Fractal or Magic Eden, not only can you play EV.io, but you can also play Mini Royale Nations and a couple of other games that are built into these marketplaces, which is something we don't have on Cardano just yet, but I feel like it's something we should be asking our marketplaces to look into. That's all I had to say. I know I said I had a question. I really didn't. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, I completely agree with you. We launched on Fractal as well and had a great launch with them as a partner. And I think you will see gaming-specific marketplaces emerging everywhere.
Awesome. Well, oh, wow, that was loud. Well, thank you guys, Farmer Nash and Mitch from Million on Mars. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you.
All right, let's roll.
Mic check, 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 1, 2. Am I loud? Am I loud and clear? Can y'all hear me out there? You sure? Where's Rare Bloom at? Is this Rare Bloom? Woo! Rare Bloom, where are you at? This is the best part. We're gonna be talking a little bit what I do, but we're also gonna be introducing ADAO and the team soon. So, I want you guys to give you a little shout, whoever you guys are. You guys are a few, the proud. So I am Vic from The Hidden Order, just fresh from CNFT Con 2022, just coming in. Man, I'm exhausted. I just got here, so excited to see the amazing things they got here at Rare Bloom. So excited to see the Cardano community and everything like that. What I do is I do all the fun stuff. So I coordinated the CNFT Con kickoff party. Good time for y'all network. I, Clay Nation, Go Tribe, Kendall Collective, all those amazing people, I helped coordinate the CNFT after party. So if you were at CNFT Con, or maybe you're on Twitter, you saw the amazing vibes on Twitter and you missed out. So you'll probably get a lot of FOMO for next year. So what I do, I try to make your experience at conferences amazing. I bring the cool after-party vibes. I make sure that you have a good time at your conference. So next year, stay tuned for Rare Bloom, because I'll be back with the Hidden Order. And we're going to make Rare Bloom epic, an experience to remember about, and something to talk about and share. So stay tuned when you see the Hidden Order, Rare Bloom, and us collaborate. We're going to do something amazing for next year. If you thought this was just the beginning, wait. Just wait. You guys missed out what happened at CMTCon. So what we're doing tonight, last minute pop-up party. I just flew in yesterday from Vegas, and we just linked up with the Banshee House, an amazing art collective here in Denver, and we got ADAO, Summon, yes, those crew. We also got Cardano Solutions, they're out here. And myself, the really hot chick at the very top, Hidden Order. We're about to bring a nice celebration just tonight. Hit me up right after this, I can invite you to it. Just to celebrate Cardano, the community, and us building together on this blockchain, the ones that we love the most, right? So if you guys are builders, come celebrate last night before y'all go home, and let's just call it an awesome experience, cap it off, and just celebrate together, right? This is it. This is why we're here, seeing people in real life. I probably know you on Discord, probably know you on Twitter, probably know you on Telegram, probably know you on Project Catalyst. But this is it. We're here to celebrate and have a good time as the Cardano community, right? So that's it. I'm the Hidden Order. I'm going to introduce my friends. I got Dr. Baton Rush. I got Riley. I got TCT. They're coming from ADAO and Summon Labs.
Thanks, Vic. We can get another if we want. So, thanks everyone for being here. We're going to be talking about kind of the past year for ADAO and now Summon. We've been doing this just around a year at this point, and really excited to be here and be able to talk about it. I know that obviously there's a lot going on, and we're only able to have a fraction of the people present here in the room, but at least it's recorded, and I think everyone will be able to enjoy all these talks regardless of whether they were live or not, right? So, yeah, really excited to get started.
That's really great. I didn't know they were being recorded. I'm happy for the ones I missed. But yeah, man, I'm excited to be here. I'm just really grateful that everyone got to come out, that I got to come out, and it's been an amazing experience. So yeah, just really grateful.
Yeah, one of the cool things about the live events like this is you get to meet the people that are just the PFPs on Twitter, or the people that you might have seen on Reddit and that you've been interacting with in the text medium, and you get to, like, you know, see them for the first time, give them a high five, give them a hug. And you know, one of the things with a DAO that we've experienced is that coordinating together is part of that magic, right? I mean, when we meet each other in person as members of a DAO, it's like we've already known each other. I actually met Riley and Tom for the first time in Austin for Consensus, and Tom just like pulled up in his car, and I got in, and he's like, "Hey man, how's it going?" It's like we had just picked up our last conversation that had been in a Twitter space, and we just kept going. So one of the beautiful things about this is the ability to make decisions together and build things together. So yeah, I know that I got into DAOs because I was searching for something on Cardano, Twitter. I had gotten into Twitter after being sort of like, hey, I need to find where the people are who are building stuff. And I kind of hate social media. But I was like, I know that there's on Twitter people actually doing stuff, and I started following people. And Tom was there talking about, like, hey, we have smart contracts now. Why don't we have DAOs? Why don't we have a way to build something together? And while I'm not a technical person as like a coder, I am a person who cares a lot about building institutions and building things that will last for people to work together. And so that's why I started, you know, talking to him and saying, like, what is a DAO? How can we do this?
Yeah, and you know, as I said before, started about a year ago in October, and then sort of leading into November, we actually put a contract on chain, and we're able to achieve that. And since then, we've put out a number of open source tools, the most popular of which is called Roundtable, and it allows for anybody to create a multi-sig wallet and coordinate with that wallet and the individual signers. Like I said, it's open source, it's free. We run it for free at roundtable.theadao.io. If you haven't already tried it out, I highly recommend it. We're working within the Summon Association and Summon Labs to offer a number of other tools, which we obviously will also open source with time, but we're definitely trying to make something of this where we can all be in this ecosystem full time and not have to sort of leverage any exterior jobs. So really excited about this, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what's so exciting for me at the moment is we're really starting to see how open source models can be profitable and can bring this immense value to the people contributing to it. So yeah, like Riley said, we have a lot of tools coming that we're going to be offering through Summon via APIs, via the interface, so communities can have their own space, right? As communities, we're already working like this. We're using things like Discord. We already see a few voting apps now that communities are using. We even see communities operating on multiple chains. You know, we know some projects that are operating on both Cardano and Ergo. So being able to bridge those communities using the blockchain is amazing, and yeah, just making it easier for people to actually use all these tools and use them within their community is really exciting to see.
Yeah. So, you know, a year ago, I don't think any of us expected to be sitting here at Rare Bloom. I got my reservation for the resort back in March, but I had no idea I'd be up on the stage speaking. And I think the most exciting part about all of this is how unexpected it was, because we really did just sort of form a group of people that had never met each other, and we ended up really working well together as a team. Some people came, some people left, and the people that stayed ended up being, I think, one of the most resilient teams in the ecosystem. I'm really excited about some of the things we're doing. There's a lot we can't even talk about, but we're definitely looking to sort of extend, something I can say is we are looking to extend sort of the native script multi-sig functionality that's in Roundtable to allow for a number of different things to occur based on Plutus script, and we're working with a number of teams around that to make the most generic and useful solution, similar to something like Gnosis Safe. But Agora is additionally something that I think is going to be very useful, because multi-sigs are limited in sort of the capacity of signers that you can have, and things get really hairy when you're trying to have a bunch of people sign the same transaction. But with Agora, we can actually have smart contract proposals created where they have a list of effects, and those effects are able to be executed on-chain permissionlessly based on the votes taken within the DAO. So that's something that we're planning to be offering with Summon Platform here in just a number of weeks, not months. We're really excited, but yeah.
So I know this is supposed to be a year in review. That was what was asked. So let's start at the beginning. So Tom, what was your journey? How did you get involved with DeFi and DAOs on other blockchains? And then what attracted you to Cardano that didn't have this, that then made you want to find the people to build it on Cardano?
Yeah, I mean, early it started because I'm quite idealistic, and I saw the flaws in traditional systems. I grew up around it. I was very in tune with it. So I spent my life away from it, right, until I became a dad about 7 years ago. And that's where my fascination with decentralized finance, with what was going on Ethereum, really sparked. And then it was really right away into, wow, there's a lot of hurdles we have to get over. This all sounds great, but it's not very practical. And that's what brought me to Cardano. Last year, I jumped the gun, so early last year, I was in these Twitter spaces on Cardano, just really not happy that we don't have DAO tooling. not happy that we didn't have a multi-sig wallet. And so I just kept talking about it. I kept, expressing this passion in this community. And I quickly ran into others that felt the same. I met Riley, I met Adam, Nate, Illusion, Gabe, so many people, everybody that's here today. I see Wheels back there. It was just amazing meeting everybody, and that's really how it started. It started in a Twitter space, just by people being passionate for something, and that's how it's continued to today. So.
And Riley, I know that you were interested in synthetics for a long time, and that you were sort of like pulled into this DAO space, and we got you to start writing code. Tell us, like, how did you come up with the first smart contract DAO on Cardano? Tell us about that process.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, the primary objective was to get something on-chain that would work for the small number of people that consisted of ADAO at the time. So the original contract is controlled by only 16 tokens, and those 16 tokens are obviously able to be used. We could mint more using the same Plutus minting policy that was used before, so we could literally vote to mint more tokens. But with regards to sort of scalability, we run into the same issues that a multi-sig wallet would. And so with Agora, we're really able to scale things. When it came down to it, though, like I said, the main thing was getting something that we could put on-chain in a reasonable amount of time and start using to actually show that it works and get people to stop saying that you couldn't make a DAO on Cardano. But I actually originally got interested in the ecosystem based on a number of things that were occurring, and I wanted to create a DAO to manage a basket of different synthetics that represent sort of the CPI, if you will, of an area in a given geographical region, so as to avoid inflation without having sort of mechanisms, monetary policy around it, right? Just using asset pegs and whether it's CDP based or JED based. I saw Max back there. Max doesn't like JED. Probably can't even hear me. He's doing something else. But in any case, I got really passionate about the ecosystem, met Tom, and the sort of desire for getting something on chain was very high, and we just made it happen. And ever since then, I don't feel as though our passion has really dwindled.
Yeah, and I know that that's a very real-world example, something that is really easy for people to sort of use and be functional for them. But even when we had smart contracts, the tool set was limited, and you were having to train people how to work with this in CLI, because that's all we had at the time. Tom, what was it like having to use the CLI, having to learn that skill set and interact with everyone else?
I had to learn quick. I mean, you realize right away, right, that it's not scalable. We need to make this really easy for people. And even if everybody knew how to do it, it's still not scalable. It just takes too long. It takes too much effort. Governance is already a somewhat boring thing. So we need to be able to make it fun. We need to be able to, incentivize participation.
Yeah, and I think that's, that's where Agora comes in, and it's not released yet because they're still auditing it. But maybe, Riley, you can tell us how Agora will allow that process to be streamlined, where we're going to be able to have lots of people working with tokens and coordinating in a way that is more, user-friendly on the blockchain rather than having to go into the CLI.
Yeah, so, I mean, one of the primary causes for us being able to move things off of the CLI and into web browsers, I'm sure many of you have used Cardano dApps before. The tooling has increased significantly. We have a number of libraries that are all able to be used for the purposes of off-chain tooling and building transactions, which are then submitted to the chain. So we use a tool called Lucid, actually, internally, and that's maintained by Alessandro from Berry Pool and SpaceBuds. We basically have a API and an interface, a web interface to that API, so that people can come create transactions that not only will instantiate their DAO, but also can be used to create stake UTXOs, that is to say stake governance tokens into the system such that they can be used in creating proposals, co-signing those proposals, voting on those proposals. And once a proposal has been voted on, and if it passes, if there's quorum met in a given result, The effects basically are issued a token, and that token is able to be burnt to do anything that it needs to the protocol. But again, those tokens are only issued to sort of contracts that do very specific things based on the proposal. So that's the basic idea without getting too into the technicalities. But we will have a convenient web interface for people to use for this, a nice UI, as well as, like Tom said earlier, APIs for everything that we're looking to offer through Summon platform. So really excited to see what people build on top of what we're working with here.
And part of the journey there over the past year has been sort of thinking about how can we help people increase their decentralization, because there's always going to be points of centralization. There's always going to be, we live in an imperfect world. We're never going to have a purely decentralized anything in this world. It's a concept. It's something that we strive towards, right? You can cut things in half forever. But we sort of said, okay, so first let's think about this multi-sig wallet as a product that we can produce to help all the groups out there on Cardano. Let's say there's an NFT group and they're collecting assets together, and they have to trust one person to hold all the funds. That's a point of failure. Well, if we give them a multi-sig wallet, they can make a 3 of 5 multi-sig. Now there has to be 5 people who sign on it. 5 signers, 3 people have to sign off. So now you at least have 3 people rug pulling you instead of just 1. So, you know, that's an improvement. You have some accountability there. And when you go from there, you know, it allows people to start feeling some more transparency. So, Tom, what kind of effect did you see in the community when we started having Roundtable roll out and people adopt it?
Yeah, I mean, enthusiasm, right? Because now, like you said, it's not just this facade of I have a voice. It's I actually have a voice. I have to sign to approve this transaction, and I have to coordinate with the other members to come to some kind of consensus in order to do that. So I think it made it real, right? Because most of this consensus takes place before the actual vote takes place. And so that's how we were operating before. And then you have this multi-sig, it's like an extra step now that we have to do, right? But it really brought it to reality, like, oh my gosh, like it's not just that I have a voice, I have a key. I actually hold a key to this community now, ownership over it.
Yeah, and one of the things that we started seeing was, you know, projects would have their multi-sig, they would have trusted individuals running the treasury, and then you saw Nils come up with his token bot.
Hazelbot.
Where people could, Hazelbot, where people could vote in Discord with their tokens. Now you have a way to get community sentiment. And this is actually something that is also done a lot on Ethereum. But Ethereum has something similar to Agora. Riley, can you tell us why it is that Ethereum has voting off-chain and then just a few people execute instead of just doing it all on-chain if they have that ability?
I mean, what it comes down to is, and the system that Adam had mentioned is called Governor Bravo, very similar in nature to Agora, different implementations obviously, account-based versus UTXO-based ledgers, but what it comes down to is that in Ethereum and other account-based ecosystems, to be frank, there's an issue that arises around fees. Determinism is not something that's held highly in other ecosystems, and fee markets are well abundant in crypto. So we run into a situation where voting ends up being exorbitantly expensive, and it ends up being something that people cannot prioritize. They don't find the value in it to be high enough. And I think in Cardano we may end up actually seeing the opposite. I think subsidized voting and even incentivized voting may become the reality.
Yep,
You
I
see
agree.
that too?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't agree more.
Yeah. So when we started looking at Summon, we sort of said, like, okay, we've got these tools from ADAO. We came out with the, with the multi-sig wallet and then our staking portal. And maybe you guys can talk about the staking portal too and tell everyone how that works.
Yeah, so we do have an open source staking portal, and people are welcome to, use it for the things that we're using it to distribute for. They can go to use our front end that we have up, but they cannot actually offer rewards through our front end. They would need to set up their own. We're not willing to take on quite that much liability as a group. So it is a non-custodial staking system in that the users that are staking into the system are doing so in a non-custodial fashion. They're staking into a smart contract, and then the reward calculation happens off-chain, and reward distribution happens directly through the front end. It's something that we found to be really useful internally, but we've also had a number of groups that are really excited to be playing around with it and modifying it for their own purposes. So I think that's one of the things I really enjoy about open source the most.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we're really dedicated to with ADAO, is that all the tools are open source. It's available for people to go on GitHub. They can make a pull. They can play with the code. They can use it for themselves, or they can make suggestions. They can tell us how it would be better, and it's a really open ecosystem so that people can put in what they want to see.
Yep, and they can solve some issues and claim some bounties.
Yeah,
definitely.
I might touch on that just a bit. Within ADAO, we have a huge amount of work that we try to get done, right, obviously. And so we incentivize that work getting done by placing bounties on that work. Bounties are sort of instantiated via proposal. And so a proposal could be made to create a bounty for somebody to go and do something. And once the work's completed, we're able to reward the users for, or the contributors for their contributions. It's something where we've seen a number of developers come and go. Some stay for a longer period of time. Some end up leaving pretty quickly but come back. And overall, it's something that we want to kind of continue to expand. We're actually looking at not only coordinating open source development within ADAO, but helping to extend that coordination outside of ADAO. There's a couple of different people that we've been talking to who unfortunately, were not funded in Catalyst recently, and we believe they should have been. We saw a number of proposals that have great merit and were not funded, and we also saw a number of proposals that have almost no merit and were funded. So with regards to sort of the way we think about things, it doesn't seem right, it doesn't feel right. We did receive quite a bit of funding in this last fund, and we'd like to make sure that it gets to all of the correct people. So we're looking at creating proposals in ADAO that have development, maybe not even in ADAO repositories, but other open source tool sets that are really advancing the ecosystem, like Icon, for example.
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, if you're new to DAOs, ADAO was formed on sort of the spirit of, in Ethereum, what they call a Moloch DAO. Moloch is the ancient god of coordination, and Moloch is responsible for all of the evils in the world because we have these systems of coordination that push us into these things we don't want to do. Why do you have to work a 9 to 5 instead of being able to set your own hours and be creative? It's because Moloch has made the system that forces you into this. And so the idea of a Moloch DAO is that you're trying to slay Moloch. You're trying to give people the ability to break out of the systems of coordination and coordinate with each other. And so ADAO is that implementation on Cardano of saying we're going to be an open source development group that encourages development on the Cardano ecosystem. So we're kind of following in that tradition of the blockchain.
Yeah, and I think another big thing is we've always been education first. So it's just really great to see some of the most seasoned, well-respected developers in there, as well as some people who are just brand new, all at this equal level, all helping each other, all talking, all really bringing value into the community. So yeah, definitely join the community if you're interested in this kind of stuff. You've been sitting here this long, so I'm assuming you are.
I was just going to say, if you are interested in joining the community, the easiest way to find us is go on Twitter, look up ADAO community, one word. You can see how to spell ADAO right there. We've got a link to the Discord there. We've got YouTube. We're going to be pushing up a number of educational videos in the near future. We have some content on there already, but we'd really like to push forward on that some more.
Yeah, and definitely come talk to me in person. I don't love this microphone or the lights in my face, but I do love talking, and I'd love to talk to everybody who's interested.
Yeah, and you guys mentioned Project Catalyst. We do need to give a shout out to Project Catalyst for getting Summon started. Tom started the proposal. He said, you know what, we need to provide people with some consulting. We need to provide people with some infrastructure because ADAO can only do so much. as a open source dedicated community. Because there are some people who say, like, you know, I don't have time to implement it myself. I don't have the resources to implement it myself. Can't we have a trusted group of people who can run a platform as a service that can allow me to interact with my DAO myself? So Tom wrote the initial draft of the Catalyst proposal. He asked all of us to look at it and contribute to it, a very collaborative spirit we have. And we got funded, and that's where Summon came from.
The only thing I would add there is I noticed you used the word trust, and as much as I would love if you'd all trust us, I don't think that's the point of crypto. And I think that the beauty of what we're doing here, it shouldn't require you to trust us. It should only require you to trust the Cardano blockchain and the technology that we're using.
And that's fair. That's very fair. And that's why we try to prove to everyone with our products that you can trust the code. You don't have to trust us as people. You can trust the code. So I'll tell you a little bit about how we have arranged Summon. We can move into that format here. So we got started with realizing that if we're going to be offering a commercial platform, that we'll be taking advantage of the open source tooling, also contributing back to it in the spirit of, you know, commercial open source reciprocation. And also offering services, we needed to have a legal structure. It needed to be bulletproof so that we wouldn't get in trouble, and it needed to be done properly so everybody would know that it was sound business-wise. So we found some partners that would help us set up the business, and we registered in Zug, Switzerland as a Swiss association. So that is the structure of the Summon Association. We also have a development company, Summon Labs, that is the primary developer. That's in keeping with the sort of decentralized ethos that a lot of projects follow of having an association that is a not-for-profit association that helps to run the ecosystem and can invite a lot of developers in, and then a primary company to do the development that can hire developers to give them a day job. And it's very much, you know, similar to the way Cardano Foundation and IO runs, you know, so you can understand that relationship. From there, we've started just sort of building out the platform. We're very close to being able to have something where people will be able to set up their DAOs and use this as a way just to interact with their DAOs, just like you use your wallet to interact with your wallet software to interact with your assets on the blockchain. Summon platform never has custody of your assets. Summon platform never locks you in. You can take this data, take it anywhere you want. You can find another service provider. You can take the open source code that we're putting in repositories, set it up yourself. But maybe there's a little trust here. You can trust that we're going to continue to develop, and maybe Summon platform can earn your continued usage that way.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, we all work quite a bit, and I noticed it's 24 after, we're going till the end of the hour, right? And it's something where we didn't really come up here with anything too specific to say. We primarily came up here with sort of the objective of continuing to spread the word of what we've been doing and what we want to do. I think that Adam put it really well in stating that the Summon platform wants to have basically everything be open source over time. It's our ethos, and I think that it'll be really helpful for the community, not only when we have this coordination stuff open source, but also a lot of the DeFi integrations we've been working on, because I think that the ability for people to leverage DeFi in a way where they are paying minimal fees, and I think that leveraging DeFi in a way where they can run the infrastructure themselves is super important to me. I'm really excited about what the future holds.
Riley, can you and Tom describe what modules will be offered starting off in Summon and how they're going to interact with other products on Cardano?
Yeah, so one of the modules we're going to be offering pretty early on, and it's definitely not going to be at launch because we have priorities to kind of meet, but one of the modules that we do plan on offering pretty close to launch is a public sale module. So As many of you may know, we did a 3-day sale of the summon tokens, sort of a whitelisted sale. You had to have either one ADAO token, one liquid token, or one MinSwap token in order to participate. And we sold some summon tokens using the smart contract. It was a non-custodial sale, the first that we were aware of on the ecosystem that was conducted in this manner. And we'd like to open that up so that anybody can create their own non-custodial sale. We'd also like to be able to sort of walk people through what that might look like on the other end of things, but we need to be careful around what services we offer. So I do think that it's likely certain consulting services will be referred because we know groups that would be great for others to work with, and there's certain liabilities that we cannot take on.
I'm done, man. I'm good.
I mean, additionally, we're going to be offering like, I mean, when it comes to modules, we're going to offer whatever we can. We're going to offer like staking solutions, vesting solutions, this public sales solution, and anything that the community requests.
Yeah. So the big thing is you'll be able to come in, you'll be able to bring your tokens into the platform, you'll be able to put them in a multi-sig. We're extending out the roundtable multi-sig sort of have more features. If you already have a roundtable multi-sig, you can just import that right into Summon and start that for your group. You can also set up from right off the bat, hopefully, a snapshot vote for your members. So the way that works is the same as Ethereum for a lot of platforms on Ethereum, where people go to the platform. Like if I went, I would log in with, I would connect with my wallet instead of having to log in any way. So I connect with my wallet. It recognizes me, and it says, "Hey, you're back. We recognize you. We know that you are a member of these DAOs, and there are votes being called for in one of your DAOs. How would you like to vote?" And when you vote, it puts that signature on the vote so that they know it's coming from you, and then you have that record. And that's the thing that we can offer as a no fee to the user kind of vote, to be a really simple way to get started until we're waiting for Agora to complete its audit.
That'll be a
hot
product.
Another way to say no fee is free. I think that's, I like that word. I like the word free. And I do want to offer as much as we can to the community for free, because the primary reason we're all here is to provide value in perpetuity. And with regards to Agora, I mean, the audit is well underway. We should have that back within just the next couple weeks, I would hope, maybe another month or two.
Yeah, I mean, I see feeless voting or free voting as something that could help a lot of these different ecosystems. We were just in a Catalyst meeting, and it's exactly the solution that's needed, right? Being able to represent votes on chain, verify votes on chain, and not have to pay for them, not have to pay to vote. It's just so smooth. It's not clunky, it's on chain, and I think it's how a lot of communities and ecosystems are going to operate on Cardano.
Yeah, and we've had the opportunity to have discussions with IO, with a lot of other groups, about how we can look towards the future, towards integrating things like Italoprism, so we can have SSI, and we can have the ability for recognition with a lot of other platforms.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have a lot of exploration to do into the self-sovereign identity space, and we're really excited to have such a close working relationship with some of the people on that team. Huge shout out to Tony Rose, by the way, for those of you who know him. But it's one of those things where it's still so early. For those of you who weren't aware, the first use case for Cardano as an identity-aware layer 1 is for the purpose of providing scholarships to Ethiopian children, and it's being done actually very quickly. The work around providing sort of the proof on chain through these credentials issued in Italoprism is already done. It works. There's a contract being sort of finalized to actually leverage that on-chain proof to release scholarship funds to students whose credentials should allow that. And I think that the amount of innovation that's coming in that space is definitely well warranted to keep an eye on. We're really excited to be working in that space. I think not only do we want to be offering things like quadratic voting in the future, but one of the things that we're really excited about is reputation-based systems of governance.
Yeah, and I also do want to give a shout out to Charlie 3 for the work they've done on the Ethiopian scholarship project. It's been awesome working with them, talking with them about things, and getting involved. So I think we've run through everything we can think of so far, so let's open up for questions. And if anybody wants to ask a question from us on the stage, we'd love to answer it. Otherwise, we're going to step off the stage and just talk to you person to person. Yo. Yeah, so the question is, what are DAOs and how do they benefit people? Is that basically it?
Yeah, what different scenarios would apply to a city, a
Sure.
state, a company, like brainstorm going forward the next 5-10 years, how DAOs could represent and benefit many different organizations, just like a lot of examples.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a lot of great ways of bringing DAOs into the physical world. So DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and it's a way of having a protocol that manages a treasury. And that can be done in a lot of different ways. Riley's shaking his head because it's a very generalized answer, but it's because it really has so many ways you can answer the question. But okay, so a real world example I can offer is helping to manage an HOA. Everybody hates HOAs. Everybody talks about how terrible HOAs are because generally the worst people in the neighborhood want to run the HOA to be able to do things. But honestly, when I think about it, I think an HOA is the ideal form of government because it's the one closest to the people. It's the people in your neighborhood where if you get ticked off at a decision that the HOA is making, it's because you should just go talk to your neighbors and figure it out. Well, if an HOA decides to use a DAO type of structure, what they could do is say, okay, maybe the HOA is in charge of keeping up the sidewalks in your neighborhood or the park in your neighborhood. Let's say the park. And the HOA says, we need to find someone to replace this playground because it's falling apart. So now they're going to ask the members of the HOA to start putting forward proposals. What do you want to replace this falling apart playground? So people come forward with a few different proposals. Part of the proposal is you also have to identify a contractor who says they can do it. Part of the proposal is you also have to have a certified bid from that contractor to say what will replace it. And maybe you get some really good bids out of that proposal framework. And you now have your neighborhood voting to decide who's going, which of these new playgrounds are going to replace the falling apart playground. What you can do now is have your members vote on the treasury to say, okay, we're going to vote on these proposals, and it's not going to go to just one person to manage it. It's not going to be one person making the decision. All the members of the HOA are going to be getting to have a vote in this, and then the money will be paid out to the contractor through the system because we have it set up that way to help pay for it. So that's kind of like one idea of how it might work.
Okay, that helps a lot to visualize.
And, right now it's one of those things where, I'm sorry, this mic might be a little bit loud. I think it was calibrated for Tom. He was holding it further away. With regards to real-world use cases and homeowners associations and, whatever it ends up being, the thing is if you want to actually get that bid from a contractor and represent that too in this system, that's where SSI really comes in, right? And the ability to say, well, this contractor has built up a reputation with these other groups that we know, and maybe that makes sense then. And another contractor has got no reputation, maybe it makes a little bit less sense to use them. And so that's great. And well, if we chose the contractor who has never done anything before, after he's done doing the work, we can issue him a credential stating that the work got done in the way that we asked, and he builds up his reputation, or she. So I think that the intersection between decentralized finance and decentralized identity is really where we start to get into being able to replace almost every construct in the current traditional world.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, so that's sort of how I deconstruct it, right? I think we're already working this way. I think companies are pretty optimized, right? Like, we know how to build businesses. We know how to build companies. It's just within them we use these very failure-prone contracts, right? We use paper contracts, we compartmentalize things. So really the tools that we're building are a way to replace these systems with more robust systems. So I think, like I said, a lot of the way we organize today will be the same, right? That's the way people organize. But now instead of paper contracts, instead of a small group of people, we can actually do this with code, with smart contracts, and it could be verifiable, transparent, and autonomous. And not only autonomous, but the way that we compartmentalize little subgroups, right, or compartments within an organization. Now we can give them true autonomy with something like a multi-sig. That's what we do in ADAO, right? We have this Plutus contract on chain, we have this large community, but within ADAO we have all these sub-DAOs with their own treasuries, right, that now have autonomy to do what they need to do, and everyone doesn't have to touch everything. It really leads to the most passionate people, the experts, really rising to the top and being able to, and those positions just being so flexible. So, new passionate people, new experts can come in and start revising these systems and building them out. So that's the way I see it continuing. You got a mic? Who's got the mic?
Juan, we got a gentleman right here.
Juan, thank you.
Actually, I do have a question, or not a question, but a suggestion. Why don't you guys go over a little bit about the part that you guys are taking into the decentralized, the part of the education with IOG, what does Summon does and what ADAO does?
With regards to, sorry.
Yes, the difference between what Summon does and ADAO does?
No, it had to do with the application to IO.
Oh.
Yeah. So far, the position of Summon with regards to the stuff that's going on with the Ethiopian scholarships is actually to just help out with regards to kind of holding some funds while the contract is being finalized, right? So obviously smart contracts are something that we need to have super high assurance on, and there's an NFT drop going on to actually fund these scholarships, and so that's where that's where Summon comes in for this particular situation. But when it comes to leveraging digital identity going forward, that's where, like I said previously, we're really excited to be looking at building reputational systems and integrating those into governance that is represented on chain.
Yeah. For now, though, we're just focused on helping to build out that multi-sig so that those funds can be stored securely and transparently so that everybody knows where they are.
So maybe stick with identity, right? We don't want the China social credit scenario. We don't want CBDC, we don't want central bank digital currencies, but we're building the tools that enables those things. So how are you approaching identity? Like, who are you this is so complex, and if you say to somebody, you're gonna have your reputation, they're gonna freak out. So how do we think about how are you framing the risks and that line that cannot be crossed and abused?
If I don't want to, if I don't want to interact with you, I don't have to, right? And so if we don't create a DID pair, then there's no DID pair and there's no interaction, and maybe I don't want to interact with the Communist China Party, or the Chinese Communist Party rather, sorry.
And what I would say is, and actually this is a very common argument on wider crypto Twitter of, are we building the tools of our own enslavement, basically? And my answer is, these tools of reputation, these tools of coordination are coming, whether we are involved or not. We have the values of decentralization. We have the values of open coordination and trustless systems, and the values of caring about each other. And we need to build tools that can enable that. Ultimately, could the government take the tools that we're building for DIDs, where you have to, when you connect with another registry to make a credential, that becomes something that is required for you to use to gain access to a store, a shop, a library, an airport, they could. That's a political problem that has to be solved through our local jurisdictions. And people need to be talking about that in a political context. But the most that we can do as people who are into technology is make it so that everybody has access to this, and make it so that everybody can have the freedom to connect the way they want to. Because the more ways we have to connect to each other, the more options we have, and the more that we can show the best way to go forward.
Yeah, we have to own it. We have to own these tools ourselves.
So we're not going to be building our own identity wallet by any means. I know there's a couple of different individuals I've talked to building identity wallets more specific to identity. I also have talked to some of the Eternal guys and plenty of the team at Lace. I'm really fond of the Lace team, and we get along pretty well at these events. But yeah, I mean, digital identity is something that is going to be integrated into a number of Cardano wallets in the near future due to the fact that Atala Prism 2.0 is going to be available, and it's already sort of gaining traction for the purposes of these Ethiopian scholarships. And it's really just one big step, but it's the first of many big steps. I think that, I mean, personally, I was expecting where we're at currently with this to be where we're going to be 2 years from now. So I'm actually a bit surprised at the sort of rapid pace in this space, and then also some of the UX decisions that are being made. That's sort of an interesting conversation because, again, this is something where identity is going to be wrapped into the existing Cardano wallets, not just represented in a separate identity wallet.
I think we got a question.
You had mentioned quadratic voting. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, the idea with quadratic voting is that everyone's voting with the square of their, or the square root of their voting, their tokens. So their voting power is the square root of their token amount held as opposed to a direct representation of their token amount. So say I only have, say, 10 tokens, 10 governance tokens. So I have just a bit over 3 voting power, and you have 100 governance tokens, so you have 10 voting power. And you know that means that you only have like roughly 3 times what I have as opposed to having 10 times what I had, right? And so it kind of acts as a mechanism to where whales in the ecosystem have less power relative to their total token amount. And the only way that it's able to work is if you're able to distinguish between one human being and another, because otherwise I could just create 100 different wallets and all of a sudden I'm the most powerful person in the DAO. That's not what we want, right?
Doesn't work without identity, without a strong civil resistance solution. Anybody else want the mic? Or you want to go get a drink and a smoke out back? We got one more. We got one more question. How are you?
Good, how are you? I was just wondering what your take is on the legal structure of a DAO, and just based on what you're saying regarding the protocol and how governance is executed, in a world where we could potentially have DAOs applied to existing organizations, how do you separate the legally compliant expectations from a protocol-based system?
Yeah, that's a great question. So with our platform, we're calling it a DAO platform, but we're definitely trying to make sure it is available and useful to anybody who wants to deal with any sort of decentralized governance and coordination. So even if you're a traditional company or a family or just a club that doesn't have any sort of like legal structure or need for legal structure, you could find these tools useful. Now that being said, what about when you actually start interacting as a DAO, when you start trading tokens back and forth? If you are working with tokens that have monetary value and you are doing things that are considered, that could be considered something like commercial activity, this is not financial advice, this is not legal advice, but from the research I have done, the general understanding is that there governments will want to have you, that regulated. And the way that governments generally do this sort of thing is they have ways of looking at it that are you a general partnership, or are you under some sort of a legal legal personhood, other kind of corporation, let's say. So if you do not have anything like an LLC or a corporation or a foundation or an association structure, like where if you have legally registered your organization in some sort of a structure that is recognized by a legal jurisdiction, a lot of governments will consider your group to be a general partnership where each member of the group is liable for any actions taken by any other member of the group. So if you have members in the US, in Mexico, in Brazil, in the Netherlands, and then somebody does something to somebody in one of those countries, all the people in all those countries could theoretically be sued or get in trouble by the authorities in any of those countries. So that's like the worst case scenario, right? So you don't want to get in trouble under a structure like that. That's why most DAOs adopt what is called in the industry a legal wrapper. You've seen things like Wyoming come out with an LLC, a DAO LLC structure, where they say that the LLC is actually just the algorithm. I've heard a lot of people criticize that, saying that the DAO LLC law is too clunky, but you know what? They're doing some really cool stuff and trying it, and I applaud them for going forward with this kind of legal innovation. I've also seen a little bit about the way Delaware does it and with that kind of permissiveness, and it seems like Delaware is also trying to make it available for DAOs to be organized in this kind of way. Switzerland is known for being a jurisdiction that is very friendly towards digital assets and regulatory clarity. So you'll see a lot of projects such as Summon Association register in Switzerland because they want to have that kind of legal clarity. So we do not offer a Summon platform, Summon Association, or Summon Labs. These organizations do not offer legal advice, do not offer financial advice. But what we hope to do is provide a platform, an ecosystem where people can come together who do that sort of stuff. So if somebody is a financial advisor, if somebody is a lawyer, they can say, hey, I'm part of the Summon community and I want to talk with your DAO. I want to talk with your club. I want to talk to you about how I could possibly be of service. So that's, pretty much leave it there, is that, everybody needs to be careful, but what your legal obligations are, do your own research. I've given you some ideas of where to get started. And hopefully, as we grow the Summon ecosystem, it's going to get a lot of ideas going so that people can spread those to each other.
Yep. I think that's a great way to end it. If there's no more questions, I think, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take the experts, the people who are brand new and just want to know what a DAO is, to come together and really, make this possible. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. And one last thing, if you see any of us walking around and you have any questions that crop up in your head later, feel free to pull us aside and ask us those questions. We don't bite, and we'd be happy to chat. So thanks again.
I'll be out back.
Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we puff fly. I woke up early on my born day. I'm 20 is a blessing. The essence of adolescence leaves my body down fleshing. My physical frame is celebrated cause I made it. A quarter through life, some godly like things created. Got rhymes 365 days annual plus some. Put up the mic and plus one. Cuss while I pluck from my skull cause it's pain in my brain vein. Money maintained. No go against the grain, simple and plain. When I was younger, this I used to do my thing hard. Robbing foreigners, take their wallets, they jewels, and rip their green cards. Dip to the projects, flashing my quick cash, and got my first piece of ass smoking blunts with hash. Now it's all about cash in abundance. Niggas I used to run with is richer, doing years in the hundreds. I switched my motto. Instead of saying fuck tomorrow, that buck that bought a bottle could've struck the lotto. Once I stood on the block, loose cracks, produced stacks. I cooked up and cut
We are Atrium Lab. Our mission is to simplify the Cardano experience, connecting the rapidly expanding Cardano network with one user-friendly interface. To realize this mission, we are building Atrium. Atrium is an application that combines all your blockchain data and pulls information from multiple sources to aggregate its value. We are working on multiple innovative features that will incentivize decentralization on Cardano's Layer 1 and financial contract applications, and offer an alternative front end to existing decentralized applications, encouraging a fairer experience for users. Details on those features are coming soon. At the heart of Atrium sits the Atrium token, a utility token that will be issued to users and allow participation in a DAO to help shape the future of the protocol. Our ISO is coming soon. To participate, simply stake to the Atrium Stakepool or one of our partner pools to receive Atrium tokens. You will be able to view your Atrium balance using the dashboard on atriumlab.io. Tokens will be distributed once the protocol is live.
Nuts in the sand if you ain't bumping my shit.
Landscaping and mentally shaping. Looking at my Gucci, it's about that time. Represent my peoples on the Dilladale side. Live like my 93 shit phone vibe. I used imagination like Han Solo. Master like Vic with the offbeat flow. A lady like B in stereo. Rap was way back at the Black was super bad disco. Used to do the Greek, the Patty Duke and Gigolo. After midnights on the weekend. Oh, you remember we 3D with Study B. Enough respect, go to a vet money. BSK, Miss on pause delay. You see Jules, he rock, ride the cross fade. Breeze from the bottom, discombobable belay. Sharon was the ring if you was digging in the crates.
When they pumping in the Jeeps, it's gon' rock right.